where we dive into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us, from personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Good morning, Tea Talkers. Hi, are you all? It's Tanisha Talk Teas. I'm back up on a Thursday morning for another day of explosive and riveting testimonies and predictions about Puff Daddy, y'all. I'm going to go over day 10 through 12, so we're going to have a long day. I hope you guys got your teacups out ready to be filled, okay? Tanisha Talks Teas. Oh. How do you guys like my new personal assistant? That would be her on the screen. As you can see, she is repping the studio. She is putting it on, putting it down. That's my new assistant. I need a name for her. As you can see, like, she has her suit on. She's very appropriately dressed. Her hair is nicely, neatly combed. She's a married woman, guys, so leave her alone. You see the ring. She's got her teacup. She's got her MacBook. She got her, she's by the fireplace. She got her plaques up on the wall. She's repping it. That's my new personal assistant. Okay, so we're on day 10, right? Well, 12 today, but we're going to go to day 10 and just start there. What's up with Diddy, y'all? What's been going on? I hear lots of people have testified. Capricorn Clark, the girl that has entered the group chat from Cassie, bringing her up, saying that she was like Diddy's assistant, however have you, and they had like a friendship, relationship, or whatever. So then there was a Deontay, the hairstylist. I think we're going to jump on that right now with Long Crime. So I've already got my screen share. Let's get into it. I hope you guys have had a fabulous week up until now. I'm sorry I'm going to give you a headache and maybe a little indigestion, but we're back up on Diddy. He's on the third week of his explosive and riveting trial. So let's get it.
Nash testified that the music mogul allegedly beat his former girlfriend Cassandra Ventura until she bled, controlled.
Oh, I also want to say, I had to pause it. We are streaming live on this Thursday morning from Facebook. Hi, Facebookers. YouTube, hey YouTubers, Twitch sippers, and now we are also on Kick, okay? Kick is a hot new streaming platform that I came across and decided to join. They have welcomed us over there. I've been uploading all types of great content over there day and night, which is kind of a reason why I haven't really been on YouTube. I've also had a headache, and Diddy gives me a headache. So yeah, remember, you can find me on mostly all streaming platforms. I need to update my Twitter, but I'm on everything: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and TikTok at Tanisha Talks Teas or Tanisha Talks Teas TV. You can also email me at tanishatalk@gmail.com. Okay, we're getting it now with sidebar Long Crime. Okay, he's talking about Diddy on trial, threats, control, and bleeding victim. He's gonna get into some Deontay testimony. So we're gonna cover everything. So it's gonna be a long day, y'all. Keep your teacups out.
Every aspect of her life and even made chilling threats. He even testified he jumped in and tried to stop one of these attacks. And by the way, that's only part of the testimony from today. There was a lot more we got to get into. I'm going to be breaking it down with our law and crime reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom for every minute of the action. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another law and crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to pop mogul toward his former girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, even himself. And I think, by the way, this was brought up during our live show on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. I think this was brought up by Ashley Banfield quite well, that Nash might be the only person who's testified so far that he actually intervened in the alleged abuse of Sean Combs. We're going to get into that, but that is definitely something to make note of. And by the way, he's not the only person who testified. We heard a lot of testimony regarding the circumstances of Kid Cudi's testimony from last week. Remember that? Kid Cudi testified that he was a victim of his house being broken into, his car being set on fire, that he had been dating Cassandra Ventura seemingly during this breakup that she had with Sean Combs, that he was the victim of retaliation at the hands of Sean Combs. And this is all important for the racketeering charge, right? The more that the prosecution can make the point that Combs was this essential mafia boss, that he was heading up this criminal enterprise that was involved in a whole series of crimes, that's how you get to racketeering. A criminal enterprise that has all of these underlying crimes: forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, sex trafficking. Kid Cudi, pivotal witness for what I would say is multiple predicate crimes. And then we heard from officials today regarding these specific events surrounding Kid Cudi. So we have a lot to get into, a lot of dramatic testimony. For that, I want to bring on Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who has been inside that courtroom every day of trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. Thanks for coming here on set.
I know, I'm in studio today. Can you believe it?
I love it. I love it. I always see you across
right
outside the courthouse, but I'm happy to have you here.
Yes.
Now, before we even get into the testimony today, including of Deontay Nash, there was something that happened before the jury was even brought in, before testimony even began. Mm-hmm. What happened?
Yeah, so I feel like some of the most interesting things that happen in this trial are always the arguments outside of the presence of the jury. That's really when you see the attorneys in action, and really, honestly, when they're showing kind of their personality more, not playing it up so much to the jury. And so there was kind of a big ruling that was made outside of the jury presence before testimony had started today, and it regarded Kid Cudi. So there was this defense motion that they were trying to strike this last little bit of testimony where Kid Cudi essentially implied that he had believed Diddy was lying about having anything to do with the Molotov cocktail that was lodged into his car, having anything to do with the break-ins in his home. And so there was this moment at the Soho House where they had a meeting, they met up, they shook hands. So the prosecution had asked Kid Cudi, what did you make of just this meetup? And what did you think that Diddy was implying when he had said that he didn't know what he was talking about when he was asked straight up just about the Molotov cocktail, and that Kid Cudi had believed that Diddy was lying about this. And it was kind of a moment towards the end of his testimony, because this was a moment that we got to at the redirect. So this was after the cross-examination, where a lot of people were just like, oh, wow. So he definitely believes it. Was kind of another aha moment, if you will. And so the defense objected to this. The defense wanted this little piece that Kid Cudi was talking about just struck from the record. They didn't want this to go to the transcript when the jury goes into deliberation. And so the judge actually denied the defense's motion, and he had said that the door was actually opened for this line of questioning, for this type of response under the cross-examination. And so that was a big ruling that he had made earlier this morning.
Little inside baseball, as much as they tell a jury to disregard a comment, once it's made, you can't ring the bell. It's very hard to tell a jury not to consider that, which, by the way, we have something to talk about when it comes to a specific piece of testimony that the judge instructed the jury today to disregard. We'll get to that in a minute. But we had Officer Christopher Ignacio of the LAPD testify, and he was the one who responded to the alleged break-in at Kid Cudi's home. And this is somebody who's a veteran. So he'd been with the department about 16 years. When he responded to Kid Cudi's home, what was that response like?
Yeah, so this response happened on December 22nd of 2011. This is a couple days before Christmas, around the holiday time. And so he was responding to a home up in the Hollywood Hills. The address was an address we were all very familiar with. Why? Because it was Kid Cudi's address. So he said that he was dispatched around 8:20 in the morning about a possible suspect stare down. And Ignacio had said that he had responded with police lights, with sirens, just kind of the whole shebang. And so then we see an exhibit photo of Kid Cudi's front door. So then we know, of course, he had been responding to Kid Cudi's house. And Officer Ignacio was explaining that the neighborhood that Kid Cudi had lived in at the time, it was kind of situated above the Hollywood Hills. It has narrow views and kind of windy roads. But he said that he had noticed a black Escalade. And that to me really stuck out, because this is kind of towards the beginning of his testimony. That stuck out to me because yesterday when Capricorn Clark was testifying, she testified that Diddy, Ruben, Diddy security guard, and Capricorn Clark all went to Kid Cudi's home in what? a black Escalade, and that they proceeded to even chase down Kid Cudi when he had been responding to this break-in that had happened at his home. But Officer Ignacio, while he testified today, said that he didn't notice any of the passengers inside the vehicle because the windows were heavily tinted, kind of like a limo would be tinted, just very dark, so he couldn't see inside. But he said that he did catch a license plate number, and this license plate was for 6LKN013. He said he didn't pull the car over at this particular time because there was no crime at the time. But then he starts to kind of get into just what had happened once he's on Kid Cudi's property, that his partner jumped over a fence, let him in. He noticed the door was open, but no one was home. Then he had noticed some unwrapped gifts, which I thought was pretty interesting because Kid Cudi had testified that these gifts were wrapped when he was testifying last week, that these gifts were wrapped. And then when he came home, that these gifts were unwrapped. They were in the kitchen area. And then more detectives kind of arrived. They searched the area. But I think one thing that was pretty interesting that stood out to me during Christopher Ignacio's testimony is that he didn't mention the dog. And I think the dog was kind of a big thing, according to Kid Cudi, because Kid Cudi had explained that he normally lets his dog kind of roam around. However, when he returned home for this break-in, that his dog was locked in the bathroom and his dog was jumpy and nervous after this incident. And so that was one point that just wasn't discussed today during testimony, which I found pretty interesting. So as far as I had heard about a kidnapping in the matter, and he said that he didn't hear about this kidnapping and that no one disturbed the property, and he responded no, which I think is interesting too, because if you talk about the dog being locked in the closet, I think that's kind of a disruption of the property, but that's neither here nor there. And then Steele was asking, there are no bullet holes in the wall, and he responded yes, and asking whether or not that he could have put out a BOLO report, to be on the lookout for this black Escalade, and they didn't do a BOLO alert. There wasn't any mention of threat to kill, and Ignacio confirmed that's true. And as far as mentions just of security cameras, obviously this, and so he answered the door, and it's Diddy, and that Diddy said the B word to Cassie and said, didn't I?
Okay, we already are caught up on that. Let's get into finding Capricorn Clark's testimony. Because, Diddy's trial, yes, it's explosive. Yes, it's riveting. But to the point of, what he's being charged for, we're not going to continue to go back over the foolishness of the mess. Let's see if we could find the actual testimony of it, y'all. Okay, being read in voiceover. What? Okay. Okay, guys, hold on. Let me find a little site. Because, it's a couple of different places that I reference shit. So, there it is. Okay. That's what I put it there. That is literally what I put in there. Okay, we got the full Capricorn Clark testimony against Diddy, y'all. We're going to listen to that, okay? Get your teacup set. Get ready to get filled with some Capricorn Clark testimony on Diddy, y'all. I hear it's explosive and riveting.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, and Capricorn Clark on May 27th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Capricorn Clark testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
The government calls Capricorn Clark. Where did you grow up?
Born in San Francisco, moved to L.A., worked for Def Jam, then Death Row Records, a late 90s gangster rap label.
What was your relation to Mr. Knight?
He is the father of my friend's child.
Then you worked for Sean Combs?
Yes, he is over there in a blue sweater. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012.
Were you kidnapped?
Yes,
When did you first meet Mr. Combs?
when I moved to NYC.
Oh my God. We already have to stop the testimony. She was kidnapped. By who? Diddy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
In 2002. We were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did, until 2006.
Your duties.
Shadow him from Wake Up.
Then what?
Head of women's for Sean Jean.
How long?
A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassandra Ventura.
Did you work in this building?
Yes, we moved there in 2005.
Your first day. Where did Mr. Combs take you?
Central Park, after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker.
Does this photo look like him?
No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time.
What did Mr. Combs tell you in the park?
That since I'd worked for Mr. Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me.
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
How did you take it?
Seriously, it had gravitas.
How did you react?
I said, I didn't have anything to do with that stuff.
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
What was Paulie's role?
All aspects of Mr. Combs' movements to keep him safe. There were also D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben,
Who's D-Rock?
a good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type body.
Did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a gun?
Yes, in my home.
And did he talk about it?
He, Mr. Combs, told Chris Lighty he had a gun. He had a problem with 50 Cent.
Were you ever accused of stealing?
Yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on loan.
It went missing?
Yes.
What did you do?
From Teterboro, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down.
What did Uncle Paulie do?
He questioned me 3 hours.
You went home?
To Queens, yes, with Uncle Paulie. He searched my house.
Where did Uncle Paulie take you?
1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy-set man.
Can you describe him?
5 of me. 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking.
Did Uncle Paulie stay?
No, intermittently he came back.
What did the heavyset man say?
I was there to take a lie detector test.
What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test?
That they would throw me in the East River.
At this moment, the defense objected and then asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
Oh, y'all. Now, this could be some damning testimony. This could be some damning testimony that could, persuade the jurors to maybe, want to convict on certain areas of this case. Okay? Oh, my.
What was his demeanor?
Very serious. I was terrified.
Did you want to be taking the test?
No, I was afraid.
How was the test?
Wires on you and they question you. Did I steal?
Did he tell you the results?
He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River.
Anyone else in the building?
Not to my knowledge.
Could you leave?
No, Paul said no.
What did Paul say at the end?
That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again, another lie detector test in the same location, all day.
Were you free to leave?
No.
How long did this go on?
5 days.
Did you tell anyone where you were?
No, I was just trying to survive it.
Lord, that's kidnapping, extortion. That's all of the bad things of the elements of this RICO charge.
I worked under an NDA.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge sustained it and told the jury to disregard the last answer.
What would you have been doing?
Shadowing Mr. Combs.
What happened after 5 days?
That I could return to work. That Mr. Combs would see me the next week.
Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you?
No.
Why did you continue to work with Mr. Combs?
If I left, they'd think I stole.
What were your days like?
From his townhouse at 74th Street and Park in the morning to Daddy's house studio at night.
How much sleep did you get?
On a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, 2. I got a stress condition. I was paid $55,000.
Did you get paid overtime?
No, I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000.
How did Mr. Combs respond?
He ripped up the paper.
Would Mr. Combs stay at hotels?
Yes,
With whom?
Kim Porter. Once a week.
What names would he book rooms under?
Frank Black, Frank White,
And the girlfriends?
Jackie Starr.
Where did he stay?
Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA.
What were in his bags?
A camera, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras, every time.
What would you be doing?
Watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep. Afterward, I'd sweep the room for anything left behind.
Any damage?
Baby oil.
How frequently would Mr. Combs stay in a hotel with Cassandra Ventura in 2008?
Like once a week. At L'Hermitage, the London, Intercontinental, for several days. The IV drips.
Did he speak to you about his relationship with Ms. Ventura?
Yes, Ms. London was there. Chef Jourdan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. She did it.
What did he say?
You won't do that. That's why you don't have a man.
What did you say?
Your mother f***ing right.
Did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs?
A girlfriend in NY, in LA from One Stop. Molly, ecstasy, delivered to Puff or to me.
Did he ask you to get drugs for him?
Yes, ecstasy.
And in the south of France?
He asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who?
Why?
I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died.
At this moment, the defense objected and asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
Who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for?
He said, not me.
Did you get them?
Yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also got prescription drugs in my name. They were in the toiletry bag I'd carry or security.
What about bulk cash?
Yes, 100,000 euro, coming back from Europe.
Where'd he get it?
Club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe. Fighting.
Was Mr. Combs with you?
Yes, at Star Island. He told me, you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the F***A are you? You can't have a life. One time, I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no f***ing turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Mr. Combs, and he pushed me again and again.
What did he say?
If you hate it here, get the F***A out of here.
Did you leave your employment?
I did.
But you returned?
As global brand director.
Why?
He was impressed by what I did in the job I'd left for. A couple of albums. He said, you wouldn't have to work directly for me.
What were you doing for Ms. Ventura?
Managing her image. Maximize the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had final approval on everything.
In L.A., where did you live?
A gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there.
Where was Ms. Ventura?
In New York City on West End. She would come to L.A. and stay with him, or with me, or in a hotel.
Who else was Ms. Ventura seeing?
Scott Muscuddy, Cuddy.
How'd you learn that?
She brought him to my apartment.
What did she say?
She texted me they were going to this public place in L.A. I told her it was a bad idea, and to delete the text.
Why?
If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Muscuddy, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone.
When did Mr. Combs return to town?
Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Cipriani.
And then?
December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m. There was banging at my door.
What did you see through the peephole?
A furious puff.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge told the prosecution to ask another question.
What was his movement?
Pacing with something in his hand.
Did you open the door?
I did.
What was he wearing?
Button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott.
What did he say?
We're going to go kill this N-word.
Where was the gun?
In his hand. I said I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a f what you want. Get dressed.
What concerns did you have?
He'd never come to my house.
Did you try to escape?
No, I got dressed.
Who joined in?
Reuben, in the black Escalade, executive class.
Where was Reuben?
Driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right-hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left, next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. Was in his lap.
How long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Cuddy's house in the Hollywood Hills?
If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes.
What did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cuddy's house?
They went in.
Could you see in?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the f I told her Puff was at Cootie's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy.
What did you hear on the phone?
That Scott was at Cassie's.
When Mr. Combs came back?
He took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cootie driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, "There's that N-word right there." We drove off and saw the police driving the other way, toward Cuddy's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie.
What did he tell you to tell Cassie?
That he had me and wouldn't let me go.
How did Ms. Ventura respond?
She said, "Okay, come get me." She was calm.
Who drove you home?
Reuben.
What did Mr. Combs then tell you?
To convince Cuddy not to say that it had been him at his house, I picked up Cassie.
Where did you go?
We went to Cuddy's and tried to convince him not to file a police report.
What did you tell them?
That Puff came to my house with a gun.
What did you tell them he said?
If you tell on him, he'll hurt us all.
What was Mr. Muscutty's reaction?
Mind blown.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained, and the judge told the jury to disregard the last answer.
What happened at the house?
He was kicking Cassie again and again.
How was Cassie?
In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently.
Where was he kicking her?
Her backside.
Where were you?
5 feet away. So was Rube.
What did Mr. Combs say to you?
He said, "If you jump in, I'm going to you up too."
What did Rube do?
Nothing.
Who did you call?
D-Rock, I told him, "Tell your brother to stop Puff. He is kicking the S out of her." I called Paulie too. I said he'd take care of it, but Rube did nothing.
What next?
Mr. Combs told me to get the out too. I left on foot.
Could you still see her getting kicked?
Until I went around the bend.
Then who did you call?
Regina Ventura. I told her, "He's kicking the out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can."
Why didn't you call the police?
So we're going to pause right there, okay? So mom knew. See, this is testimony that they didn't get, into with mom that I heard because, they wanted to play the part of him and the extortion thing, the coercion thing or whatever, you know what I'm saying, with him trying to blackmail the mom and Cassie with video of Cassie and him in freak eyes. And the mom went to the bank to take out a lien on her house or however have you to get the money against her house, borrowed against her house to pay Diddy $20,000, right? Type shit. So that's crazy that Capricorn Clark has this testimony that she went to Cassie Ventura's mom and was like, he's kicking the shit out of her. He's beating her bloody to death. La da 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 da. I don't have the power to call, but you can. And the mom, what? Let's see what happened because she didn't testify to any of that during her time on the stand. You see what I'm saying? So let's see.
Peace.
The mission of the day was to get Cootie, so no calling police.
This email, who is it from?
Cassie. She wrote that he would be releasing tapes about me, and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott Muscutty.
Do you recall if you responded to this?
I don't.
Did law enforcement call you?
The arson investigators. Cootie had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over.
What did Mr. Combs say to you?
He said, "I should kill you, bitch, and I should cut her face."
How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you?
I'd say 50 times. D-Rock
Wow.
was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment.
Who is Harv Pierre?
The president of Bad Boy Records. I told him Puff had kidnapped me.
What did Harv Pierre tell you?
He said, "That's crazy, but it's going to be okay." I got a termination notice. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on.
Had you put in?
Yes, to Harv Pierre.
Did you lose benefits?
All of them. Health, 401k, my house and car.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That I would never work again, that he would make me kill myself.
Did you get a job offer?
I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job.
Did you settle with Mr. Combs?
In October 2012.
At this moment, the defense objected, and then they asked if he can approach, and they had a sidebar. Then they continued.
Aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Mr. Combs?
No.
Did you go back to work for him?
2016, no one else would hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic.
Who did you have to get approvals from?
Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs.
Was she still dating Mr. Combs?
Yes.
In December 2023, why did you retain an attorney?
I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again?
Yes, as chief of staff.
When did you last speak with Ms. Ventura?
2018.
And Mr. Muscati?
2012.
No further questions.
At this moment, it was time for the cross-examination.
We met in April 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman?
Yes.
You wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right?
We discussed it. Yes.
You saw Ms. Geragos taking notes?
Yes.
You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why?
I just thought they were toxic.
Tell me about when you were in NY.
I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. In 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs.
He wasn't doing drugs, right?
He did ecstasy in Daddy House.
Okay, so
But
they
it's
skipped over the part where she ran to the mom, telling the mother of Cassie that Diddy was killing her, basically. And what happened? What happened? Like, did the mother call the police? Apparently not, yeah.
Got worse.
Yes.
You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you?
It was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer.
But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation?
I don't remember that.
Read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of 403. Then the judge asked the defense, and the defense said, state of mind. And the prosecution answered with, it's offering the truth. The defense said, we had a stipulation on this. Then they had a sidebar, then continued.
You called him Chalk for chocolate?
I did.
You started with Def Jam, Run DMC?
I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z.
So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs?
I put my resume on Monster. After the World Trade Center thing, he said, you'd work for me? I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway and Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed.
He had a major part?
He was a star. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get the t-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I'd call them and say, Puff wanted them to come.
And they came?
They did.
How long before the jewelry missing thing?
It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die.
When did the jewels missing happen?
After July 4th. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler.
Who else got lie detector?
Mike B., his stylist. He too had gone to street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day.
You never told HR?
No, I got fired for 3 weeks.
How did you get unfired?
I went to work on his 35th birthday at Cipriani to do the celebrity list. I came back.
2004 to 2006.
Not all.
As personal assistant?
Then liaison. I was making $65,000 for Combs, then $90 at Jive.
Why'd you come back to Combs?
I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed, asked me to come back for Sean Jean for women. I think I was a really good employee for him.
He told you were awesome?
He did not use that word.
You worked hard for him?
I did.
Others worked hard too, right?
Not as hard as me. I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. He broke that glass ceiling for us black people in the business world.
Do you need a minute?
No, it's just complicated.
At this moment, they took a break, then continued.
When you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green.
We parked there. Earlier in the day in the park, we ran into Nas.
When you say he had Ms. Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there?
They misheard me.
When did you first meet Cassie Ventura?
I met her with Ryan Leslie.
Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes?
In 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge sustained it and told the defense to re-ask it.
What did you see?
She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend.
Do you think she was talented?
She had talent and was very beautiful.
But not talented?
She was not. I have good taste. Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized.
Did she perform live?
A couple times. Not the greatest.
Was she a hard worker?
At times.
When wasn't she a hard worker?
She preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins, 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs.
He supported her?
Yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star.
Did she get more help than others?
Yes, Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project.
What about Official Girl?
Super cute video.
King of Hearts?
It was fresh. Puff liked it.
Cassie had a green wig?
Yes.
We move to admit this witness.
At this moment, the prosecution said there is a ceiling issue.
You don't remember this email?
I don't.
Here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie.
Mario Wienans was, for the chairman.
For Mr. Combs?
Yes.
When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi?
Fall of 2011. I picked her up there.
You believed that after Thanksgiving, Ms. Ventura and Kid Cudi were, what?
Getting to know each other.
Why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy?
I told her, you cannot do this on your bad boy phone.
How did you know about burner phones?
I grew up in Los Angeles.
In December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan.
I heard it was Russia.
How did Mr. Combs get into your building?
I was told the security guard got fired.
What was his name?
Some random security guard.
What did he look like?
Black guy, younger than 35.
What was Mr. Combs doing with the gun?
He had it in his hand.
He wasn't pointing it at you?
No.
But you told the government he pointed it at you.
It says, or waved it around. That's more correct.
Where did you change into street clothes?
In my closet.
Isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid?
No, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go.
He's a jealous guy?
He has a bad temper.
To the Escalade, did you pass a security guard?
I saw him in his little hut.
Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun on his lap. You made a call?
Not then.
Did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it?
I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head, trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not in there.
Did Cassie have 2 rooms?
Cudi took her to one room. She had another.
You are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun?
Yes. I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone.
Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cudi?
No, only part of the time. I wanted someone to know where I was.
What did you tell her?
I'm scared of mountain lions.
Mountain lions?
I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It's such a long time ago.
Are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this?
Yes.
Then you see the Porsche coming up the hill?
Yes. Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him.
Then?
He loses us. We turn away. Then we see police pass us.
You go to pick up Cassie and go where?
Cudi's house. There was ADT there.
Then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street?
Yes.
You hung up on the fire inspector?
I did.
When you were on vacation, it was with who?
Rihanna.
After you were fired, what job did you get?
I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent.
Here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well.
Yes.
You wrote on February 28th, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time LOL. You wrote that.
Yes, sir.
Please read that out loud.
I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone, I realized.
Did you think Cassie wanted you gone?
Sorry. This is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there, and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal.
You thought you could be his protector?
It was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire.
Did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted?
Yes, I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir.
Can I talk to the government?
At this moment, they had a sidebar and then continued.
Just a few more minutes and we'll get you out today.
Thank you, sir.
You did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right?
I believed so.
Cassie had addiction problems?
Yes.
You made a short movie with her?
It was called Love a Loser.
You wrote to him asking for forgiveness?
I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency.
When you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right?
We discussed it.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the redirect began.
How much was Mr. Combs required to pay you?
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
What happened with the job with Chris Lighty?
He died the day before I was supposed to start. Then, at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
I was blacklisted.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs?
So people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power.
Why did you meet them?
Get my life back.
In the kidnapping? Did Mr. Combs carry a gun?
Yes.
At this moment, the day in court was over, and that was Capricorn Clark's testimony today. What do you think about it? Who do you think did better, the prosecution or the defense? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Sippers, we are back up on this Thursday. Before we get into the next testimony that's riveting and explosive, the hairstylist for Diddy, we're going to sip some tea on Capricorn.
Before we begin,
what
please
do
be
y'all
advised that
think
viewer
about
discretion is
Capricorn Clark? Do y'all think that she was riveting and explosive for Diddy or the prosecution? I'm going to go ahead and spill my tea. I think she did a little damage for the prosecution. I think damage for the prosecution when she spoke to kidnapping. Y'all, you know they're gonna eat this up in the predictions, side of the situations. I think she, hurt Diddy as far as like the RICO, where they're putting in things like the kidnapping, ex trafficking, the coercion, the physical violence that he would use in lieu of threatening people with very severe bodily injury, throwing her over a bridge. You see what I'm saying? Like, now those type of moments, if true and can be proved, because you have to prove that these things happen. Anybody can say anything. But if she can prove that things happen, or other people can maybe like collaborate with her story and, really convince the jury that these things happen, that could potentially get Diddy some time on a RICO charge in the feds. Okay. So that's what I think. I think this did a little damage to the prosecution, but I mean, we're talking about Diddy, and we're talking about RICO. So you have to prove what you're saying to put people in federal RICO charges, away, especially somebody like Diddy. So now we're going to get into the hairstylist, y'all. Keep your cups up. Like I said, it's going to be a long field day of nothing but sipping lots of great tea on the Diddy trial, day 10 through 12. Let's get it.
Strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Officer Christopher Ignacio, Lance Jimenez, and Deontay Nash on May 28, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Officer Christopher Ignacio, Lance Jimenez, and Deontay Nash testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are
Okay, so we have three people testifying. A police officer, whoever Lance Jimenez is, and Deontay Nash, the hairstylist. Okay, so that'll be three testimonies we're going to hear in this 16-minute voice-over audio clip. Because as you guys know, there are no cameras, anything allowed in a federal proceeding on a trial. Okay, let's get it.
Presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
The government calls LAPD officer Christopher Ignacio. What is a radio call?
Someone calls 911 and it gets sent to next available LAPD unit on duty.
On December 22nd, 2011, what was your shift?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in a marked police vehicle.
What do you remember?
Got a call around 8 a.m., code 3 with lights and sirens to 8925 Hollywood Hills Road.
What did you find there?
An Escalade. I memorized the license plate.
Why?
I thought it could be involved in a crime, the way it left as soon as we got there.
Why didn't you go after it?
We didn't have a crime yet. The front door was unlocked. We went in.
What did you see?
High-end watches and purses, some wrapped, some unwrapped. 2 detectives showed up. When we came out, I saw the same black Escalade now driving down the hill.
Then what?
Mr. Muscuddy arrived in a Porsche.
You ran the plate of the Escalade?
Yes, it came back as Bad Boy Records.
No further questions.
This was 13 years ago, right?
Yes.
You read your partner's report?
Yes.
The streets there are dead ends?
According to the map.
It's a beautiful neighborhood, right? Cul-de-sac?
Sure.
You don't follow the car as it drives away, right?
Right.
Did you see a Porsche?
I don't know.
Do you know the definition of a killing?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Were you told the homeowner was in the house shortly before you and your partner got there?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was overruled.
The door was unlocked?
Yes?
There was no furniture upended, right?
No.
You called it a trespass, not a burglary, right? Because
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
no report of theft?
No.
If you thought there was a gun in the Escalade, you could have put out a BOLO, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was overruled.
You didn't, right?
Right.
Any mention of security cameras?
I saw some.
Mr. Muscuddy wasn't hyperventilating, right?
He was tense, I'd say.
Did you search his Porsche?
No.
It was 8:20 a.m., not 6:30 a.m., right?
Right.
Nothing further.
The government calls LA arson investigator Lance Jimenez. I'll place a binder in front. How many fires have you investigated?
100 a year, everything between mansions to dumpster fires. LA is pretty crazy.
Did you respond as an expert to an auto fire at 8925 Hollywood Hills Road?
Yes, there was a cut in the roof of the Porsche.
What about inside the Porsche?
Burn patterns inside.
Any items?
A bottle on the front seat. A handkerchief, burned. A lighter on the ground.
What hypothesis did you draw?
Molotov cocktail.
How did you think it got in?
Someone lit it, cut the roof, and dropped it in.
Let me show you some photos. This is the black Porsche or what was burned.
Yes.
What kind of bottle was used?
Old English 800 malt liquor.
And the wick.
A designer-type scarf, silky. In my opinion, this was targeted.
The partial DNA profile. Was it consistent with a female contributor?
I was told that.
Do you know what it means?
No.
Do you know if it is possible to touch an item without leaving DNA?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
What happened to the print cards?
They were destroyed in 2012.
On whose orders?
Someone in LAPD.
Not you or anyone on your team?
At this moment, the defense objected to the entire testimony and wanted a sidebar. At this moment, there was an argument in the courtroom while the jury was out. This will be an uninterrupted voice over reading of that argument between the judge, prosecution, and defense.
Let me get him.
Mrs. Slavic, what was the purpose of getting into that?
They are questioning the investigation, so we're entitled to ask this.
When I heard the questions, I assumed there was going to be line of cross-examination about the fingerprint cards, like about the DNA. But that does not appear to be the case, so I'm thinking of telling the jurors to disregard.
This is outrageous. We are considering what remedies to ask for. Let me speak with my colleague. They implied that someone in this courtroom was responsible for the destruction of the fingerprint cards.
They intended to attack the investigation.
My intent is to strike from the record any testimony about the fingerprint cards and the destruction of them. I will note that the only answers were what the witness knew about the destruction. I sustained the objection to if it was abnormal.
We are going to move for a mistrial at this time based on the prosecutorial misconduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This type of conspiracy is out there, and this bought into it. They should have ended with when the fingerprint cards were destroyed. But they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unring this bell. The only proper remedy here is a mistrial.
That's absolutely unwarranted. It was
And I was just taking note of that, y'all, because across my whiteboard popped up that Diddy's lawyers want to move for a mistrial. But we're going to get into that. First, we're going to get caught up on the last 2 days of testimonies and everything else, okay? Riveting, explosive, predictions, everything, okay? So, yeah.
It was Mr. Agnifilo who wanted to inquire into the DNA into the investigation. Your Honor can just say that the jurors should not draw any inference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards.
Application for a mistrial is denied. I sustained the objections when raised.
Mistrial denied to Diddy at this current time.
Jurors have already been told that questions are not.
Your Honor should tell the juror that the questions were improper.
They weren't improper. You could say, disregard both.
Will the court tell the jurors that the answers are not Considered?
I'll tell them that the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and not to be considered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jurors, the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and are not to be considered by you. Please proceed.
Did you interview the owner of the Porsche?
Scott Muscuddy.
Did you reach out to others?
I reached out to an assistant. Her name was Capricorn. At this moment, the defense
Love
objected
those
and they were told
teacups
to
in the
rephrase.
chat,
Who did you
y'all.
reach out
Thank
to?
you for dropping
Capricorn
y'all
and Cassie Ventura.
teacups.
Did Capricorn respond or assist?
No.
How did you reach out to Cassie?
Wasn't able by phone. Tried through a family member.
Did you reach her?
Never.
Were charges brought?
No, but I never closed the case. It's listed as inactive.
Nothing further.
There was a DNA hit on the glass bottle for female DNA, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when the results came back?
Maybe 6 months.
The test on the bottle, it was important?
Yes.
What does it mean, partial DNA female?
I have no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test against it.
Any other DNA on the bottle?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and they were told to rephrase.
DX852, just for the witness. That's a glove, right?
Yes.
Did you find another glove?
No.
Did you test the glove for DNA?
No, I understood it belonged to the owner. It was a driving glove.
Your premise was that the Molotov cocktail was dropped. Did you think the person who dropped it would have worn a glove?
Perhaps.
It would have been hot.
Only the wick.
The damage, it's on both sides of the bottle, right?
Looks like it.
Did Mr. Muscuddy have more than one Porsche?
I think he had a second one in the garage.
Why isn't it in your report?
It was not involved.
You were unable to reach Capricorn Clark or Cassie Ventura. When did you reach out?
In the first few weeks.
Are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls.
I believe Capricorn's brother answered and we disagreed.
And once Mr. Muscuddy told you it was his glove, you didn't investigate the glove anymore, correct?
I did not.
Nothing further.
When did you speak with Mr. Muscuddy?
Same day.
Nothing further.
The government calls Deontay Nash. Are you here under subpoena?
Yes.
Do you want to be here?
Absolutely not.
What's your work?
Celebrity stylist.
In 2008?
For Puff and Cassie.
How'd you get hired to work for them?
Through a Craigslist ad for Bad Boy Entertainment.
This photo, is it a fair and accurate portrayal of how you looked at that time?
Not even close.
It's a glamour photo?
Yes, I look amazing.
How often would you witness Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura interact?
At least once a week.
What did Mr. Combs call Ms. Ventura?
Bitch, ho, CC, baby girl, slut. He would call it an outright ho, a slut anyway.
How did she react?
Sad.
Did Mr. Combs make threats?
Yes, that he would beat her ass, that he'd send her sex tapes out.
How often would he say he would beat her ass?
Quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in the house for days.
How often did Mr. Combs say you could not go out without his permission?
Twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her she better bring her ass to his house. She panicked.
What did you understand Mr. Combs was saying?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
She packed her stuff and went to her house.
Did you attend a Vanity Fair party?
Yes, Oscars after party. In 2014 with Cassie, Puff was there.
How did she look?
She looked bomb. Her hair was...
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up.
She record music?
Often.
What was your role?
I helped pick songs. I probably should have been called an exec.
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
Her mixtape, was it ever sold?
No, it was put out free, but it did well, a top download.
How much of her music was released?
I'm being generous to say 10%.
This would be a good place to break. We want to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, without the screen in the gallery showing the photograph. How many times in person have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent?
Quite a few.
This is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person we'll call Mia?
Yes.
What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for?
The OVO Fest in Canada.
Who came to the door?
Puff. He said, "Bitch, didn't I tell you to answer your phone?" Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her.
How hard was he hitting her?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
Very hard. We ran to the bedroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist.
What did you do to try to help Cassie?
I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia, too. Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her.
Where was Mia?
Getting towels.
What did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie?
He said, "Look what y'all made me do." He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon.
With who?
D-Rock. He was Puff's security.
After that, when did you see her?
The next day, FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash in her eyebrow.
Were you once cooking with Cassie when Mr. Combs got violent?
Yes, Puff came.
What did Mr. Combs say?
He said, y'all better get out of my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door, then began to do the same to me.
So
But I
now
don't
we
have
know
her. He popped.
who the D-Rock character is. That would be the hairstylist, okay? D-Rock, of all the mentions earlier from Cassie and Testimony, but they never asked her, like, can you give us who D-Rock is, birth rightfully? And I never heard her say Deontay Nash. I guess Deontay Nash is D-Rock? Okay.
Popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. They came down and Puff was berating us. As we drove off, we got a phone call.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, next question.
Call from who?
Puff. He told us to stop and he came to the window. He said he'd put her sex tapes on the internet. Puff said he'd send her sex tapes to her parents' jobs.
Now that's extortion. That is punishable. I don't know federally, but I know that you can get in trouble criminally for alluding to or putting out X tapes of people to their employment, kids' schools, wherever. You can be punishable criminally by doing that. I don't know federally. We're going to have to see how that plays out, right?
And get them fired, that her brother was a bitch and that only he protected her.
What did you tell her?
That Puff is on the sex tapes too. She said he is not. He was taping her with other men.
What did she say about wanting or not wanting to have sex with other men?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
That she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi.
Why?
Uber wasn't really a thing yet. Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. I'm not sure why. Puff took my phone and Cassie called from a hotel. Puff said, let's go there. Bad boy staff stayed there.
What did Mr. Combs say?
He said, go get her. I went to Cassie's hotel room with D-Rock and Tony. She jumped up. She was frightened. She said she would jump off the balcony.
How high was it?
It wasn't the first floor. Downstairs, I saw 4 or 5 of Puff's security waiting. Puff told me, you played me. I drove off, but Puff's security followed me. I turned off my lights and drove really fast. I went to the Universal Sheraton.
Did you go home the next day?
Yes, I found my backpack was stolen. It had $1,000 in it.
Why did you keep $1,000 cash?
So when Puff was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name.
What happened in 2015?
I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this bitch out of here.
What did you do?
Got her out.
The Perfect Match premiere. What did you see?
Cassie had a black eye.
When was Mr. Combs with you at a music video?
Yes, I was outside smoking a cigarette. Puff came and threw me on the car and started choking me out. Puff said, y'all keep going out.
Did you report anything to the police?
No, I was afraid of retaliation from Puff.
Did you get anyone on staff?
Christina Corum, KK.
What did she say?
That she would talk to him.
Did anything change?
No.
How often did you help Cassie hide?
Often.
What did Mr. Combs do?
He would blow our phones up. KK would too. She would say Puff was calm. Cassie would go back.
Did Cassie tell you she was going to a hotel with Mr. Combs?
Yes, weekly. She would pack sex toys.
Did she say she wanted to go?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
She said she didn't want to go.
Her 29th birthday. Tell me.
Puff asked me should he surprise her on her birthday.
What did you say?
Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her.
Did she use the word freak off with you?
Not like freak off, more like freak off.
Like a verb?
Yes.
Where did you go after the blind dragon?
875 Comstock, like 17A. Puff said, y'all gonna get some dick tonight.
What did Ms. Ventura say?
That she didn't want to go, but he made her. They left the house. She was super high.
New Year's Eve 2017, where were you?
Vegas, with Cassie and the staff, all on the same floor of the hotel.
So let me go out and say that Nash is a homosexual because Diddy made a comment. Nash testifies that y'all are gonna get some DICK tonight. Nash is a boy, so I'm gonna go out and say Nash is a homosexual. Okay, Diddy.
At the end of the hall.
What did Mr. Combs tell you?
That Cassie had been asleep for 24 hours. I had to take her up. I had to wake her up.
Did she wake up?
She woke up for me.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That he'd spent all this money, so she had to. Then there was a low-budget producer.
How many of your meetings with prosecutors did you end early?
Probably all of them.
Did you stay in touch with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
What was your tone?
Loving.
Why?
I don't hate him. It's not in me.
No further questions.
How are you?
Blessed.
When he met with the government, you had an attorney present.
Yes.
The subpoena didn't mean you had to go to their office.
Right.
You hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you, considering litigation against Mr. Combs.
No.
Does this document show that?
It's their assumption. But no, I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court.
On March 10th, 2025, did you not tell Ms. Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs?
No,
DX 1800, what is this?
Cassie in the video for the mixtape.
And 1801.
Cassie and Usher. This is the 2016 Bad Boy reunion show.
Did you pick out that dress?
I don't remember.
You didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right?
I met her, Mrs. Fine.
So it's Mr. Combs who made you a celebrity stylist.
Sure, go ahead.
I am going ahead. As a celebrity stylist, you pick clothes, like for Mrs. Fine's wedding?
Yes.
Do you know Groovy Lou?
Yes.
As head of Bad Boy, it was in Mr. Combs' interest that his artist Cassie look good, right?
I suppose.
And Bad Boy paid for Cassie's studio time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Ventura can't go to the studio unless Mr. Combs pays. What is Young and Reckless?
A streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned a part of it.
Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it?
He had to approve everything.
Wasn't Bonna involved?
As stylist.
Who else were you styling for in 2016?
Cassie, Puff, Mace, and Lil Kim.
Major artists. And on the mixtape, you were executive producer but got no credit. Meek Mill was on the mixtape.
Yes.
Pusha T.
Yes. Can I take a break?
At this moment, they took a break, then continued. Nice coat.
Thank you.
What size?
Not your size.
Right answer. Mr. Combs was the final decision-making?
No, some of them look terrible.
You are friends with Ms. Fine?
Yes.
When's the last time you spoke with Bana?
Yesterday.
Not about testimony, right?
Right. She saw it on the news.
When did you speak with Cassie?
Yesterday. I congratulated her on having the baby.
You saw her take drugs?
Cocaine, ecstasy, and MDMA.
Mushrooms and acid?
I'm not, privy to that.
Not to get into your business, you have used cocaine?
Oh, so Cassie had her baby? Hold on. Let me pause this. Because he says, when was the last time you saw Cassie? And Nash said yesterday, I congratulated her on having her baby. Isn't that what he said?
You are friends with Ms. Fine?
Yes.
When's the last time you spoke with Bana?
Yesterday.
Not about testimony, right?
Right. She saw it on the news.
When did you speak with Cassie?
Yesterday. I congratulated her on having the baby.
You saw her take drugs?
Cocaine, ecstasy, and MDMA.
Mushrooms and acid?
I'm not, privy to that.
Not to get into your business, you have used cocaine?
Yes.
You smoked pot before meeting prosecutors?
All right. So Cassie Ventura, R&B singer and actor known simply as Cassie, has welcomed her third child as of March 28th. The news arrived Wednesday in the midst of the ongoing Sean Diddy Combs ex-trafficking trial, as which Cassie is an essential witness. She gave birth to a boy. He's number 3 with her husband, Alex Fine. So yes, Cassie has given birth, okay, as of yesterday.
Yes, and Maureen cut it short.
You told her you were high?
That I was smoking.
Making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Not necessarily.
Who was Mia?
Puff's assistant.
You and Mia jumped on Mr. Combs to protect Cassie from him, right?
And to protect him from doing something worse.
And D-Rock tried to protect you and not protect Mr. Combs.
Yes.
And that was the end of court today. What do you think about the testimonies given today? Do you think the defense did better or the prosecution? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, again, we got another explosive, riveting testimony in from Deontay Nash, okay? He was the homosexual hairstylist for Cassie, right? And according to him, allegedly Diddy wanted to orchestrate freak-offs for him, Diddy, Cassie, and Deontay. Because in Deontay's testimony, he said, allegedly, that Diddy said that he would get them some DICK tonight in Vegas or somewhere, or however have you. So we've listened to 4 testimonies, guys. Capricorn Clark, the police officer that investigated Kid Cudi's car, the Jimenez person, and Nash. I don't really see what the Jimenez person talked about. I didn't really hear much. Let me see. I didn't really, hear much of it. Let me see. Okay, Let's go ahead and read this. This is good testimony. So, emotional testimony and heated legal moments as the jury heard from two key witnesses, LAPD officer Christopher Ignacio and Deontay Nash, a former stylist for Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs. Officer Ignacio testified about a 911 call in December 11. And also, they didn't get any DNA off of the cocktail bottle, right? The bombing of Kid Cudi's car. So, sent him racing to the Hollywood Hills, home of Scott Mescudi. Okay. He confirmed that the Escalade was registered to Bad Boy Records. Under cross, Ignacio admitted no theft was reported and no search was conducted. Okay. They usually, they do that for rich people. Like, they'll kind of just like turn their nose up, walk away, take a payment, or however have you some cops and just walk away and not really care about investigating whether or not a crime was committed. That does very well happen with rich people. So he said the case was treated as a trespass, not a burglary. Okay. Even though Kid Cudi was standing there in his house. Okay. Unannounced to Kid Cudi. Then came Deontay Nash, whose testimony was some of the most emotional the jury had heard. Nash described working as a stylist for both Puff and Cassie, witnessing consistent verbal and physical. He recalled Puff dragging Cassie by her hair to her release tapes. He said that Cassie's stuff just like maybe got thrown on YouTube or whatever, never really like really hitting the market anywhere that it can make her some money, like Spotify or something, iHeart, however have you. He could have put her up on Revolt. Didn't Diddy own the cable network Revolt? Anywho, where was I? Nash described intervening once, jumping on Puff's back to protect Cassie, and said that Puff retaliated by throwing him and Mia, who's Mia, an assistant, out of the house. He described Cassie hiding, often panicked and emotional, and said Puff would frequently blow up their phones till she came back. Nash also testified that on her 29th birthday, Cassie told him she didn't want to go to the hotel, but Peppy made her. Nash confirmed he saw Cassie take, Nash confirmed he saw Cassie take, but also admitted under cross that he too had used. Okay, I'm assuming they're meaning drugs. Okay, including before meetings with prosecutors, Cassie and Nash were high. He denied trying to bring a civil case and said he only kept in contact with Puff because he didn't hate him. Okay. The courtroom heard about Puff threatening to put Cassie's tapes on the internet, following Nash with security, and even Nash out during a music video shoot. Nash made clear he feared retaliation and tried to stay quiet, but today he told the court exactly what he said he saw. Okay? So these are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Officer Christopher Ignacio, Lance Jimenez, and Deontay Nash on yesterday. Some words were censored to comply with the YouTube guidelines. So what you've all heard was the voiceover readings of the Officer Christopher Ignacio, Lance Jimenez, and Deontay Nash, and also Capricorn Clark, okay, from the testimony of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Complimentaries of Inner City Press, okay? So I love Inner City Press. Lots of us use it. Okay. That was a lot, y'all. Do y'all want to get into... Let's just see, because I have like a whole day filled of what we're going to cover from over 2 days. Okay, I really like this girl, this lady that testifies, that does commentary on Diddy. What's her name? Angelique and Equinetti somebody. But let me see if I can find. Is it crime and all? Let me see, y'all, because my notes kind of got ripped up. But anyway, let me see if it's crime and all. It's crime something, y'all. Let me see. I'll find her. Meanwhile, are we on week 3? And then this guy, he's getting a lot of
Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that
that
stand
testified in the
a few
trial.
feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual
And I'm not
encounters?
gonna hold you. I don't think he damaged Diddy credibility at all. Like, I really don't think that he damaged anything. He talks about how Diddy was just in the cut, touching himself like a perv, um, and never really even got engaged. He didn't say he slept with Diddy. He didn't say Diddy paid him. He said Diddy laid money on the bed, but I mean, he could have laid money on the bed for takeout. You see what I'm saying? Like, whatever. He didn't say Diddy transported me. He didn't say Diddy kidnapped me. He didn't say he any of that. So I don't think he hurt Diddy's case. Okay, Diddy bought some. He bought some X for Cassie. Y'all gonna lock him up in federal prison for buying PP for his I don't even his little concubine or whatever you want to call Cassie. What do they be calling them when they use them as fronts because they really be liking boys? I forget what it's called. That okay, but I don't. You can't lock somebody up in the federal penitentiary for that. I don't think that's even a crime, but whatever.
He was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident, but literally when I walked in the room, I got complete anxiety. Like my entire body was shaking. Whatever I envisioned or what I thought, because obviously you can't see anything, it was the tension and the magnitude of the moment was much, much deeper. So it was to some degree terrifying. Like I just could not, whatever I envisioned, it was just so much more that I was not mentally prepared.
Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual encounters, but he was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident, but literally when I walked in the room, I got complete anxiety. Like my entire body was shaking. Whatever I envisioned or what I thought, because obviously you can't see anything, it was the tension and the magnitude of the moment was much, much deeper. So it was to some degree terrifying. Like I just could not, whatever I envisioned, it was just so much more that I was not mentally prepared.
Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual encounters, but he was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident.
So that's his name's Sheree. He went by the Punisher, as you know, somebody that Diddy would pay to do freak offs. And according to him, like the freak offs were not anything like what we thought he was going to express them to be. Now some of the other stuff the other people have testified to, like Cassie and stuff, but I haven't heard anything about like the IVs coming out and all of this. Cassie did say they stayed up for days and it went on for days, every single day. People are saying like, Diddy was, that's what I want to get into. So somebody really close to Diddy, right? Let me find this. It might be here. Yeah, here we go. Okay. He was on one of the because there are like several documentaries out about Diddy. He has given a witness account of his own understanding. Diddy, one of Diddy's assistants. Okay, we're gonna get into this. Diddy's dark side revealed, shocking allegations from his former assistant. Y'all, get into this tea. Let me spill this tea on y'all today. Thank you guys so much for joining this morning. We're back up. We are the sippers. Get your teacups up.
That hotel room.
Sean Diddy Combs already on trial.
This will be compliments of 60 Minutes Australia.
For sex trafficking.
Baby oil, Astroglide, drugs.
Now his.
Soon as my computer starts acting right, I don't know what's going on with it, y'all. It's been raining over here, so.
Personal assistants.
I had to clean up those rooms.
New allegations of violence.
I wonder if this guy is set.
Behavior.
It was frightening. His eyes,
like
they were just black.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Dishonest, violent, horrible. A promiscuous swinger who lied to and cheated on multiple partners. Incredibly, that's how Sean Diddy Combs' own lawyers described the billionaire music mogul, currently facing serious sex trafficking charges in a New York court. The defence tactic seems to be this: convince a jury that Combs might be extremely unlikable. That doesn't mean he's guilty of criminal offences that could see him locked up for the rest of his life. As Nine's Christina Hearn reports, as risky as this approach clearly is, it's probably better than nothing, especially considering the evidence that's mounting against him.
So when we do the music, y'all, I'm going to cut it off. I don't want any copyright strikes or have to share revenue with anyone for Diddy's music.
Private jet is pretty worthless when you're banged up in a New York prison. For the last 8 months, a cell has been Sean Diddy Combs' home after he was arrested on sex trafficking charges.
This is about consensual relationships. That's what she's saying about all of it.
Now, a court is deciding the hip-hop mogul's fate. And if he's found guilty, it's possible he'll be extending his prison stay for life.
We out of space and we breathe each other.
The allegations against Combs are sordid and shocking. Domestic violence, rape, blackmail.
Now, I haven't heard any ape. I have not heard any apes take place. Even when Cassie said she may not have. No. I take that back. Hold on. There's been so much stuff going on. Cassie did say that Diddy aped her. I'm so sorry. Okay. She did say that. She said that he came over, broke into her house or something of the sort, and aped her on her floor. Okay. Right or wrong, was she right after she continued to stay with Diddy, and then she slept with Diddy willingly later on that exact day that she was also dating her now current husband. She just had a baby boy with yesterday, their third child. She said that day he aped her. Okay. Yeah. So there is an ape in there so far with Cassie saying that.
Scenes he was forcing women into sex.
And what they described as his swingers lifestyle.
And that is just the start.
The rap mogul once forced a male escort to urinate in ex-Cassie Ventura's mouth.
For those who worked closely with
I don't know about all of that. Did Cassie say that she wanted the ex-worker to pee in her mouth? I believe that was some testimony that she testified to herself, that she wanted this occurrence to happen of the excrement of the bodily function in her mouth. I don't know about all this force stuff. See, the news be like adding a big curve on your ass, and you have to be like, well, let me remember exactly what she said, right? Because she testified to that moment on the stand. I think she said she wanted it to happen. I just think she said that, you know what I'm saying, those are the type of things that happen when me and Diddy freaked off. You see what I'm saying? When me and Diddy freaked off, that's what they was doing.
what's being revealed is an unwelcome reminder of what a scheming megalomaniac he is. Are you surprised by the evidence that's already coming out in the criminal trial?
No, I'm not surprised. I experienced some of those things. Witnessed violence.
Tonight, the brave Diddy insider's finally able to tell all.
Well, the things that I experienced with him were monster-like. That stuff almost destroyed my life.
Plus the hundreds of other accusers lining up to launch their own lawsuits.
This case is shocking. It is alarming. How many people came through his orbit? How many people could this have happened to? And how did he get away with it for so long?
For 2 years, Phil Pines knew Sean Combs better than almost anyone. As his senior personal assistant, Phil was the go-to guy, a trusted confidant and keeper of secrets. He thought getting the job would be his big break into the music industry.
I was excited. I mean, look, this man is one of the most powerful, one of the most influential. So it meant a lot to me to actually have the opportunity to work with somebody of that magnitude.
What is the job of an executive assistant? What do you do?
Well, the job of an executive assistant is to staff him. 24/7, essentially, he needs staffing, unless he's asleep.
In Diddy's world, staffing included organising the mogul's over-the-top social functions. It was hard work, but at first, Phil couldn't believe his luck. He loved that the job was so eye-opening.
They were celebrity-driven parties. I happened to come in at a time where he was throwing his 50th birthday party, and they spent millions of dollars building this outside structure in his backyard in Los Angeles. And I couldn't believe, wow, I'm a part of this now. It was so, again, exquisite. It was just huge.
But the gloss quickly wore off as his tasks became more sinister. Phil was not only ordered to source a constant supply of drugs for Diddy, he was then forced to carry them around the country.
So we had a laundry list of items that needed to be with us at all times. We'd have their marijuana joints on us. We would have the mushrooms on us. We had a kind of a Diddy pack is what they would call it. And we would keep a satchel on us, and that's what we would have in that satchel.
I need you to dance, I need you to strip, I need you to shake your little ass and hips.
Always on call, Phil witnessed many things he now wishes he hadn't. He says he worked on the periphery of Diddy's now infamous sex parties known as freak-offs, although he knew them by another name.
They were referred to me as Wild King Nights. And what a Wild King Night was when him and a guest would go to a hotel room or be at his home, his bedroom, and they would have intimate gatherings. I would have to go and prep that hotel room, which consisted of baby oil Astroglide, candles, incense, liquor, lights, tons of toiletries, drugs.
Phil wasn't in the room for the parties, but he didn't have to be. He knew exactly what went on behind closed doors because one of his jobs was deleting the very incriminating videos of the Wild King Nights from his boss's iPhones and iPads.
I thought he was this clean businessman who rise to the top because he was such a powerful and smart, educated man. I had no idea that he had this other side to him. And when I started to get exposed to his lifestyle, I started to really realize, this guy has an addiction. It's not just, once every few weeks, it's every day, every hour.
Hey, yo, Phil, can y'all come straighten it up over here? Not looking luxurious.
The personal assistant also became the personal maid. Diddy's sex parties meant hotel rooms were often trashed. Phil was expected to get his hands dirty cleaning up, with the priority being to ensure no evidence was left behind. No secrets could ever escape.
Initially, when you walk in, you have to start to clean up the mess and the records that's left from the room. And that's the alcohol that's halfway open. Some bottles are cracked, glasses are cracked. There's baby oil everywhere on the floors in the bathroom. There's lube everywhere, half open, some of it oozing off the sides. And you have to get all that stuff, clean it up. Luckily, I would wear even a mask and I would wear gloves because it was disgusting.
Phil, what would have happened if you said to Diddy, look, that's just not my job, I'm not going to do it?
If I said that to Diddy, I wouldn't have worked there. They would find somebody else. He knows everybody. He knows what's going on behind the scenes. He knows every manager, every executive, every attorney, everybody who's important in the industry, he knows.
And Puff, where did that come from? I can't tell you that.
The implied threat was if you crossed Sean Combs, you'd never work in the industry again. He used his volatility to control his inner circle.
Savage! Oh!
His employees knew his fits of rage well. But it wasn't until this CCTV of Diddy assaulting his then partner, Cassie Ventura, in an LA hotel was leaked to CNN that the rest of the world knew what he was capable of. As shocking as this was, Phil Pine says there were other incidents where his boss was violent with women, including one time in Florida he'll never forget.
It was at Star Island, which is his Miami residence. Him and his guest were starting to argue, and they just started really, really going at it. And I just remember him pushing her, telling her to remove his hoodie. She removed the hoodie, but in between that time, he had kicked her twice. And it was frightening because I saw his eyes. His eyes, they were just black. And it just scared me. And the girl was topless. She had nothing on.
As more and more reports of Combs' violence and generally vile behaviour have emerged, more and more people have felt empowered to speak. Sarah Rivers met the rapper on his MTV reality show in the early 2000s.
I have to do things that are a little unorthodox.
Like Phil Pines, back then, she had dreams of making a career in the music business. And when a contract with Diddy's record label appeared, she thought he was a god.
I like your style. You know what I'm saying? I like the way you get down.
It was like, wow, for Diddy? What? You know, that was a person that I looked up to, he was a mogul. So, and I listened to all the artists that he made superstars. And so to have a chance to be able to be signed to him, it was amazing. It was like, oh my God, I'm here. I finally did it.
But sadly for Sarah, it didn't take long before the real Sean Combs emerged. An arrogant bully who was out of control with almost everyone he encountered.
He told one of my band members, "You make me so mad, I want to eat your flesh." You know, he told one of them, you know, I can get a crackhead $20 to make him smack the out of you. So that's another reason why, like, how am I gonna speak up? And that shaped me, my mind, to be like, oh, you ain't gonna say nothing. Because if he can say stuff like that, what can he do for real?
Coming up, the moment that changed Sarah's life forever.
I didn't want to be alone with him, and that's the truth.
Why was that?
Because of what he did.
Hello?
In the extraordinary effort to expose the extent of Sean Diddy Combs' behaviour, this call centre in Billings, Montana, has played a vital role.
I'm not making any comments about the case.
While the disgraced music mogul, charged with sex trafficking offences, is on trial 3,000 kilometres away in New York, here, the phones have been ringing off the hook. Ads on social media have prompted 15,000 calls from people detailing decades of alleged abuse by the rapper.
Right? Allegedly, this man was doing this for a period of almost 30 years. What we have been told is he was brazen in his attempts to coerce people into these compromising sexual acts.
Notwithstanding the outcome of the criminal trial, attorney Andrew Van Arsdale is launching civil action against Combs.
We represent thousands of survivors of abuse.
Already, he's taken on 37 cases from people who dialed in to the Diddy call centre. One client was just 15 when the alleged offending occurred.
So some of these people that have come forward have been sitting with this secret for 30 years?
And so these individuals, they've been afraid of coming forward. They've been afraid of what he could potentially do to them within the industry, what he could do to them professionally, maybe even personally. And so, yes, it's been a dark secret they've held on to for a very, very long time.
Phil Pines knows their pain. He too has been keeping secrets. From 2019 to 2021, Diddy's former personal assistant helped organise and then covered up his boss's debauched lifestyle.
Did Diddy constantly test your loyalty?
Absolutely.
Was there a moment that test for loyalty went too far?
Sorry.
It's an incident that will forever haunt Phil. Something Combs made him do at one of the sex parties.
Then he says, prove your loyalty to me. And I'm thinking like, what is he talking about? He grabs a condom, rubs his hands on my shoulders and pushes me to a female guest that's on the couch. And I froze. I look at the girl, and are you okay with this? And she's, yeah. So I perform for a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean just a little bit. And as soon as I kind of know that he's not looking or he's not around and he's not in my peripheral, I quickly just pull up my pants and get out of there and run down the stairs and take off. I felt powerless. I felt like I couldn't tell him no.
Sarah Rivers also felt powerless when it came to having Sean Combs as a boss. She was one of the stars of his MTV reality show, Making the Band. But says she had to endure inhumane making conditions. On one frightening day, she remembers how the music mogul cornered her when she was by herself on set.
And so when I went up to the studio, the MTV cameras didn't follow me coming down the hallway, and he happened to see me on his security camera. And then he just bust out of the door. He cornered me. And then he asked me, with his arm up, he asked me, "How you doing?" I'm kind of like, wow, what the heck? Very uncomfortable. And then he rubbed his hand down my breast. He said, "If you need anything at all, you let me know."
Even though it was 2 decades ago, just thinking about Combs's creepy and unwelcome advance still causes Sarah distress.
I didn't ask for that. I don't approve of that. I was intimidated. And then I ran out of the studio as fast as I could and left.
Did you feel you could tell anyone?
I didn't think anybody would believe me, honestly. I didn't.
But her rejection of Combs had even more consequences. After the MTV show ended, Sarah believes he had her blacklisted from the music industry, effectively killing her career.
I'm sorry. I'm just like really, I'm in this moment right now. This is crazy. I'm sorry. People don't really know how much what it does to you when something that you love is taken from you and thrown away like it don't even matter, and then they move on with their lives and you're stuck. You're stuck during those years. You're still stuck 21 years later.
Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges against him and denies any wrongdoing. But lawyer Andrew Van Arsdale says the New York criminal trial is just the beginning of what will be a very long judicial process.
We have hundreds of other lawsuits being prepared to be filed. I think if he's ultimately found guilty in the federal trial, we'll see a lot more people come forward.
If he could have his time over, Phil Pines probably never would have accepted the job as Diddy's assistant. The experience led him into a deep depression. It's only now his condition is starting to improve. But he's determined to do what he can to let other survivors of abuse know they're not alone. Support is always available.
I'm getting out there and telling my story, telling my truth. There's power in it. This is like a whole huge therapy session for me because I've become so much stronger. Because it's tough. But the first step is to talk about it, get help. Sean Diddy Combs, he's one of the most charismatic individuals you'll ever meet. But there's another side to him. It's a very, very dark side. And I had to experience that for 2 years. And I'm hoping that no one else moving forward has to experience what I've experienced.
What does justice look like?
Jail time. Everyone has their day. And he has to pay for that.
Remember, if you or anyone you know is a victim of domestic violence, help is available. Call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. Hello, I'm Amelia Adams. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new
They were referred to me as Wild King Nights, intimate gatherings. I would have to go and prep that.
Joining us for our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial out of New York Federal Court. Right now they're on a lunch break, gives us time to analyze what's happened so far as we begin week 3 in the prosecution of this case, and really interesting testimony from what we're getting reports on what happened in court today. But by the way, for the next hour or so, we're going to be taking your questions on YouTube. Any questions you have about today's testimony, anything about that's happened in the case so far, where you think the case is going to go, submit them on YouTube, and me and my great panel of guests are going to break them down. But before I bring in my guests, I got to bring on right now Elizabeth Milner, long crimes reporter who has been in that courtroom in New York federal court every single day of testimony, including today. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. I will ask you about what the vibe is and what we're seeing in the court in a minute, but I have to start with the testimony of Capricorn Clark. So this former assistant to Sean Combs.
I was completely on mute. As I was saying, we got to keep our teacups put up. We've been over here almost 2 hours, so we're going to keep our teacups up. We're coming in live with Law and Crime, giving us up-to-date details on the Sean Diddy Combs trial. We're on week 3. We're covering days 10 through 12, okay, because Diddy makes my head and stomach hurt. So I'm not going to be here every single day, but when I'm going to recap and update for the most, explosive, riveting parts of the case. So here we go.
We knew she was going to take the stand. She had been mentioned last week during Kid Cudi's testimony. I want to take this in pieces if I can. So, because I know we have a little bit of time with you. So just talk to me real quick about how she began her testimony and how she started working for Sean Combs. And then we'll move into more of the specific allegations regarding Kid Cudi.
Yeah, well, Jesse, from what Capricorn Clark said while on the stand today, she said that she and Diddy actually go back before she actually started working with him. She said she met him around 2002, and then from there, later on, that's when she started getting into his employment around 2004, between 2004 to 2006. So when she was first brought on, she was brought on as a personal assistant, and she said actually on the first day of the job, she was taken to Central Park. And you might think, oh, we're going to go to Central Park, it's going to be great. But that's not really how she described her first day on the job. She said she went there with Sean Combs, Diddy, and she also went there with Paul Alford. Now, who is Paul Alford? He's actually the security guard that we've known about for a number of testimony, right? But she's actually talking about Uncle Paulie. And so she said that she was brought to Central Park with them. And then she kind of gets into why they would go to Central Park. And it was essentially to threaten Capricorn Clark. Why? Because she actually used to work with Death Row. And who was the CEO of Death Row? That is Suge Knight, one of Diddy's many arch nemesis. And so she said that she described her previous relationship with Suge Knight as he is actually the father of her best friend's children. So she does not have a personal, intimate relationship with Suge Knight necessarily, but she just knows of him and knows him a little bit closer, mainly because of her best friend, and that he is the father of her best friend's children. And so when she was taken to Central Park around this time, this being in 2004, she said that Diddy told her he'd kill her if she had anything to do with Suge Knight. Then there was an objection raised in court. The defense obviously objecting to that statement, but the government continued to ask her about this alleged threat, and she being Capricorn Clark had explained that Diddy was relatively calm while delaying this kind of message to her. She said that during this kind of meetup at Central Park, or during this meeting, that Uncle Paulie said nothing. He was calm as well too. He was a little stoic from her description of it. And she said, as far as the response to the threat goes, she says, well, we'll just have to see. But Capricorn said while she was on the stand that she should have just been more transparent about her relationship with Suge Knight, and that's when we start getting into the exhibit photos of just some of the security guards that we've seen a number of times through these exhibits. So we were shown a photo of D-Rock, who Capricorn Clark explained was a good friend of Biggie Smalls. D-Rock actually came on board after Capricorn Clark. Then we're showing an exhibit photo of Ruben, who's actually D-Rock's little brother, and she explained that that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, and so did.
Okay, so testimony was a little confusing to me. D-Rock is not Nash. D-Rock is somebody else. Maybe a bodyguard. Okay, cleared up.
She said that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, same as D-Rock. And then as far as Roger Bonds, we already saw an exhibit photo of him, but we saw that again today. And she explained that Roger Bonds started around the time that Capricorn Clark did. So this was around that 2004 time frame. And then slowly we start to get into the guns. And Capricorn had said that she had observed Diddy with a gun while she was being kidnapped. And obviously we're going to divulge and take that piece by piece in just a little bit. But the government asked her, that Diddy has discussed having a gun before, because there was this whole, I guess, press thing, an interview that Diddy had done with 50 Cent, and we all know Diddy's relationship with 50 Cent is not the best. And so I guess Puff, or who she refers to as Puff, said that Chris Lighty, who was Diddy's manager around that time, said that Diddy said, "I don't like the back and forth, I like guns." And Puff, or Diddy, or Sean Combs, as we're calling him, was actually talking about 50 Cent during that exchange. So that was automatically the start of the testimony,
Right.
already going off with a little bit of fireworks after kind of going into how she came to work with Diddy.
Yeah, look, when you're dealing with a racketeering case, we've said it before, we'll say it again, having the assistants, the bodyguard, the security, the people that were in that inner circle is imperative, because you're trying to understand the inner workings of this criminal enterprise or this organization. But also, you know, Diddy is ultimately charged in a racketeering conspiracy case alone. There's no other defendants. So you wonder, who did he allegedly do all of these things with? Who did he engage in this pattern of criminal activity with? But the reason she is also important is because I believe she is being used to help prove some of the underlying crimes for racketeering. When you're talking about racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution needs to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. So there's sex trafficking, there's arson, there's kidnapping, there's bribery. But more specifically, what did she say regarding kidnapping? And what did she say, I believe, that may help support the forced labor allegation? Again, really, really important for racketeering. What did Capricorn Clark have to say today?
Yeah, she said a lot, Jesse. Sometimes I just have to go through my notes to see just where everything is that she had been talking about. But as far as just the kidnapping goes, and I just want to apologize, everyone. I know my voice is a little hoarse, so if it scratches off a little bit here and there, I apologize for that. But so as far as the kidnapping allegation goes, that stems from 2011. And what do we know that happens in 2011, specifically around December of that time frame? That is when we start to kind of get into the Kid Cudi and Cassie relationship. Obviously, a very huge talking point throughout a lot of this testimony, especially last week, kind of trickling into this week. And so around this 2011 time frame, Capricorn Clark is no longer Diddy's personal assistant. Now she's a global brand director. So she's around 28 years old around this time. But she said around this time frame, she was also working as Cassie's creative director and manager too. So kind of pulling those double roles. And she said as far as that role of being a creative director, it was kind of about maximizing the optics for Cassie. And so as far as just everything with the Kid Cudi incident, Capricorn Clark explained that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi in December of 2011. We already know this, but Cassie had asked around this time frame whether or not Kid Cudi could come on a hike with Capricorn and Cassie. And Capricorn actually said that this was going to be a bad idea because Capricorn was concerned whether or not Diddy would find out about this. And so Capricorn was explaining that Diddy had bought her phone, and so he was worried, or she was worried about Diddy seeing these text messages come through from Cassie, kind of explaining that she wanted to bring Kid Cudi on this hike that they were doing together. And so Capricorn actually explained on the stand today that she was the one who brought Cassie in to buy that burner phone, so that way it wouldn't be traced back to Cassie. That way they could talk without Diddy finding out. So that was kind of a big revelation that we learned today, because Capricorn had explained that she got Cassie this burner phone, or she went with her to Best Buy to buy this burner phone because she was afraid that they would all get killed. There is an objection made by the defense, obviously, because everyone's just like, oh my God, this is now another time where Diddy allegedly threatened to kill either Capricorn Clark or Cassie or somebody in just that fashion. But the objection was sustained, so that part is struck from the record. But Capricorn said she all of a sudden was hearing a loud banging at her apartment. And so she said that she looked through the peephole of her apartment door and she saw that Diddy was upset. He was pacing. His body language looked like something was kind of in his hand. So Capricorn Clark opened the door, and she said when she did, Diddy was still upset. She explained everything that he wore, from a button-down shirt, a sweater, that he had slacks that just happened to be ripped. And she said it exposed his underwear. But she said that Diddy had a gun in his hand whenever he was banging on her door. And so Diddy said to Capricorn Clark in a very angry way, why didn't you tell me who is Scott? And as we know Scott to be Scott Mescudi, a.k.a. Kid Cudi. And so Diddy told Capricorn, get dressed, we're going to kill this N-word, and that's what she said. And I will say here, Jesse, that Capricorn Clark, when she was on the stand, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as being casual, but as far as just profanity is concerned, she very much just kind of laid it all out there as far as what was said, what words were used. And so it did get a little profane during some aspects of her testimony. And so, yeah, Diddy had told her that they were going to go kill this person, and that person being Kid Cudi. And so during this testimony, I saw that Diddy was jotting down some notes during this. And so Capricorn said that she didn't want to go, but Diddy made her, and he put a gun in his waist, that same gun that he had in his hand, he put in his waist, and that Diddy still seemed mad, but this time mad at Capricorn. And Capricorn said that Diddy had never been to her house before. But once they were in the car, Diddy moved his gun from his waist to his lap now. But notably, Ruben, who we know as also Rue, but is also D-Rock's little brother, was the one who was driving the car. So it was the three of them, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben, aka Rue. And so Capricorn explained that she wasn't able to leave the Escalade, which I guess is the vehicle that they had driven down to. She said that everything was just happening so fast. There was no conversation going on. But they went from Capricorn Clark's home all the way down to Kid Cudi's house, or I guess all the way up to Kid Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills. And then we're showing an exhibit photo of the Google map that shows kind of the direction of driving or direction of travel from Capricorn Clark's house to Kid Cudi's home. And then we see that same exhibit photo of Kid Cudi's front door. And so from there, Capricorn was kind of explaining she didn't know whether or not Kid Cudi was actually at his home, but Capricorn said that she had to stay in the car. Meanwhile, Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. Capricorn explained that she had called Cassie and called Cassie's burner phone through all of this. And Capricorn had explained to Cassie, she said, "Cassie, what the F?" And she had told Cassie that she had she was brought to Kid Cudi's home essentially to be there so that way they could kill him. And Capricorn actually changed the name from Cassie's burner phone over to, like, I guess her best friend's name, because she didn't want Diddy to find out that she called her to give her the heads up. But guess what happens next? Diddy comes out, and she said that while she was on the phone with Cassie, she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone telling Cassie that this man's in my house. Those weren't the exact words that were said, but you get what I'm going with that. But and Cassie was trying to stop him because he could have been killed in this incident, according to Capricorn Clark. Diddy comes out. Diddy explains, "Who the F are you talking to?" Diddy called that same number back, found out that that's Cassie's burner phone, then got livid knowing Cassie even had this extra phone. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi later pulled up to his home. He sped off later, though, and then D-Rock, Capricorn, and Rue all followed him in the same car, chased him until they essentially lost him. But then the police responded, and that's when Kid Cudi, I guess, returns back to his home. And it's interesting because I don't recall under direct or even cross-examination that Kid Cudi explaining that he actually drove to the home before the police arrived. But according to Capricorn Clark, that's what she kind of said happened. But she surprisingly said that Diddy was relatively calm when he saw the police sirens going over to Kid Cudi's home, but that afterwards, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben all went to the Key Club, and Diddy told Capricorn to essentially call Cassie and tell her to come over here. And Cassie said, "Okay, well, come get me." So Diddy told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi not to tell the police that Diddy was the one allegedly behind it and not to make a police report about the incident. The Capricorn told Kid Cudi as well, too, not to file this police report, and that Kid Cudi was essentially mind blown. There was another objection. That objection was sustained, so maybe the mind blown won't be in the transcript. But after this event happened, and after this, because this was just them going into the home, that Capricorn and Cassie went over to Diddy's house, and Diddy began physically assaulting and being physically violent with Cassie. Capricorn explained that he kept kicking her and he never used his hands. Cassie was crouched into this fetal position.
Elizabeth, let me jump in because it's so loud right now. I know we got the sirens going on. This is the beauty of a live shot right outside the federal courthouse. But look, just from my point of view, look, this is really, really important testimony because it helps establish this alleged kidnapping. It helps to back up what Kid Cudi had testified to. It helps to describe and back up and corroborate with what Cassandra Ventura had testified to. All this idea that the jury has to believe that Sean Combs was essentially a mob boss, that he was running this criminal organization and had people, engaging in this kind of behavior. And I'll pick it up back to you because the sound stopped. But, also real quick, she talked about her work. And she talked about being forced. I mean, if we're talking about forced labor, it wasn't just the hours. I mean, she talked about the hours she had to work as well, but also the kind of circumstances of her job too, right?
She did, and as I'm trying to go through my notes, everyone, that's also the beauty of the live shot, is writing or finding your place where you'd wrote down everything, because you write down so many notes, I should say. But yeah, as far as just the overworking that she did, she said on a good night she got 4 hours of sleep, and then on a bad night she got 2 hours of sleep. I personally think 4 hours of sleep is kind of a bad night, but according to her, that was just pretty typical. She said that she even got stress-induced alopecia from working with Diddy. She even had to go to a doctor. She said that around that time frame she was making about $65,000 as her salary as a personal assistant. But the thing is, Jesse, she went to HR, and HR calculated Capricorn's overtime, and she said that she had enough overtime that was owed to her, totaling about $80,000 of overtime. That's a lot of money. But what did Diddy do whenever he was shown kind of this paper receipt and kind of this document that showed that she was owed $80,000 in overtime? Diddy allegedly ripped up this paper. That's what Capricorn Clark said while she was on the stand. But like a lot of the other assistants that have testified so far, including, David James and George Kaplan as well, that Capricorn Clark's one of her many duties was to set up hotel rooms. And even just thinking about this time frame, right, Jesse, it's from 2004 to 2006. So this was before the Cassie relationship that she was still required to set up these hotels. She said that she would unpack a camera box. This camera box had a camera, lube, baby oil in it. She said that she had to unpack Diddy's clothes, his shoes, a toiletry bag, which a toiletry bag was that Louis Vuitton bag that allegedly had drugs inside of it. She said there were drugs like ecstasy inside this bag. Kind of still the same old tricks, it seems like, too, from just booking these hotel stays, that if it was one of Diddy's girlfriends, because again, this was before Cassie Ventura, that the name for the girlfriend would be Jackie Starr, the same alias that was used by Cassie. She had explained that as far as the names for the hotel reservations for Diddy specifically, she said that those could be either Frank Black, they could be Frank White. She even said that during some of these hotel stays that he being Diddy would stay at the hotel with Kim Porter, and this would be something that would happen at least once a week. But there were other girlfriends who would stay at the hotel too. And then even in the aftermath of everything, Jesse, it's kind of that same old thing where she would pack up all of his stuff and clean up after him. And what was kind of on the walls and kind of the stickier stuff that's found inside these hotel rooms, it was baby oil. So it was interesting kind of hearing that even before the Cassie Ventura relationship goes, that Capricorn Clark was essentially doing the same type of responsibilities that other assistants did while Diddy was with Cassie and even after the fact.
Right. Well, listen, we have a lot to break down with her testimony and what to make of it. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the in-depth report. It feels like I'm, reading the transcript. That's how detailed and thorough your reporting is on this. I know you have to jump back into the courtroom, but Elizabeth, thank you so much. Explosive testimony rocks week 2 of the federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial against Sean Diddy Combs. More allegations of abuse of Cassandra Ventura, choking, money to stay silent, and even a former employee testifying to the inner workings of...
Okay, y'all, we are keeping our teacups up. Keep them up, keep them up. We want to recognize our new subscribers over on Kick. Thank you so much for becoming a follower of Tanisha Talks Tees. Angelino, Angel Lion, Star 13, Isaiah the Dragon, and Sepa Serba. Thank you for rocking with Tanisha Talks Tees TV over on our new platform, Kick. We started up on Kick about 3 days ago. We got 3 followers, and we're rocking and rolling. We got 34 hours already streamed on Kick. We're just going to keep rocking and rolling. We need to reach 250 kickers to follow Tanisha and also become sippers of this tea, so we can get monetized as well over on Kick. Hi, Facebook. We are almost at 16,000 followers on Facebook. Incredible, incredible, incredible. We are rocking and rolling over there. We got a lot of great stuff going on over there. We are monetized over there. We are getting paid over there, y'all. We are thankful for being over there, y'all, and just welcoming our tea. They are keeping their cups filled up with lots of great tea that I spill on Tanisha Talks Teas TV on Facebook. YouTube. Hi, YouTube. We are back up on YouTube. It's been 3 years. We are blessed to be back and just continuing to spill all of the tea, y'all. I didn't miss anything on YouTube. I always stayed up to date and current with watching YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. I just had to take care of my own personal business, get my life in an effective order to be on YouTube and, devote time to growing a YouTube channel. Now I feel freer to be able to do that. I've been doing that. I've been putting in lots of hours of content on YouTube, where we are at 999 followers, subscribers, 999. So we grew a lot after not being here for 3 years, like not putting up nothing on YouTube, not even a post on YouTube for 3 years, right? We need one more subby on YouTube, and I think we're going to get that. Now, what am I saying? I know we're going to get that, okay? We're going to get that. We're going to rock that. We are going to continue to kick off with our tea every single time we need to fill up the teacups. We are going to do that. So remember, when y'all come into the room, please always like and subscribe. Well, first put your teacups up, get your teacups filled, then like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm Tanisha Talks Teas TV as well, also on YouTube. So let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. We are going to continue. We're going through day 10 through 12, right? On YouTube. Let's see. They are live. Let's listen to this. So we have, of course,
a woman
paying
who was
homage
bleeding
to
and
Law
then
and Crime. Okay, so remember to get over there and subscribe to Law and Crime on YouTube. They are keeping us up to date, like around the clock. Diddy testimony in his trial. We're on the 3rd week. Go slow, so I'm improvising on the tea. Make sure when y'all come in, put your teacups up, get them filled up with this tea we're spilling. Okay, tea we're pouring into the teacups. And when you do, like and subscribe.
and blamed everybody else in the room. That's
My computer's acting up, yeah. We are having technical difficulties. Trying to fix them. Trying to fix the bugs.
the kind of guy I'm supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to. This is just one more in a pile of steaming you-know-what that is being lumped onto that man every single day. And it doesn't matter how expensive and skilled his attorneys are. You get the case you're given. And they were given a real stinker. And all I can say to this is it is a really good thing that Sean, Puffy, Diddy, Love Puff Daddy Combs loves applesauce because they serve that regularly in prison.
How long does witness 2 have to present herself? And will legal action be taken against her? I think that this is in regards to Jane, who we've heard about, alleged victim number 2 in this case, came up in opening statements. Another person, a single mother who apparently had a relationship with Sean Combs, helped to further the narrative of sex trafficking. I guess the question is, what should we expect from her testimony? How does she have to present herself? How important she is? Let's just recharacterize the question that way, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what she's going to say clearly, but I suspect that there'll be what I've seen already a lot of witnesses do, and that is corroborating the stories of the witnesses that came before them. It is remarkable how carbon copy many of their testimonies have been in describing down to the details in hotel rooms, how things are laid out. Unless all of these witnesses got together and had a coffee klatch and decided to get their stories straight, they sure do have similar accounts of life with Diddy. And perhaps Jane will have that, as well as, again, the piling on of what happened to her. Maybe there'll be another instance of Capricorn Clark said some things yesterday I didn't expect. 2 different kidnappings? Holy Dinah. Maybe she'll have an example of something like that. I don't know. But obviously the government has decided it's worthwhile to call her. But can I go back to that last question about the raids? I still don't understand why we haven't heard anything about what was seized in the LA raid, because all we kept hearing was 1,000 bottles of baby oil. And in Miami, it was only like a dozen. So is there something more to come? Because I'm popping the popcorn.
You're not the only one who said that. They said, I don't understand. They only found a limited number there. What happened to 1,000 bottles is the prosecution not being truthful. But maybe, look, they'll call maybe LA investigators to talk more about this Homeland Security that, raided that property. Look, I think it's really interesting that you mentioned that, because going back to what I said with Gina, alleged victim number 3, again, 2019, I believe, as she sat down for an interview on YouTube where she said Combs stomped her, punched her. You want to talk consistency? Go to the 2016 tape of Cassandra Ventura. Is it not the exact same thing? Now, again, is it domestic violence? Is it sex trafficking? Is it racketeering? Separate question. Okay. William, question from
Jesse.
Yes.
It's also pattern, right?
Pattern.
Because part of RICO requires a pattern of behavior. And so, man, oh man, have I seen a whole bunch of different kinds of patterns laid out so far. We're only into 2 weeks here. So I think that's all really important. It may be a pattern of domestic abuse, but it speaks to patterns of behavior that just keep repeating and just keep getting corroborated.
And with the intent that he forces them into sexual episodes. And these sexual episodes are commercial sex acts, and there's certain elements to follow there. But yeah, 100%. The pattern, so important for racketeering. I'm glad you mentioned that. William, we got a question from Camilla Chanko. Hi from the UK to Jesse and the panel. Thank you for your daily shows and updates. Thank you. Question, do you think Diddy's security team may have struck a deal with prosecutors and might testify later in the trial? William.
So, I would imagine when we talked about some of the other witnesses testifying, there were questions as to whether or not they had proffer agreements or if they had, received some sort of immunity in exchange for their testimony. I would imagine that Diddy's security team has some issues on their own regarding their own culpability here, especially if the testimony that we've heard so far is to be believed. So I'd be surprised if they didn't have some sort of immunity deal worked out. And I do think it would be important to hear from them. I think that they are crucial witnesses as far as the racketeering goes, as well as to corroborate some of these other statements that, for example, Vanessa made and that we heard about Kid Cudi and who was there and who was driving around with guns to confront people, who was driving around to confront Suge Knight with a gun, who was driving around to confront Kid Cudi with a gun. We know that Diddy wasn't doing these things by himself, and there was a team around him, and obviously that team includes the security personnel. So I would be surprised if we didn't hear from them, and if we do hear from them, I can almost guarantee that they've worked out a deal with the government. Otherwise, they have their own criminal exposure here.
Of course, or at least they have to be asked, racketeering conspiracy? He can't agree with himself. There's got to be multiple players. And there's a whole idea in the indictment. Every superseding indictment has said the same thing, right? He's got his associates, the people around him who helped facilitate these crimes and cover them up. Actually, William, one more question I want to throw to you. It's an interesting legal question. This is from Nicole RZV. If Diddy knows deep down that he ordered the Molotov cocktail incident, again referring to the Kid Cudi bombing of his car, would he admit that to his lawyers? And if so, does the defense team still defend him knowing he committed the act? Good question.
That is a good question. So, I mean, I've been a criminal defense attorney for going on 30 years. And if I only represented people who were innocent, or if I only represented people who said they didn't do it, I'd be doing something else, because it just doesn't work that way. So if he admitted to certain facts to his lawyers, that's attorney-client privilege, and they can't reveal it. And chances are they would still continue to represent him. I assume that's the question. I mean, again, there aren't a lot of lawyers out there who will only represent individuals who didn't do it.
But you can't lie, right? You can't lie to the court.
But that's a different story entirely, and I don't think that's what the question was. If the question was...
It was my question. I threw it in.
Sure. If they know that Diddy was involved in it, if they know he was involved in the Molotov cocktail incident, they can't then put him on the stand knowing he's going to perjure himself. That's problematic for Diddy and the lawyers, certainly. So that's a slightly different question and changes the dynamic of it. So no, as a lawyer, I cannot put a client or even a witness on the stand knowing that they're going to give a falsehood or perjure themselves.
So we have an update from court. Again, officially back in session. The judge says, bring back in Mr. Nash, and then the jury all rise. Remember, Mr. Nash is the celebrity stylist who worked with Sean Combs and Cassie. Prosecutor asks, how many times in person have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent? Nash replies, quite a few. Prosecutor says this is a sealed exhibit without saying her name. Do you recognize this person? We'll call Mia. Yes. Okay, so Tyler, this is confirmation, I think, that Mia is a pseudonym, right, from one of the alleged victims. We heard about her in opening statements. You can see the value of Mr. Nash's testimony, right? Not just testifying about observations regarding Cassie, but this other alleged victim who I believe might testify today, right, Tyler? I mean, this is important.
Yeah, we're seeing right now from Mr. Nash, who's been around not just Ms. Ventura, but Mr. Combs, that he has knowledge of, one, Mr. Combs being violent, and he also recognizes another individual under the pseudonym Mia, and who we believe may testify. So that shows that he's seen something that goes to the pattern, other evidence of other crimes. It furthers the racketeering and possibly sex trafficking. And what the prosecution is doing, they're not calling anybody to the stand who they do not know is going to further their case. And they're furthering their case by witnesses who are corroborating the evidence. They may get beat up from a little bit, sorry for the pun there, on cross-examination from Mr. Combs' lawyers, but overall, every witness has furthered the prosecution's case, and this is certainly doing the same here.
Ashley, we got an update from court. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asks, I lost it. There we go. What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? Responds, the OVO Fest in Canada. Who came to the door? Puff. He said, B, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her. How hard was he hitting her? And we're waiting for the response there. Your reaction, Ashley.
You know, here we go again. I want to hear more context in what that was about. This is obviously on its own looks like an instance of domestic assault, which he's not charged with. But it speaks to the grand pattern of how Diddy controlled this woman. And you can say control might have been in the packing for some event in Canada, and it may have also extended, because you don't just control in one aspect of your life, right? If you're controlling someone all the time, you're controlling how you behave with them on a regular basis, including during the freak-offs, including during the performances. Cassie testified that she wanted to sing and she wanted to act and she wanted to model, but that Diddy wanted her to focus only on the music, right? Because that's what he could control. He could control the music. And what did he do? He controlled the music. He didn't release anything but one of her albums.
And we have a continuation of this testimony. So there was an objection. It was overruled. Again, how hard did he hit her? Well, Nash responds very hard. We ran to the bedroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist. Prosecutor asks, what did you do to try to help Cassie? I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia too. So if Mia testifies, it'll be very curious what she has to say about this incident. Okay, question for you, William. This is from Stephanie Faircloth. I love the show. Awesome information. Thank you for updating us so well. You're welcome. Thank you so much for saying that. Do you think those who testified will be offered witness protection after the trial is over? William, how does that work?
I don't think so. Witness protection, it's not quite like it is in the movies. Everyone knows who these folks are. I think the more likely deal is that some of these folks are going to seek out extra publicity, perhaps get movie deals, perhaps get book deals. I think that's much more likely than these folks being, squirreled away and hidden somewhere in Minnesota.
Well, William, I mean, let me couple that with a question that just came in. This is from AGGROCD. Why are we using aliases in court then?
So, I mean, obviously for some of these folks, like Mia, for example, we are talking about individuals who are victims of sexual abuse. And until those people are willing to release their names on their own, if they even are, we're going to continue to use pseudonyms for them. That's common. It happens in many cases when we're dealing with sexual abuse. There's no need for them to be re-traumatized by having their names bandied about, unless, again, they're willing to volunteer on their own to admit who they are and go out in public that way.
Got to. Yes,
Jesse,
Ashley.
I just want to go back to something that I wish it had dawned on me 2 moments ago, but this Nash guy just testified that he jumped on Diddy's back to stop the beating. Has anybody on this panel heard that happen yet? Has anybody else heard someone come to Cassie's defense? All I keep hearing is that she's being beaten up on a jet and nobody does anything about it. She's being beaten up in hotel rooms and nobody takes her to the police. She's being beaten up left, right, and center and
not even her own mother. And that is why I, look at Cassie's mama sideways. Okay, she paid Diddy $20,000, which did she prove that she did that? Did she show the proof of her putting a lien against her house, taking out the money against her house, whatever have you? And so she could pay Diddy to not put out X tapes of Cassie. She said it happened. Did she prove that it happened? But what we have not heard is her prove that she tried to help Cassie get out of the domestic abuse that, we saw him doing to her in the hotel room.
Or just staying back. This might be the first time I have heard someone in his inner circle, or at least who is around Diddy, come to the defense of Cassie or any other of the women that he just freely beat his fists and his feet.
That's a great point, Ashley. And I mentioned something earlier in the week about it, last week too, that I think one of the key takeaways from Dawn Richard's testimony is that when she said Cassie was beat up by Sean Combs in front of Usher, Jimmy Iovine, Neo, I said that goes to the power dynamic. If everybody's wondering why Cassie never left and why she didn't step forward and why she didn't report it, if these people are not going to step forward and he can do this in front of them and nobody steps in, what did you expect Cassie to do? And I think that's a key point. I'm glad you mentioned it, that you're right. This is the first time I've heard of anyone actually stepping in. And just to let you know, Nash just testified. Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her. The question is, where was Mia getting towels? What did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie? He said, look what you all made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon. Okay, we're going to have to wrap things up. I want to get some final thoughts. Tyler, as we finish up today's lunch show and we think about the testimony we're hearing and the testimony to hear, final thoughts on the case.
I think this testimony coming out is absolutely terrible. It is showing the power dynamic. It's showing the sheer acts of violence that Mr. Combs would even do this to Ms. Ventura with others being present. I mean, that shows that others they were scared possibly for their lives or what could happen if they went to the police, if they went to the aid of Ms. Ventura. These aren't just actors and singers. You got security people who see, real stuff, firearms, guns, violence all the time, but they're scared to step up when Mr. Combs is acting violent. So again, this paints him out as a monster. It furthers the prosecution's case. It's a long trial to go. We'll see what the defense has in their case in chief. And this is not looking good for Mr. Combs at all right now.
William, your turn. Final thoughts.
I agree. I think this has always been a very difficult case for Mr. Combs' lawyers to win. I think the government's doing a great job, and despite all the efforts being put forward by his defense attorneys, there's only so much you can do here. And I do think this evidence has just been piling on and piling on, and I think it's going to continue to get worse when we hear from these other witnesses as well who claim they were his victims.
Ashley, host of Drop Dead Serious, want everybody to check it out, and also host of Banfield on News Nation. Final thoughts as we wrap it up.
That final thing you just said, look what you all made me do. There is the ultimate dirtbag, right? The guy who commits all the crimes and then blames everybody else for it. I think that's the kind of thing that sticks with jurors. You beat a woman who was bleeding and then blamed everybody else in the room. That's the kind of guy I'm supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to. This is just one more in a pile of steaming you-know-what that is being lumped onto that man every single day. And it doesn't matter how expensive and skilled his attorneys are. You get the case you're given. And they were given a real stinker. And all I can say to this is it is a really good thing that Sean Puffy Diddy Love Puff Daddy Combs loves applesauce, because they serve that regularly in prison.
Ashley, William, Tyler, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate all three of you. Really, really appreciate you making the time.
As we are wrapping up that video from Long Crime, lots of predictions. Yes, there was some explosive testimony, as we heard in the beginning of the live, right? So sippers, what are we sipping right now? What's tea? Okay. Yes, the Capricorn Clark girl testified to him owing her money under the unpaid wages. They're calling it labor what are they calling it? Like harsh labor or however have you. I mean, let's keep it a bean. Like, yeah, people do that. Yeah, companies, employers do that. You usually just sue them. And if it's, a case that you can win, you get your money, la da da da. If they're actually liable, found, liable to owe you money for your unpaid wages or whatever, then they pay you and you go on about your life. I don't know if they lock people up in federal jail, prison for that. So I don't know, but she did speak to a lot more violence. She did speak to a lot of other things that, we would see the mob doing, like on the movie Casino, kidnapping, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. Yeah, that was spoken to. So my job is texting me, y'all. Okay. Okay, everything's all good. Just a little bit of a move forward for next, pay period. So, anywho, you see what I'm saying? This is like Capricorn Clark, added to what the prosecution's trying to get to hopefully they want to indict Diddy on the, federal RICO charges. I'm sure they want to get up that mountain. They're still like climbing. They have not reached that top of the peak yet. You see what I'm saying? Like, if it was a state case, then Diddy could definitely be going to jail for some time. Just off of the video that he did to Cassie in the hallway, he could be going to jail for a long time. I've seen people go to jail for a long time in state prison for certain levels of domestic violence. I seen a guy in Las Vegas get life in prison. He didn't kill the girl because of how brutally bad he beat this girl in a domestic violence situation. He got life in prison. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could definitely receive substantial amount of time in state. I don't know if I don't believe they give you time for RICO charges in federal prison for domestic violence. I don't know. Only thing I know about RICO charges are like ex trafficking, drug trafficking, things like that. I don't know about the domestic violence part of it. Okay. So We've heard, testimony from Capricorn Clark stating things like she was kidnapped and threatened to be, brutally hurt. So yes, there's threatening there, things like that. But that's okay. He threatened to kill his assistant. That does not make Diddy a mob boss. That might make him a psychopathic, crazy nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see mob boss in that moment from Diddy. Like, say, he was like, if you don't transport my 3 kilograms of drugs across state lines on a plane, I will cut your face open. And she had proof that he did that. Those are actions of a mob boss. You know what I'm saying? If you don't do what I say do in a criminal underground syndicate situation or whatever, I'll kill your entire family. Those are actions of people that are in that life. But him telling his assistant he would beat her up or cut her up or throw her over a bridge just because, like, what was the reason why he told her that? Was it because she was like, don't hit Cassie anymore? You know what I'm saying? Or I don't want to participate in these freak offs anymore or whatever. If it wasn't something that falls under the guidelines of actual X trafficking and drug dealing and things like that, it's not considered mob level. So we're going to keep on sipping this tea, y'all. Where are we at? Because, we got some things to catch up on from last week. Like I said, life be life, and it is not all about Diddy in my world. But we are going to get the tea. Okay, we are going to get the tea. Let's go over to ABC News. Sip a little bit of tea from ABC News. Thank you, ABC News. Okay, and what they are spilling over there, sippers, remember, when you come in and you put your teacup up, get it filled up, you like and subscribe. All righty. Diddy trial day 11, celebrity stylist and LAFD arson investigator questioned in court by ABC News.
Hello, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for with day 11 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial. A former stylist for Sean Diddy Combs taking the stand, testifying about the tumultuous relationship between Cassie Ventura
girl, look at the stylist. That's the stylist, y'all. That's Deontay Nash, bitch. Sassy. Okay, that's switch him down. Pick it up. Bust it down. But pick it up. Okay, that's Deontay Nash right there, sippers.
The music mogul saying he heard Combs call Ventura insulting names and threatened to beat her. The stylist also testified he heard Combs tell Cassie that he wouldn't put her music out, that he would get her parents fired from their jobs, that he would put out sex tapes. Now, earlier today, the judge denying the defense's motion for a mistrial after a Los Angeles Fire Department arson investigator testified that fingerprint evidence from the suspected break-in of rapper Kid Cudi's house was destroyed. That investigator testified he did not order the prints destroyed. The fire department concluding that the 2012 fire set inside Kid Cudi's car was caused by a makeshift firebomb known as a Molotov cocktail. The investigator telling the jury, quote, somebody had lit it, cut the roof, and dropped it in the front seat. In my opinion, it was targeted. And weeks after testifying as the prosecution's star witness, we learned today that Cassie Ventura has given birth to her third child. Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense team says any sexual encounters were consensual. If convicted, Combs faces the possibility of life in prison. We have our team closely following the case from inside the courtroom, but we begin outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan with Aaron Katursky, our chief investigative correspondent. Aaron, the trial might be here in New York, but much of today's testimony was about something that happened in Los Angeles.
Right in the Hollywood Hills, Eva, when Kid Cudi says his Porsche 911 Cabriolet was torched with a Molotov cocktail. And Lance Jimenez, the LA Fire Department arson investigator who responded, showed the jury pictures of everything that he encountered. The 40-ounce bottle of malt liquor, Old English 800, was the bottle used to make the Molotov cocktail. There was what he described as a fancy handkerchief or some kind of cloth used as the wick. Gasoline in the bottle dropped through a slit that was cut in the canvas roof of the sports car. But all of that paled in comparison to the fingerprints that Jimenez revealed had been discovered at Kid Cudi's house. Apparently, Eva, after the earlier break-in at Kid Cudi's house, and remember there's been testimony that Sean Combs and a bodyguard ended up at Kid Cudi's house after he got upset that Kid Cudi had been dating Cassie Ventura. After that break-in, apparently Kid Cudi had his whole house swept for fingerprints and apparently gave the arson investigator 2 prints that were lifted from the glass door.
Aaron, there was also a lot made about this black glove that was found. What was that all about?
This was on cross-examination, and I think the goal of the defense was to try to undermine the credibility of the investigation, maybe suggest that the arson investigator had done a job, because the defense kept harping on this single black driving glove that was found on the back seat, maybe insinuating that, I don't know, Kid Cudi lit his own car on fire. It wasn't clear where the defense was going, but ultimately the arson investigator said the glove wasn't terribly significant because Kid Cudi told him it was his.
At one point today, Sean Combs' defense team asked the judge to declare a mistrial. What led up to that?
So Jimenez was talking about the fingerprints that had been found on the glass door of Kid Cudi's house. And I think the implication was he could have used them to compare fingerprints lifted from some of the evidence at the arson scene in the driveway. But he told federal prosecutors that the prints were somehow destroyed while they were in the custody of the LAPD. And when federal prosecutor Christy Slavic asked Jimenez, is that unusual for evidence to be destroyed during an ongoing investigation, the defense jumped up to object, and outside the presence of the jury, called prosecutors outrageous. The defense saw the question as an attempt to drop an inference in the jurors' minds that somehow Combs was responsible and could buy his way out of trouble by paying off someone at the LAPD to destroy evidence. The judge didn't see it that way. He denied the mistrial, but the defense was sure upset for a minute either.
Combs' ex, Cassie Ventura, not in court today, but still making headlines.
She had a baby, her 3rd child, and that comes, 2 weeks after she gave such a dramatic, emotional, disturbing, graphic testimony here in court. In fact, her former stylist, Deontay Nash, ended up saying congratulations from the witness stand, and that was sort of everybody's confirmation that she had the baby. And we don't know any more details than that, but after such a wrenching time on the witness stand, a happier moment for Cassie Ventura and her husband.
What were Combs' reaction to today's testimony? Was his family there with him today?
3 sons were there in the row where they'd been sitting. His mother was there. Combs actually seemed like he was in a pretty good mood today. He was laughing quite a lot and consulting with his lawyers, gesturing to people in the audience.
Aaron Katursky, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in our ABC Brian Buckmeyer to break down the testimony that we saw on the witness stand today. Brian, let's get straight into it. So what was your big moment of the day?
It's got to be the request for the mistrial, but even more so than that, the lead up to it. And now Aaron Katursky did bring it up, but give you a little bit more context. It was very clear what the government was doing, at least from a defense attorney's eyes, that there were fingerprints found at the home during the arson investigation that was tied to an earlier incident, being the burglary. There's fingerprints on the vehicle, and that these fingerprints had disappeared. The government went in on question after question as to how these fingerprints would be destroyed properly and that the proper process did not actually happen here, and then ultimately suggesting that they were just gone. But the judge said that the prosecution did not go one step further of getting the answer as to whether or not this was unusual, and so application for a mistrial is denied, according to the judge.
Okay, there was this LAPD officer who responded to that reported break-in at Kid Cudi's home. Walk us through that investigation.
So we've heard about this initial incident when it comes to the alleged burglary, but which this law enforcement officer actually put down in his report is a trespass. And now, just for explanation, burglary is trespass plus. So like trespassing to someone's home and stealing inside, or trespassing to someone's home and committing a felony therein. So calling it just a simple trespass suggested that he did not see any evidence of a further crime inside. But he did go inside, ask questions, ask follow-up as to who he should contact. Capricorn Clark was someone he's supposed to follow up with. Cassie Ventura was someone he's supposed to follow up with. But according to him, even though he reached out multiple times, they did not get back to him. And it seemed like he only started reaching out to women after he found there was female DNA on the crime scene, specifically that Molotov cocktail. But that information never really got out through cross-examination, just the insinuation of it.
Okay, so that arson investigator, let's talk about him and the evidence that he potentially found. What did he find?
A lot. Okay, so we've already saw some of the photos of the damage to Kid Cudi's Porsche 911, but we also saw evidence of a lighter that was left not too far from the vehicle, as well as this container and the bottle of malt liquor that was, you can zoom in, you can really see how much gasoline was still in there that the arson expert said that he can smell, but also tested and confirmed. And then, of course, you have like this silk kind of fabric here that we believe was inside of this Molotov cocktail, fell out, was damaged in many ways. They called it a designer piece of silk, and that's why it kind of fell apart. And we don't see the damage you typically see from a Molotov cocktail that firebombs a place. But these evidence were collected and shown to the jury as to how this investigation rolled out for the arsonist.
A designer piece of silk?
Yeah, he was able to say that because of this portion here that's not burned, you can see that one was like silky and very soft, and also the design on it. The investigator kept calling it a designer piece of silk, which at least in my mind, I'm like, okay, so who would have a designer piece of silk that you might use a Molotov cocktail? When they were talking about the bottle, I was shocked that it was malt liquor and not another bottle that might be signature to Sean Combs, but they tried to insinuate that maybe designer had something to do with who did it.
Okay, let's talk about that black glove. I asked Aaron about this as well. It was found in the car. Is that important?
So I think when it comes to the defense's case, there's not going to be one piece of evidence that you're going to say, you know what, this black glove is the reason why you must acquit. It's not that kind of case. But it was a small piece of evidence where they were trying to insinuate that the person who threw the Molotov cocktail inside of this car might have been using that black glove to protect themselves, and that the investigator should have investigated, should have seen what the DNA was, instead of simply taking the word of Kid Cudi to say that a single glove, because they couldn't find the other one, was his, and they should not test it or check it, saying that the alleged victim here is directing the investigation and not the people who are investigating the case.
Brian Buckmeyer, always so good to have you break this down for us. Thank you so much. Well, this show is called Burden of Proof, and that burden, well, it rests on the prosecution. And here's the superseding indictment that they brought against Sean Combs. The very first count Diddy is facing, racketeering conspiracy. The indictment accused Combs of creating a criminal enterprise with members and associates engaging in crimes like sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. But what exactly racketeering conspiracy? To break it all down for us, I want to bring in Michael Bachner. He's a criminal defense attorney here in New York City who is not involved in this case. Michael, thank you so much for being with us. Okay, so Combs has denied the accusations, pleaded not guilty, but help us understand exactly what he's accused of. What is racketeering conspiracy?
So the Racketeering Act, also known as RICO, came about in 1970 and was really established to fight organized crime, but it's been morphed into prosecuting people in gangs, in legitimate businesses, etc. So basically the government's got to prove that there was an enterprise. The enterprise is a partnership, a corporation, a group of people acting together like a gang. And that can be an enterprise. They then have to show that there was a pattern of activity. So that pattern could be that they have to demonstrate that 2 predicate acts were committed during the course of a 10-year period of time. Those predicate acts can be the bribery that's been alleged that occurred with Mr. Flores. It could be the arson. It could be the burglary. They've alleged particular patterns of conduct in the indictment. Then they have to show there's something called continuity. Continuity means that these are patterns of conduct that occurred over a prolonged period of time. They didn't just occur in a week or 2 weeks or a month, but that there's a fear that this type of conduct will continue into the future. And then they have to show, of course, that the defendant, that is Mr. Combs, that there was a hierarchy, a structure involved, and that Mr. Combs either ran it or participated in it along with other conspirators. And contrary to what people believe, you don't have to name the other conspirators in the indictment by name. You don't have to charge them. You just have to allege that they existed and call them as witnesses or produce evidence that there was more than one person, that is Combs and one other person at least.
Okay, you mentioned it, but we keep hearing this term RICO in this case. What exactly is that? How tough is it to get a RICO conviction on something like this?
So RICO, this Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations Act, it's a tough of charge to prove, basically because it's kind of complicated. The jury's going to get the law from the judge, and the judge is going to say, ladies and gentlemen, to convict Mr. Combs, you have to find, first of all, there was this Combs enterprise. That is, there was a hierarchy, a structure that Mr. Combs ran, was part of, etc. Then you're going to have to show that there was this pattern of activity. You're going to have to find that he at least committed or was involved in or directed the commission of an arson, a burglary, the bribery, the sex trafficking, some of the acts alleged in the indictment, which the judge will instruct the jury on. And then he's going to say that you must find this continuity purpose. And they're also, of course, going to have to show that Combs was involved in the conspiracy, that it was an actual agreement that he had. It doesn't have to be in writing. It doesn't have to be, written in blood. It's got to be an agreement, an understanding, even informal, with at least one other person, that this is how the structure of the organization would be running. And the organization can be a legitimate organization, but has illegitimate goals. And the government is alleging that this was a structured community that Combs ran, that people abided by his wishes. He directed that the abuse occur. He directed that these freak-offs occur, that people cleaned up for him, that people bribed for him, that people committed arson for him, they burglarized for him, all in support of the organization. It can't just be random, unrelated acts. They have to be related conduct, these predicate acts. And the government's alleging all of this stuff together was in order for Combs to maintain his hierarchy, to maintain the enterprise.
And the prosecution's still presenting their case, but when Combs' team gets up there to present his defense, how do you defend a case like this?
Well, I was one of the lawyers in Combs' first case in 2001, representing a co-defendant in the case, and we were lucky not to have to deal with this type of RICO issue. But the defense is kind of the same. They're going to be alleging that the Combs' abuse, which they admitted on their opening statement existed, was domestic in nature. This is just a horrible way that he behaved. He's a bad guy. He's a creep, all of those things. But they're going to have to try and show that the acts were consensual, that there was no pattern, no conduct, and no hierarchy, and Combs was not directing this conduct.
Michael Bachner, thank you so much for being with us. Still ahead, the legal strategy behind the defense's request for a mistrial and why the judge may have denied it. Also ahead, will Diddy take the stand? We're answering some of the top questions people are asking about the trial online. Stay with us.
Okay, we are sipping tea.
Welcome back to ABC News Live, day 11 of testimony in the Sean Diddy.
Days 10 to 12. Thank you guys so much. Remember, when you come in, get your teacup filled up and like and subscribe.
Combs trial, a celebrity stylist to a Los Angeles Fire Department arson investigator, all taking the stand. Let's get right into breaking down the key legal strategies that we saw playing out in court. Brian Buckmeyer playing the defense, Bernarda Villalona playing prosecutor. Brian, let's start with you. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. The fingerprint evidence from the break-in at Kid Cudi's house. It caused a whole thing in court today. Why did that cause such a stir?
Because the insinuation that the defense made that the government was attempting to do, that there were fingerprints, clearly no one knew who they connected with, that were on the glass of the Kid Cudi's home, and also that we just heard that there were fingerprints on the Porsche 911. It was insinuated that at some point in time they were going to cross-reference them and see who it was. Sean Combs was accused of burglarizing Kid Cudi's home, and then it got to the point of like, okay, it's destroyed. how do these people get destroyed? And it kept going and going and going to the point it's like, where are you trying to land this plane? And when they got to the point of asking, is it unusual for these to be destroyed? That's when the defense jumped up and said, we can see where you're trying to land this plane, and that's improper. And that's why they brought up the mistrial. And I think whenever you have an opportunity to argue mistrial, you do it, because you don't know if it's going to work in this trial or on appeal. We've seen cases like the Rust case with Alec Baldwin, where a mistrial argument actually led to a dismissal. That's what they're hoping for. It doesn't always happen, but you make the argument anyways.
Where were they trying to land the plane?
I don't know.
So for the prosecution, when you see something like this happen, does this worry you at all that this could come back to haunt you later?
Yes, but usually when you're the prosecutor and you're the person that's trying the case, your goal is to get the conviction and let someone else deal with the appeal. But I would say I was in a courtroom when this happened, and literally there were gasps in the air in the sense of that the person I was sitting next, we started looking at each other, and we were looking at the jury. In terms of the defense asked for a mistrial, but that was later on, not in the presence of the jury. But it was clear from how the questions were going that the insinuation was that someone in Diddy's camp was responsible for getting rid of those fingerprint cards, especially when you take into account Capricorn Clark had testified that she had this conversation with Harv Pierre, who's in the defense's camp, shortly before she got fired, which was around the time of when this fingerprint card disappeared.
Oh.
So huge concern for the prosecution, but this prosecution is not thinking about it because their goal is to get a conviction, not to worry about the appeal.
All right, well, the credibility of the arson investigator also seemed to be something the defense was sort of trying to make an issue today. Why? What was the issue here?
Well, this is how it works when it comes to credibility. If you don't have the facts, you argue the law. If you don't have the law or the facts, you argue credibility. And when it comes to this investigation, you're trying to say this investigation was steered by Kid Cudi. There is clearly a black glove inside of that car. It's the crime scene. Why would you not test it? What, because the person told you not to test it? That's not how law enforcement operates. Now, are you making a mountain out of a molehill? Absolutely. But this is why we put on become defense attorneys, because sometimes those mountains do get acquittals. And so you're going to try to get that one person on the jury to be like, you know what? Yeah, they should have checked that glove. And because they did it, I'm not quite sure of this predicate act. And that's how you try to walk your way to an acquittal.
Your response?
So in terms of the glove, I wasn't concerned about it because during redirect, the prosecution immediately went and asked this investigator, was like, look, is there a reason why you didn't find that the glove was of importance? And the investigator was like, of course, because the owner of the car said it's my glove. Obviously, he didn't set his own car on fire.
How is that obvious unless you test the glove?
It's his glove. He's not going to burn his own car, an entire investigation, so it's not relevant to the investigation.
No one's ever burned their own property before in the whole history of
Okay. All right, let's move on to this next issue. The celebrity stylist that took the stand, he said he heard Combs tell Ventura, quote, he would beat her. If you're defense, you hear him say that, what are you thinking?
I think similar to what we saw in other witnesses, you avoid that conversation and you try to go somewhere else. Because I think when it comes to Deontay Nash, he was a phenomenal witness for the government in trying to show coercion and control and the assault. I mean, when they're talking about Cassie hearing that Sean Combs is downstairs and trying to jump off of a balcony, you try to avoid that and you try to focus on other issues of this case where you're going to try to.
And that's where I'm going to stop it right there. Like, I can't wait to get to the end. So Diddy was controlling who? Hitman, drug mules. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Look, like, think of the syndicate of a mob family. There are top level generals. There's killers, hitmen. You know what I'm saying? There are levels to everybody. I did not say Siri. I said serious. Okay. My Siri came on. Anyway, okay, there's levels to that. Oh my God, Diddy's a mob boss. He was controlling his stylist, his personal assistant. Like, come on. It's not like y'all are saying, okay, he had a high level ranking general, he had a low level ranking general, he had a hitman. He had, these people over here, they were laundering money through this business, Sean John, Garigio, Ciroc. Okay, they were laundering money. They were using that as a way to wash the money. You know what I'm saying? Those are drug trafficking things that you do when you're a drug trafficker. Because he was controlling his assistant and she let him, or he let him. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay. Y'all are putting yourselves in compromising situations and then mad when you get blackmailed. Okay.
Paint the relationship with Cassie and Sean Combs as toxic, equally using drugs. You're going to try to continue down that path of these are two individuals who are in the thralls of drug abuse and domestic violence, and this isn't trafficking. This is domestic violence. You try to pivot how you're going to talk about that conversation.
How does Deontay Nash help the prosecution?
Deontay Nash played a crucial part in the prosecution's case today, and Deontay Nash was number one able to.
I think he played into what the prosecution are trying to show reasons why Diddy should be federally indicted. But I don't think that they've quite hit the ball out of the park yet. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. He's somewhere controlling his personal assistant and the hairstylist. Did you see the fucking hairstylist get out of the van? That is a whole, and I'm not saying homosexuals can't be gangster, but when was the last time you saw one in a mob family? The mob don't even fuck with homosexuals. If you're a homosexual in a mob family, you probably get killed. Okay, so not for nothing, like, fuck out of here with this shit. And they better hope Diddy doesn't get off. If he does, I think he's gonna sue the state of New York and shit. I think he's gonna sue him. Probably the police, SWAT that raided all his houses and all this shit. Like, if Diddy say he completely walks, I think he's gonna sue.
Corroborate the violence. Number two, corroborate the control that Sean Combs had over her career. But number three, also corroborated
y'all are like,
the
oh my God, he was controlling her career. That's like if y'all work at a regular 9-to-5 job and you never get a raise and you never get promoted, but you stay sitting there working that same 9-to-5 job and you never walk away, and your boss tells you you're never going to find a better job. You're going to sit your ass down, get your ass together and work this goddamn job, and you take it. And it looks like he's controlling your narrative, but you never fucking walk away. Whose fault is that? Diddy's not the only music producer in the world. Cassie was a beautiful talent. So you mean to tell me no other producer, just because if Diddy, say even if Diddy would have been like, nah, don't fuck with her, you don't think Jermaine Dupri might have signed her? Or whoever? Still, no matter what, Cassie was in control of her own fucking destiny in that moment with Diddy. I think she built it up, play by play, for her to sue Diddy for the excessive amount of money that she did to live happily ever after with her personal trainer, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Is that for the first time you're hearing that Cassie had told someone that, look, I did not want to participate in the freak-offs. I did not want to go to the hotel. So instead of the jury trying to infer that that's what she felt and didn't want to participate in the freak-offs.
Why didn't she get out and leave? Oh, it wasn't that easy for her. I mean, if Diddy wasn't somewhere breaking her legs, it only sounded like Diddy was like abusing her in the confinements of certain places. He wasn't like hitting her all upside the head walking down the street. I mean, if you're really being ex-trafficked and you're walking on the street with your ex-trafficker, you flag a police like, oh my God, you try to alert somebody. Like, help me, this person, I'm under duress. I'm being kidnapped. I'm being ex-trafficked. You slip somebody a note. You give signs like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not where I need to be standing right now. You blink twice if you okay. Cassie was walking down the street with her head held high in Diddy's arms, all on the red fucking carpet, girl. Quit it.
Now you have it coming out of her own mouth. While it's taking place, she's telling someone else. And Deontay Nash came off very credible. But I want to spin off to another question that was asked of Deontay Nash.
Was she abused? Yeah. Did he knock her upside her head and put his foot in her ass? Yes. Yes. And it's unfortunate nobody cared. Deontay tried to care. Capricorn Clark tried to care. Unfortunately, it didn't reach anybody until Cassie herself walked away, right? And filed a lawsuit against him. And now she's the key witness in his ex-trafficking trial and all this shit.
Was asked to in cross-examination, and which was a bombshell for the defense. When asked whether Deontay Nash, whether he was an employee of the enterprise, yes. He got paid by Bad Boy, yes. Did you participate in any criminal activity under Mr. Combs? Yes. Huge bombshell, because now you have the criminal enterprise and people acting and committing crimes.
What enterprise though? I mean, hell, I ran a red light a couple weeks ago. I got a traffic ticket in the mail. Was I running red lights because I was being a drug mule for Diddy? Fuck no. But I still committed an offense punishable by paying a ticket. What crimes did they do for Diddy that's, you know what I'm saying, RICO level? What? Now, they might have been state level crimes, but they're not, like we keep having to go back to. They didn't charge Diddy in the state. They're charging him in the federal court. So let's bring up some federal type shit here.
Criminal enterprise. They weren't expecting that answer.
Did they say what he did? Did he say?
No, they moved on fast from it because that is a bombshell. They asked the question that they didn't know the answer to. That Cassie had told someone that, look, I did not want to participate in the freak-offs. I did not want to go to the hotel. So instead of the jury trying to infer that that's what she felt and didn't want to participate in this freak-offs, now you have it coming out of her own mouth. While it's taking place, she's telling someone else. And Deontay Nash came off very credible. But I want to spin off to another question that was asked of Deontay Nash, that was asked to in cross-examination, and which was a bombshell for the defense. When asked whether Deontay Nash, whether he was an employee of the enterprise, yes. He got paid by Bad Boy, yes. Did you participate in any criminal activity under Mr. Combs? Yes. Huge bombshell.
Okay, but what? What are the crimes? He could have been fucking jaywalking across the street. What's the crime? Trying to hurry up and get Diddy one of them motherfucking Manhattan pies that nigga be eating. That he had the making of the band stars trying to go get. They had to walk a country mile across New York City to go get that shit. What was the fucking crime? There's petty crimes, and then there's high-level crimes. What are they? So what? He said he committed crimes while he worked for Bad Boy Enterprises. A lot of us have done crimes while we worked our fucking job. Was it enough to get you a RICO? What you got going on? You see what I'm saying? So what are the crimes? So what he said that shit. That wasn't no bombshell for the defense. What were the fucking crimes that he committed while working for Bad Boy? Because if it wasn't to the level of a RICO charge, what are we talking about?
Because now you have the criminal enterprise and people acting and committing crimes under that.
What is it? What are the levels that you're on? If it was somewhere like, oh, okay, Diddy, I don't know. He had me go down there and, you know what I'm saying, extort somebody out of some money because Diddy felt like he owed them money, and if they didn't give it to me, I was going to break their leg. Now, that's something you can start looking at. Oh, okay, yeah, Diddy might have been RICOing. But if it's some bullshit, you know what I'm saying, like some low-level petty drug crimes or something, Diddy had me go pick up a couple of ounces or something for a freak-off, that's not RICO. That you can maybe try to indict somebody on a state charge, but on a RICO, you got to start getting up into the kilograms and tons to fuck with RICO charges. Like, what are the crimes? Was he somebody that actually transported people across state lines against their will, and Diddy made him do that, then that's the X trafficking. But if he drove to go pick up a prostitute because Diddy said, go pick that hoe up over there, she's coming with me tonight, we finna have a freak off, where's the crime? Other than he paid for a prostitute. Like, what are y'all saying? Where's the crime?
What criminal enterprise? They weren't expecting
anybody
that.
can say that shit. I can say a lot of shit. Anybody can say any goddamn thing. That doesn't make it true. And it doesn't make it to the level of whatever y'all are trying to persecute somebody to that extent of. What's the fucking crime? I want to know what the crime is. Maybe it is a RICO, but y'all ain't said nothing.
Answer. Did they say what he did?
Thank
No,
you.
they moved on.
Hello. Did they say what it was?
That's from it because that is a bombshell. They asked the
What's
question.
the bombshell? If you don't drop the bomb, how you gonna drop Diddy in jail? How? The bomb is when you actually put that nigga in. That's the boom. If you don't fucking say what it is, then it's nothing.
That
you have nothing to think about because there's nothing to go on.
The answer to.
Which is a cardinal sin for any defense attorney. If you don't know the answer, don't ask a question because you get stuff like that could bury your case.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Brian Buckmeyer.
Why? What do you mean? If he was to say, okay, Diddy made me do XYZ, say it was the level of a RICO, prove it. Prove that Diddy made you, as a part of this syndicate, underground enterprise of a RICO charge, made you do things like this. Show us the fucking proof of what that looks like. You can say anything out of your mouth, but where's the proof at? That would have been the boom for the defense to be like, told you y'all didn't have shit that nobody can substantiate and put no evidence on it, that Diddy did these things that y'all are trying to say to put him in fucking federal prison.
I want to thank you both for being with us. Coming up, will Diddy take the stand? We're answering some of the top questions people are asking about the trial online when we come back.
Okay, so we got Georgie Murray on Kick saying, I love your Kick channel already. You got a few engagers and followers. Keep up the good work. Contact me if you want to collab. I'll think about it, Georgie. Thank you for chatting and becoming a sipper. Make sure you go over there and follow me on Kick, okay? So where are we with this, y'all? I also wanted to throw in here while we are just, catching up on day 10 through 12. Diddy's daughters graduated from high school. So between all the myths of him and everything else that is going on, they graduated from high school. Okay, that is a big accomplishment, especially considering what they've been under this past year. But yes, they did graduate from high school. We're going to tap in, take a look at what that looked like for Diddy's daughters during their graduation of 2025.
Jesse Combs. Delilah Combs.
A major milestone for the Combs twins,
Diddy's
their
daughters.
high school graduates.
We are so proud. You guys don't understand because this is
Graduating from high school this year amongst the Diddy trial. Okay, they are graduating high school while their dad's in prison, or not prison yet, or hopefully, if he's not found convicted, then he'll go to prison. Whatever. Amongst all this mess that Diddy's doing. Okay.
big deal.
Jesse and Delilah's friends and fam capturing the moment on Instagram, all to celebrate their achievement. Now, this all comes amid their dad, Sean Diddy Combs' ongoing sex trafficking and racketeering trial.
We know that Sean Combs' twin daughters were having their prom celebration this weekend. Now as we're in week 2, not the same presence. There are a few people that are obviously there in support of Combs.
After being courthouse fixtures week 1, the girls sat out week 2 to wrap up their senior year on the West Coast, as Diddy maintains his innocence back east.
With each witness, we get a better understanding and picture of what the prosecution is saying, because, you know, these are their witnesses that they're calling, but the defense always has this opportunity to sow doubt into the credibility of each person, or just try to make a case, obviously, for Sean Combs. So it becomes this sort of back and forth, and the details some days are very interesting, fascinating, and honestly sometimes hard to even report on, but I think we just are all waiting to see where is this going? You know, and I hear a lot of people commenting, where's the sex trafficking? Where's the racketeering? And when you hear that a trial is going to last this long, 6 to 8 weeks, it's going to be a bit of a slow, you know, road to the very end.
All right, that was Diddy's daughters, Delilah, and the other one, I don't remember her name, so sorry. They're twins. Diddy's twin girls graduated from high school this year, 2025. Okay, so let's get into some more Diddy updates and hear what people are predicting during and following the trial. Remember, when you guys come in, let's check out TMZ. Remember, when you come into the chat, the room, please get your teacups up, get them filled up, and like and subscribe. We are working through into the afternoon on the Diddy day 10 through 12. Now we're going to tap in with TMZ and hear what they've been having to say over the last couple of days. And yeah, let's listen. Whenever my internet gets up.
TMZ Live, Harvey Levin here.
Charles here.
So, allegations this morning in the Diddy trial of dirty pool on the part of prosecutors for trying to poison the jury.
So dirty, according to Diddy's defense, that they demanded a mistrial in this whole case, which, as you can imagine, caused quite an uproar in court and a lot of arguing about this. It all has to do with Kid Cudi's car and the fire that was set off in his Porsche. The investigation into all of this.
So what happened here is that you know that there was testimony about a burglary at Kid Cudi's house.
About the month before the fire.
Right. And that that Diddy and an assistant had basically broken into Cudi's house, found a gift that Cudi was going to give Cassie. And there's evidence that Diddy was there. The Cudi took a fingerprint from
the investigators did.
Well, Cudi gave the fingerprint to the investigator.
Right.
It was a fingerprint that was on the door, and it was of an unknown woman, but they had a fingerprint. What the prosecution tried to do was insinuate that they could take that fingerprint and tie it to a fingerprint on the arson attack on the Porsche. Well, guess what? Cuddy's fingerprint that he took off that door
was
gone.
Was destroyed.
Gone.
At some point, that after it was in police custody, that was destroyed. And when the prosecution raised that during the testimony from an arson investigator, the defense said, hold on a second. It's like the scene is, wait, you're out of order. This whole court's out of order. They were very upset and felt that this was grounds for a mistrial because they had, what they felt is the prosecutors were insinuating Diddy somehow had something to do with the destruction.
Which is sort of like losing the Cassie video in 2016 at the Intercontinental.
Yes. Yes.
There's two big issues with presenting this kind of testimony to the jury. One, they might think you're trying to draw a connection where you have none. You have one set of fingerprints and you're testifying about another set of fingerprints that you can't actually connect. The other problem is this had only happened around 8 months before that evidence was destroyed. So it plants the seed, according to Diddy's defense team, that Diddy was somehow behind the destruction of evidence, maybe paid off an LAPD official. And you remember during the jury selection process, a lot of people said that they thought Diddy was a rich and powerful person who could make things go away.
Yeah, and the defense is saying the prosecution is playing into that conspiracy theory that maybe is already out there in the jury pool.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that Diddy paid anybody off or anything.
No, which is their
point.
Make them sort of
Right.
prejudice against Diddy, just the mere thought in front of them. It's hard to unring the bell.
This seems like a small, insignificant thing that the defense is saying.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's insignificant.
No, because clearly people think that. I mean,
the
there's
rule for the prosecution in this is like a nothing thing.
Yeah, well, you're right that the judge just said, "Hey, jurors, don't listen to that testimony." Struck the testimony, but didn't declare a mistrial.
Let's hold on. Get real for a second. What the prosecution is saying, or insinuating, according to the defense, is Diddy knew those fingerprints were going to incriminate him via some associate and connect him to the arson and then the burglary.
And by the way, there was also testimony from an LAPD officer that the car, they had a photo and they saw the car that was, or an SUV that was parked in front of the house led back to, it was owned by Bad Boy. So again,
but that's at least hard evidence. But the insinuation is that Diddy destroyed the fingerprint because it incriminated him in the arson and connected him to the burglary.
I have a very important question.
It's an
I have a very important question.
There's reasonable doubt here.
It is an insinuation, but here's my question. Did the LAPD officer offer any explanation why evidence from an investigation that was less than a year old, that was at that point
was
7, 8
destroyed.
months, why was it destroyed? And I'm not insinuating anything, but if I'm on the jury, I want to know why was it destroyed?
Well, let me tell you, they watch CS.
Great point, though, Charles. It's a great point because why was evidence that's so fresh destroyed? This isn't a cold case from 25 years ago where you're clearing out the decks for new evidence coming in. This is a very fresh case.
Yeah, the arson investigator who mentioned that they were destroyed, he said it was strange that they were. He would have needed to sign off on something like that, and somebody went around him and did this.
So when was it? What year? This is important. What year was it destroyed? And what year was the? And what year? And what year? And what year was the arson?
The arson was January. Was in January of 2012, and the burglary was December of 2011. So
okay,
about 8 months.
So here's the thing, and people in the jury watch CSI. The statute of limitations had not run.
This is very true.
The statute of limitations had not run. Why would they destroy evidence when it's still a live case that can be prosecuted if they get more evidence, especially when it involves a celebrity as big as Diddy? Why would something that critical
Why do
be
I
destroyed?
feel like, as you're speaking right now, you're making the defense's case for a mistrial?
I'm saying that it's powerful.
Yeah, it is very powerful. I don't.
So who destroyed it and why?
Well, by the way, the bottom line here is the judge refused to declare a mistrial. There was no mistrial, but the judge did do something that I always think is interesting in a trial. The judge said that the jury gave them instructions they cannot consider any of the testimony about the fingerprints, either at the burglary or at the fire.
That's the biggest crock of all.
So what? So the jury's going to act like they.
The biggest crock of all trials is telling the jury, don't listen to something you just heard, and, but just remember it, expunge it from your brain. It's not practical, but it's something the judge has to do.
Plus, the defense made such a big stink about it that you got to think, oh, why are they raising this?
Exactly, it makes it even
worse.
Something must have happened. They got rattled.
People's brains are not like an Etch-a-Sketch. And the reality here is that on appeal, this could come up because, look, look, I think it is interesting. Why was it destroyed? Because, look, a lot of people are going to say that Diddy also destroyed the original video at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. So if he's capable of doing that, did he destroy the fingerprint, or did he pay somebody off, to destroy the fingerprint in 2011 or 12? And, look, there's no proof that happened, but how does the jury
not to?
How does the
make
jury
that
not?
leap?
That's right.
How do you
That
bring
is
it up on appeal if you don't know what the answer is?
No, you bring up the prejudice to their client.
Yeah,
what
that's
you do is
exactly
you
what I
preserved
do.
it for appeal, and you say the judge overruled me, didn't declare a mistrial. That was an error, and now they have a grounds for appeal. I'd be interested to see if he loses and gets convicted, what they do with this.
I'm Brooke. I'm from the UK. I think the defense team is just scrambling. I think it's clearly obvious. Diddy is a powerful man. It's within his power to get these things done behind the scenes. People have known about him for years. There's been rumors for years. I'm not even in the country, and I've known there's rumors about this man for years. I think he's clearly guilty. We've seen it. The public knows it. Let's just get justice done and get justice for these women, please.
Well, there's something called a trial, right? And you kind of want to go through the trial before you
guilty.
Yeah, you don't want to skip over the trial part.
That's not how it works in this country, or even in yours.
We have sort of trial-related news.
Yes, good news for Cassie. We broke the story yesterday that she was in a hospital in the labor unit, and what's supposed to happen in a labor unit happened. She had the baby, her third child, with Alex Fine, and the baby was born sometime Tuesday afternoon, late Tuesday afternoon. And we're told that although the baby arrived slightly early, maybe like within days, mom and child are doing just fine. We do not know the gender yet.
Do not know the gender.
She was the star witness in this Diddy case just a couple weeks ago, and even a judge had noticed that she was ready to pop, and he noted that they were going to limit her testimony because they were concerned she was going to be giving birth any day. So at least baby is here, baby is healthy, and all is well.
Okay, we are going to move on.
All right, that was some updates from TMZ. I think we're gonna just keep the ball rolling with TMZ, y'all. Seeing what's going on. Then we're gonna move on over to US versus Diddy. TMZ presents throughout the entire trial, right? Okay.
And furthermore, you had the LAPD officer testifying that those fingerprints from Cuddy's house disappeared, that they were destroyed. Hey everybody, Charles here, and day 11 of Diddy's trial brought a bombshell in terms of a mistrial, or at least the defense made a motion for a mistrial, one that was shot down, but not before some very tense moments in court. So we're going to get to the mistrial because what it's really about is the destruction of evidence, and the defense says that the prosecution played a little dirty by trying to make the jury think that Diddy paid off cops or someone in law enforcement. I'm going to get to all that in a moment, but let's start with kind of, I don't want to say comic relief, because certainly he was testifying about very serious things, but Cassie's friend, Deontay Nash, who was also her celebrity stylist, he also did styling for Diddy, provided a little lighthearted moments just in the way he described a few things. There was a photo that was a prosecution exhibit. It There's a photo of Deontay in some glasses. There's a blue background. It looks like a very stylish kind of headshot. And they asked him, is this an accurate depiction of what you looked like back in the time period we were talking about? And he said, not even close. The prosecutor said, it's a glamour photo? He says, yes, I look amazing. So that drew some laughter in the courtroom. So that was the lighthearted part. Then he got into what he witnessed, and that clearly was not lighthearted. Talked about seeing Cassie being abused. He talked about what was asked what Diddy would call Cassie when he was around them. Remember, he spent a lot of time around both of them, styling them for different events, for award shows. And he was asked what names Diddy used for Cassie. He said, bitch, hoe, CC, baby girl, and slut. The prosecutor said, how would Cassie react to these names? And Deontay said she would be very sad. He talked about a moment when there was an award show. This was in 2014, and he had styled her for this. He thought, in his words, said she thought she looked amazing. And then he said Diddy came in and clearly disagreed. Diddy grabbed him, grabbed Deontay, he said, lifted him up, and basically demanded that he change her look altogether, which he then did. So testifying to threats being issued here, like, you didn't get this right, physically shakes him up and says, do a better job. So he testifies about that. Now, in fact, yes, it was actually the Oscars, I should say. There was an Oscars after party. And he said that Diddy picked him up and threatened him, and then he changed Cassie's hair, and I guess everything was okay at that point. So that was Deontay Nash. And by the way, at the end of the day, he was being cross-examined by Diddy's defense. He's going to be back on the stand to start the day tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. Now, the big bombshell, as I said at the top here, was about this motion for a mistrial. Diddy's defense took issue with the testimony of two people, LAPD officer Christopher Ignacio and LA Fire Department officer Lance Jimenez. They were both testifying about evidence having to do with Kid Cudi. Here we are again, 2 days of testimony after Kid Cudi, and all of this still keeps coming up. What they were testifying about were their investigations into the break-in at Cudi's house, and then also the arson, the car bombing of Cudi's Porsche. And the LAPD officer said that the only evidence they collected from Kid Cudi's house, sorry about that, get a little tongue-tied. So the only evidence they collected from Kid Cudi's house were two things. The officer says when he pulled up to the house, he saw a black Escalade pulling away from the house, and he noticed the license plate. He didn't stop the car because at that time he didn't know there was a crime that had been committed, but he took note of the license plate. Later, he ran that license plate and said it did come back to Bad Boy Records. That's one thing. The other thing, and what's interesting about this, is that evidence was not collected by police. It was collected by Cudi. He said that there were fingerprints taken from the door, from a door handle at Cudi's place. But that evidence, those fingerprints were collected by Cudi and then turned over to police. But he testified about those fingerprints. Then you have the fire department officer testifying about a fingerprint that they got from the Porsche. And he never connects the dots, but it certainly was made to seem to the jury like the fingerprints collected at the car might match the fingerprints collected at Cudi's house. The reality is they didn't. They were not a match. And furthermore, you had the LAPD officer testifying that those fingerprints from Cudi's house disappeared, that they were destroyed. Now, why they were destroyed, the LA Fire Department officer said, I don't know why it would have been destroyed. That's the kind of thing that I would have to approve before it was done. And that testimony came out, well, you had the defense standing up and saying, this is prosecutorial misconduct. We want a mistrial declared. And that started a whole discussion about why they thought this was a mistrial. They think, the defense, Diddy's attorneys, think that the prosecutors brought up these fingerprints knowing that they were not a match, but brought them up just to raise that in the jury's mind that maybe it is, and that's the evidence that says Diddy, one, broke into Cuddy's house and also was responsible for for firebombing his car. Remember, they don't match. So the defense is saying, look, prosecutors know they don't match, but they brought that up anyway. And further, then they bring up this thing about the fingerprints from Cuddy's house being destroyed. They're making it sound as if Diddy maybe had something to do with this, that Diddy potentially paid off someone to destroy that evidence. And the defense said, look, we already know that this is an issue. It's sort of a myth that's out there because they know this from jury selection, that one of the questions that was put to all the potential jurors and some of the jurors who were even serving is, do you think that really wealthy celebrities can pay their way out of trouble? And there were people who said, yes, they do believe that. So that's what the defense was so upset about. They said, they're putting all these seeds in the heads of the jurors to make them think that our client is paying off people and that he had anything to do with destruction of evidence. We want a mistrial. Well, they didn't get it. And that's why I think you got to say that the winners today were the prosecutors. The judge said, I am not declaring a mistrial. We've gotten too far into this. What the judge did say was he instructed the jurors to ignore all of that evidence, that they should not consider any of the evidence about the fingerprints from the car or from Cuddy's house. Just forget it. Now, let's be real. I mean, the judge can say that to the jurors. You forget it. It never happened. You can't consider it. But they know, they heard it, and they also saw how the defense reacted to it. That's got to have some impact on them. And that's potentially, if Diddy is convicted and he's looking for grounds for an appeal, remember this day, because this is going to be one of the things that they would certainly bring up as a reason for an appeal, and that this should have been declared a mistrial. They didn't get that today, but maybe it will help them down the road. But again, the winner here is the prosecutors, because there was no mistrial, and they got the jury to hear a lot of evidence about these two incidents. Plus, they heard more evidence of Diddy being abusive, not only to Cassie, but to other employees and threatening other employees, which of course all goes toward racketeering. So that's it for today. Tomorrow, Deontay Nash back on the stand, and also supposed to be Mia, a former assistant, who is actually referred to as
While my computer's catching up to all this tea that's been spilled, remember, sippers, when you come into the room, put your teacups up and like, subscribe, get comfortable. Whenever your teacup's empty, just sit tight, because we are keeping the tea pouring, okay? We are looking into more stuff about Diddy between trial days. Okay. Let's jump into it with another update from TMZ. Thank you, TMZ. Let's see. What's tea about Diddy? Diddy. whenever my computer catches up. Please be patient, sippers. We know Rome wasn't built in a week, and neither were these computers. So, okay, or a day. Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay. So we already got updated about the dismissal of the mistrial. We're updated about that, right? We know about that. So okay. They're not really talking much more about what we already know. Okay. Let's get into some law and crime. She's boots on the ground for law and crime.
By the way, just to give you an insight about what's been happening, a lot of scheduling issues between the prosecution, the judge, the defense. They want to stay on schedule. They're flying people in and out, witnesses. The direct is maybe going longer, the cross is maybe going longer. So they're trying to figure it all out, particularly with the witness today, Mia, alleged victim number 4. Let's talk about it. Let me bring in right now Elizabeth Milner, our long crime reporter who is in that courtroom for the testimony of Mia. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So
I don't know what's going on. My computer's lagging, dragging, and being stagnant. Thank you. You want some?
It's an important witness, right? Because this is somebody who is going by a pseudonym. This is alleged victim number 4 in this case. And she has described not only what her working relationship was like with Sean Combs, what this environment was like, but she claims that she, was a victim of both physical and sexual abuse. Talk to us about what Mia has said so far.
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. So yeah, Mia came onto the witness stand right after Deontay Nash. So she comes in, and I'm going to be very kind of careful as far as how I'm describing her, because she is testifying under a pseudonym, and you can tell a little bit inside the courtroom why she is doing that. When she walks inside the courtroom, she keeps her head down. She doesn't look towards the defense table. She doesn't really look at us in the gallery. She just makes a beeline to the witness stand. And even while she's testifying, Jesse, she's very soft-spoken. She's very quiet often at times. So you can feel just her apprehension just about everything as far as testifying goes. Even while answering the prosecution's questions, she's keeping her head down from what I can see over in the gallery. But you can just feel just the nervousness from her as far as testifying. And even when she gets off the stand, she doesn't look at the defense table. She just walks past the gallery. Her family and her support system go right after her, and then she goes over into a private room. But just as far as just some of the testimony that she had talked about today, she did describe that Diddy did take violence out on her too. Mia described that Diddy would throw things at her. He would throw her against the wall. One time he even slammed her arm into a door, and then even sexually assaulted her more than once.
Yeah, and let's just wait for this siren to go down. Very, very busy street. This is somebody we had anticipated, right?
Uh-oh. Now, Mia is supposed to be, sorry guys, I'm eating chips and tuna fish. Somebody that is a Jane Doe. So Mia, I believe, is not her real name, right? Name. So on. She testified, according to Miss Milner, that is boots on the ground for law and crime, that she was actually assaulted by Diddy several times while being his personal assistant. Not good testimony at all. Okay. Not good testimony at all. Oh.
she's important for multiple reasons. She's important not only to corroborate what Cassie Ventura has said, but if you're talking about a pattern of abuse towards women, put aside the sex trafficking count for...
No. We are not putting aside, Mr. Jesse, the ex-trafficking charge. That's probably the biggest charge he has right now against him, is the ex-trafficking charge and racketeering. Okay, we're not putting that aside for 1 second at all during the Diddy trial. Because if you're trying to say that that's what it tied into, how can you do that if he didn't first of all, he didn't ex-traffic her into the organization of working for Diddy because she applied and he hired her. Now, if while working for Diddy that occurred, then there you go. But if he aped her, say while they were together one day in a business professional environment or whatever have you, and it happened, can y'all convict Diddy in ex-trafficking because he did that to her and put him in federal prison under a RICO charge for that? Or should he have been tried in a state level court? That's my questions.
Play back in my ear, by the way. Putting aside the sex trafficking count for Cassandra Ventura, what we're also talking about is the racketeering charge. And we just got word that prosecutor Madison Smizer said her direct examination is likely going to take the rest of the day. What do you anticipate she's going to say, Elizabeth, from what we've heard so far?
Well, I definitely think they're going to get into more of just the violence that Mia had witnessed while working for Diddy, but also being Cassie's best friend, a role that she still has to this day. The two are really close friends, something that Deontay Nash even confirmed while he was testifying. But yes, the direct examination is expected to last throughout the day. Even right before I came out to chat with you, Jesse, there was a little kind of angst, I would say, from the defense because essentially the government is saying that Mia has to be off the stand by the weekend. So tomorrow is Friday, so they're hoping that they're able to finish her direct examination today, go over to the cross tomorrow. But the problem is that sometimes the cross examinations do take maybe twice as long as the direct testimony, and it's been a kind of a sticking point that a lot of us have been kind of noticing, especially just sitting in the gallery. But Mark Agnifilo kind of took a little bit of offense to just being given a time frame as far as how long this cross examination goes. The thing is, Jesse, he's not going to even be the one doing the cross-examination. It's actually going to be Brian Steele doing the cross-examination against Mia, or for Mia, I should say. But the defense was pretty upset about it because they felt like the government was telegraphing the time frame for witnesses, especially since the government said that Mia needed to be off the stand. But from the government's point of view, they're essentially saying this is all for logistics purposes. If we're expecting Mia to not be off the stand by the weekend, then we have to pause our flight scheduling and all of that for the next witnesses that are going to be following up after her. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were just really kind of offended just about the time frames that they were given.
And
but
let me tell y'all,
out that
it's not easy to prove 8 cases if you have absolutely no proof but your word of your mouth. Unfortunately. Okay, so I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Like with R. Kelly, they double back. Didn't they try R. Kelly twice for the same thing? They had videos of R. Kelly doing it. Now, they said Puff Daddy had, oh, that's a little hard, video in every room of his house, like essentially covering every single corner of his house. He was always recording stuff. Do y'all have that in the cloud of this alleged ape taking place? If it happened at Diddy's house, where did it happen at? Did it happen at the office? Where did it happen at? Because if it is and there's video of it somewhere in the cloud, y'all find it, show it to the jury, and let them decide what they are going to say that they believe Diddy did or didn't do.
Yeah, the government is doing this, but they're not doing this as a way to kind of slight the defense. They're doing this as kind of a common courtesy for those logistics purposes. And the judge kind of seemed like he took offense to it as well, too, what the defense was telling him. He was saying that it's common courtesy and that even the judge wanted to know these things as far as how long the direct will last, possibly how long the cross-examination will last. And so it seems like kind of a sticking point where the defense may feel like they are being kind of constrained to a certain time frame. But there's never been a moment so far that the judge was like, okay, you got to wrap up this cross-examination after an hour. You got to wrap this up in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So really, they can just have a free go and just really ask all the questions, maybe questions that they didn't need to ask, but will continue to ask because they have to cross-examine their witness.
I got to talk about Deontay Nash. So obviously we'll continue the conversation with Mia, and there's a lot to break down with our panel of guests. Deontay Nash, important witness, celebrity stylist, right? And he had testified that he was, him and Mia, the only people that actually stepped in to actually intervene in Sean Combs allegedly assaulting Cassandra Ventura, talked about the threats that Combs made towards Cassandra Ventura, talked about that she didn't want to be a part of freak-offs. Very, very important witness. But then it was time for cross-examination today. I wasn't entirely sure what the cross was about and what were the points they were making, other than the fact I think he's still not only in touch with Cassie, but maybe even supplied her the wardrobe that she wore in court. And I think he was still maintaining some sort of communicative relationship with Sean Combs only until a few years ago. So it becomes a question if all these things happened to him and Cassie, and he claims he was also attacked by Combs, that this might go to his credibility. But where exactly did the cross-examination go today of Deontay Nash?
Well, the cross-examination, just honestly, quite frankly, was all over the place this morning. It's first thing in the morning. It was just kind of a lot this morning, I should say. Even just starting off, Xavier Donaldson tells Deontay Nash, "Good morning, how are you?" And Deontay Nash still has that sass, which I absolutely love, and he responded, "Blessed." And so just as far as just kind of the incidents that occurred when it came to the violence, they brought up the bed frame incident, and that was something that Mia testified as well today too, where they were explaining that they were all over at Cassie's apartment. It was Deontay, it was Mia, it was Cassie. They were helping her pack for this trip, and then all of a sudden they hear a knock or a banging on the door, and it was Diddy looking for Cassie. And so essentially Diddy kind of picks Cassie up from where she is. He throws her down. He's essentially attacking her in front of her friends, her stylist, but also Mia is still working for Diddy at this point. But essentially, at this point, Mia and Deontay do step in. As far as Deontay is concerned, Deontay jumps on Diddy's back. Diddy throws Deontay to the ground. Then when Deontay's on the ground, Mia jumps on Diddy's back to kind of stop him. Then all of a sudden, Cassie is essentially on the ground because she had hit her head and busted her head open on this really pointy, sharp bed frame. There was blood everywhere. It was something that even Mia testified again to today. But just as far as the responses, as far as the response is concerned, I should say, that this was just kind of a really big sticking point, I feel like, as far as this particular incident, because it was so violent, because Cassie drew blood in this incident, or not drew blood, but not necessarily, but instead blood was gushing from her head. Mia had to go and get towels, and what ended up happening was a call was made, and essentially Cassie was taken to a plastic surgeon, and they were told that Cassie was drinking during this, and that it wasn't a violent encounter that had happened that had caused this type of nash or gash, I should say, as far as just the blood and the amount of blood that was taken, or the amount of blood, I should say, that just gushed from her head, essentially. And so they but they essentially said this incident was because Cassie was drinking. She fell down and hit her head. So that was in regards to just the bed frame incident. But yes, Jesse, to your point, it was definitely one of those sticking out moments, especially because you finally see people stepping in, even kind of in a way attacking Diddy for the most part to get him off of Cassie. But even as far as the end of the cross-examination is concerned, yes, Xavier Donaldson was really asking Deontay Nash just about his communications with Diddy in the years even after he stopped working with them professionally. So this was around kind of the 2019 timeframe. We see an exhibit photo of this text message between Deontay and Diddy was upset that Deontay didn't tell him that Cassie was seeing the trainer. And who was the trainer? Well, the trainer is Alex Fine, her now husband, who she just had her third child with. And so Diddy used this text message to kind of ask how Cassie was doing. And I think the defense was kind of pointing out that that Diddy still cared about Cassie even after their relationship, because again, this was 2019. They broke up in 2018. All the D names. Deontay reached out to Diddy about Kim Porter's death and even Andre Harrell's death. Andre Harrell was a central figure in Diddy's life. He was somebody who had mentored him, and you could arguably say that Andre Harrell is kind of the reason that Diddy got to the point where he is as far as success is concerned. Maybe Diddy doesn't think that, but really you could kind of argue that in a way. But then we see another text message kind of going back in time a little bit. This one from January 30th of 2016. And this is where the cross-examination ends, where they were kind of implying that Cassie was secretive. She didn't tell Deontay, who she considers to be a best friend, just about the freak-offs, that he didn't know about these freak-offs until 2013 when they were at just a hotel together they were hanging out together, and Diddy was threatening to release these sexually explicit videos of him, and just how it kind of ties back to Deontay saying, like, girl, let him release these videos because he's on them too. It kind of relates to that. And so they ended the cross-examination where Xavier Donaldson asked, "You deeply care for Cassie?" And Deontay responded, "Correct. And she kept major secrets from you." And Deontay Nash, in his Deontay Nash way, was like, "Well, I keep secrets from her too. We don't have to tell each other everything," which, do best friends have to tell each other every single aspect of their lives? I mean, not necessarily. It's not necessarily holding a secret, but I feel like what the defense was trying to point out, that this was this big secret that she wouldn't even tell her closest friends that these types of things even happen.
By the way, before I let you go, Elizabeth, you have Deontay Nash, you have Mia. How is the jury reacting to this testimony?
Well, let me tell you, Jesse, today for Mia's testimony, it was a packed courtroom. And so it was really kind of hard to see because of all the bodies in front of me, just their reaction to everything. But so far, it seems like from what I can see, and that's really kind of the tail end of the jury box, is just that these jurors are doing what they've been doing for the past couple of weeks. Is they're taking notes, they're listening. I couldn't see if there was like an emotional reaction, especially as Mia was kind of talking about the bed frame incident, because for Mia's point of view, it seemed like she was very upset recalling this particular piece of testimony. So I couldn't tell if there was an emotional reaction from the jury. And even from Diddy's side over on the defense table, I could barely see his reaction to things. In between heads, sometimes I would see him jotting down notes or shaking his head, that type of thing, especially when it came to Mia flat out saying that Diddy had sexually assaulted her more than once. But as far as just the jury's reaction overall, it's really hard to tell sometimes with them.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because we have a question that came in on YouTube from L. Spelunker. Is anyone acting shocked by all of this in the courtroom? His mom, his kids, the jurors? Does Diddy make any noises or movements? So you're kind of giving us a perspective on what we should be seeing in that courtroom and what we're expecting. Elizabeth, I know you have to head back in there. Thank you so much, as always, for your great reporting, your great detail. We're lucky to have you. Thanks so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions. Obviously, a lot to talk about here, including with Mia's testimony. So right now, let me bring on Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator, and also David Ring, civil trial attorney who has a specialization in sex crimes cases. Thank you both so much for taking the time. David, I'll start with you. Mia, important witness. What are you taking away from her testimony so far today?
Well, it's early in her testimony, Jesse, but so far it seems like a very, very powerful witness for the prosecution. One thing that seems noticeable by people in the courtroom is her demeanor, which is really important. Jurors watch the demeanor of witnesses, and this woman doesn't want to be there. She's very soft-spoken. She keeps her head down. And all of that leads to credibility because of the things she's going to talk about. And I think the most important one will be that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs.
Got a great question here for you, Alexis. I mean, all these questions are great, but I mentioned before how the judge is trying to keep everybody on schedule, right? There was one thing to say, hey, we got to get Cassandra Ventura in and out of here. She's about to give birth. And guess what? She gave birth, what, a week, 2 weeks after her testimony? I get it. But the question we have here from Stephen Clark is, Jesse, why is there a timeline on the trial? Seems somewhat rushed to get through to keep to particular timelines. Shouldn't it be as long as it takes type of trial? That's a fair question, Alexis. What do you think?
Well, so judges do have a right to kind of, be the monitor of their courtroom to some extent. I think what the judge is communicating here is really we have coordination issues. We have to fly people in and out. And this happens all the time when you have trials with witnesses. But in this case, you have a lot of witnesses coming from other areas. So to ask the defense how long they anticipate that they are going to need for cross is totally reasonable. The judge is not putting a specific timeline on them. They seem to be it appears to me, laying this out as possible appealable issue. But the judge is making it clear that they're not doing that. We need this for coordination purposes.
By the way, I'll just throw another question to you, Alexis. This is from Amanda Miles. Does the government pay for their hotel and plane flights for the people they call as witnesses?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it is possible that they are paying for their travel expenses to get there.
All right, that was some very riveting updates. Okay, so we're still on it. We're still sipping tea from it, y'all. Let's jump right into the next one. Remember, when you come in to hold your teacup up to get it filled up with this tea we're pouring. And like and subscribe. This just in with long crime. Diddy was going to kill his ex-girlfriend on the beach. Who testified to that? Was that Mia? I don't know, but we're going to see. While my computer's catching up to the tea being poured, y'all make sure to like and subscribe. Follow me on all social media platforms. Thank you.
Prosecutor says we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records Ms. Garagos. This is Tenny Garagos referring to Sean Combs' defense counsel. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us and we to them. Garagos responds, that's fine. The judge says, let's get Mia back. So we're going to see the continuation of her testimony. We'll break it down in real time. Okay, here we go. Question from KC. I go to you, Alexa.
Like I said, we've been live for a couple of hours. It's been raining around my way. I don't know, every time the wind blows. But it will catch up and the tea will be poured.
Is it true jurors make a decision of guilt or not guilty within the first couple of days of trial?
Well, I mean, jurors are human. So, I mean, appearances and what they're seeing, but they could have an initial opinion and then it can be shifted as testimony comes out. I mean, they are supposed to keep an open mind and they're supposed to listen to the testimony. But I think in this case, like David said, I mean, he's coming across with all this testimony as a pure monster, in my opinion. So I don't know if the defense is going to get and be able to shift what they already have in their mind.
That raises a bigger question here, David, right? I've talked day in and day out about the law, about the elements, about all that. You think the jury's going to come back and say, wow, what did we just hear over the past 8 weeks? We really do not like this guy. We want to convict him of something. Let me be clear. They shouldn't do that, okay? I don't care what the defendant is. I don't care who the defendant is. You should not, as a juror who has a very important responsibility, make a decision based on emotion. You base it on the facts, you base it on the law, the jury instructions, the arguments. You don't do it based on, we think he's a bad guy.
And Jesse Weber, especially after you said that, huh? They really shouldn't do it on the basis that you didn't really just say that they should, huh? Okay.
He must have committed some crime. No, did the prosecution prove this case? These charges beyond a reasonable doubt, but they're humans, David. What do you think?
Well, look, that's why closing arguments are going to be vitally important in this case. And going back to the other question, yeah, sure, there's jurors who make up their mind before the trial is actually over. But I'll tell you this, I've had a lot of trials. I've told a lot of jurors after the trials, the vast majority of jurors truly, they follow the judge's instruction and they go into deliberations with a fairly open mind and they listen to the other jurors. And oftentimes they go in with one position in their head and they're swayed to change their mind because of jury deliberations and they take it very seriously. So I think, I give the jury the benefit of the doubt in this case that they're all taking this incredibly seriously. They're all going to deliberate in good faith. But closing arguments will be crucial because, the prosecution is going to probably say just that. Hey, you can't convict him just because you don't like him. Here's the elements of these crimes. And the prosecution, we've fulfilled all these elements. That's why you convict him.
A super chat question from Nestdog. Nestdog, thank you so much. I'll throw it to you, Alexis. Can the judge give instructions to the jury stating he will not allow a hung jury?
No, the judge cannot do that. If the judge can send the jury back to continue to deliberate, but he cannot instruct the jury that he won't allow a hung jury.
Can give an Allen charge, right? Basically, like if they're like, we're continue deliberating. I'm encouraging you, go back, try to deliberate. Sometimes it comes back with a guilty verdict. Sometimes it comes back with an acquittal. Sometimes we're still undecided. Okay, update from court. All rise. Prosecutor Smizer is asking Mia, again, alleged victim number 4. Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Yes, to Parrot Cay twice. In 2012, me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom, woken up. That travel component is really important, David, right?
Yeah, it goes right to the heart of the sex trafficking, the transportation for prostitution. Every time you hear travel, they're not just putting that in there, just to put it in there. It's important to these particular elements of these crimes that there's transportation that leads to some sort of criminal act.
Got a question from Ashley Glass. If Diddy gets acquitted for this, can the government retry? Nope. If he's acquitted, that's the end of the case. That's the end of those charges. All right, we have a poll. Do you think victim 3's refusal to testify could negatively impact the state's case, Alexis? 61% say no, 38% say yes. Your reaction, Alexis, to that?
No, I don't think it will. I mean, we don't know exactly what they're going to testify to, so it may be that this, the victim had this wonderful testimony that would have been great for the prosecution, but without knowing the specifics of that testimony, the mere fact of them not testifying, no, I don't believe it will be an issue.
Got a continuation of what's happening in court. So Mia has testified again regarding this Turks and Caicos trip to Parrot Cay. She said, I was sleeping in my bedroom. I was woken up. Cass ran in saying, you've got to help me. He's going to kill me. Prosecutor asks, what did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran. Now, David, again, the defense would be saying, you have described prosecutors a lot of violent episodes, a lot of domestic violence, a toxic relationship, arguably state crimes. How is this racketeering? How is this sex trafficking? What would your answer be?
Well, look, you got to look at the totality of this evidence, the totality of the circumstances for this entire case. And I truly think what's going to happen as we move into this more testimony with Mia is that, Mia, we know she's sexually assaulted by Diddy. And so, again, these violent acts are super important because it allows him to control these victims. And it goes right to the heart of these charges, that these threats, this violence, all leads to sex trafficking, to trafficking and prostitution. It's this criminal enterprise. And that's what it comes down to.
Yep. I got another great question. This is from Jesper Sparrow. I'm going to throw this to you, Alexis. Did Cassie get immunity for her testimony? And if so, why wasn't it used for impeachment purposes?
I don't believe that she did. They could have offered her that potentially, because I think that would have come out. There would have been some questioning of her about whether she received immunity.
And
so
what would she get immunity for exactly? Well, let me ask. Immunity if she was part of hiring sex workers for prostitution, I guess?
Well, here's the thing. One of the questions that I've seen come across is why aren't there other people that have been named as defendants in this racketeering case along with Diddy? So, there probably are, which they don't have to do, by the way. You don't have to name everybody as part of the enterprise. But there may have been people that have given testimony or information to the government that they did receive immunity, that they're going to put on the stand, they're not planning on putting on the stand, but they just got information from them, because that is not uncommon. So that may have happened, but I don't think she was given immunity because it would have come out as part of the testimony.
Yeah, there was other conversations about immunity and proffer agreements with respect to assistants, and also potentially if bodyguards testify, I would imagine the same thing, and I wouldn't be surprised by that because, again, if he is charged with a racketeering conspiracy, he can't do it himself. He couldn't have committed these crimes and covered them up all by himself, so you'd have to imagine that the people he did it with or allegedly did it with would have taken some sort of deal or have some sort of protection to testify against him. Okay, going back to court, prosecutor asks Mia, what do you remember about running? Mia responds, I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. Did you run another time? I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. Interesting. Okay. Listen to this one. This is for you. Well, actually, it's not necessarily a question. It's a poll, but I think it's a really interesting poll, David. If convicted, do you think Diddy will regret not taking his original plea deal? 76% say yes, 23% say no. Now, to be clear, we don't know what that deal consisted of. If you ask me, it had to be double digits. I don't think that they were going to offer him anything less than 10 years when they're basically describing him being a criminal leader, a mafia boss almost, and what he's accused of doing, sex trafficking, committing all these crimes, where he faces charges that could send him to life in prison. I don't think
I must say, if you didn't hear what I've spilled about the mob, related ties to Diddy, personal assistants, hairstylists, People like that are not mob bosses level of organizations, you know what I'm saying, of roles for mob bosses. Mob bosses don't have personal assistants and hairstylists that carry out their mob jobs. Like, they do not have those. They have killers, hitman, and all such things like that. Generals, level tiers in the mob world of where you are and who you are as a mob person. Okay? Period. I'm not hearing that out of Diddy relating him to being a mob boss in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Mob bosses do not recruit their hairstylists to commit violent acts of crime.
Would have offered him 5 years. But what do you think? You think he'll regret it if he's convicted?
Well, no, I agree. I think if there was a plea deal, it was significant, and yeah, I mean, look, he's facing life in prison if convicted of some of these charges, and some of the other ones carry 15, 20 years minimum. And so if he's convicted, he's looking at minimum of 15 years, possibly life. And so if he looks back on it and says, you know what, I could have taken a plea deal. I maybe could have saved all of this information and horrible evidence from coming out. Could have served, 7, 8, 9 years and getting out for good behavior. Yeah, he's probably going to regret it.
Well, David, I mean, we got a question from Leslie. Will we ever hear what Diddy's plea deal was?
Probably not. I mean, maybe it comes out after this trial that someone says, here's what he was offered, but are we going to be able to really rely upon that information unless it comes from the government itself? So we may not know what deal he was offered. We may never know that. And we might. Maybe they come out and do say, hey, we offered the guy 10 years. But again, most of the time you don't hear that.
Okay, so I have good news. Well, not only do I have Alexis and David, but now we also have Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor. Look at that. Look at the boxes just like this. It's like the Brady Bunch over here. Nima, good to have you. Welcome to the conversation. Okay, a lot to talk about. So first of all, more updates from court about Mia's testimony. We got onto the paddle boards, went out to the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat. We went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark, and then all of a sudden, Sean Combs' counsel, Brian Steele, says, objection, overruled. We went back. Did you ever call the police? No. Why not? I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. So, Nima, that's a big point, right? I've said it before. I'll say it again. A big theme I think the jury's going to have to wrestle with is why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't Cassie step forward? Why did nobody else report what Combs was doing? How is it possible that, according to Dawn Richard, Cassie was beat up by Diddy in front of high-profile celebrities? Nobody stepped in. That power dynamic, who he is important in this case, right?
Jesse, you're absolutely right. It's extremely important. And look, abusers often have power over their victims, but here the power disparity is something else. And there's this other underlying theme that we're getting out, and it really was the basis for the mistrial motion yesterday, that Combs was above the law, right? He was doing all this, and he could pay his way or use his power and influence not to be prosecuted by law enforcement. So obviously what the defense wants to do is say, no, there's not this disparity in power. What they're trying to do is actually build up the victims, right? This is a theme in their opening statement, that these are strong, independent women who are making their own decision. But the prosecution is saying, no. Here's someone who controlled every aspect of their life. And the reason the victims didn't leave, like you asked, Jesse, is because they didn't think they could because of all the control and influence that Combs had.
Nima, I'm going to throw this to you. This is from Pima 1982. In your opinion, how many of RICO have already been proven?
I think we've satisfied RICO. You have the criminal enterprise, right? Bad boy records. And we know it doesn't have to be the mob or the cartel. It can be a much looser association. Then you have the conspiracy, right? The agreement to do.
Okay, exactly. While everybody's trying to the mob, it's not nowhere up to that level of mob. As far as like what y'all are showing. Okay, like they would have been like, oh, little Kim was a lieutenant general and she was doing this, that, and the third. Mary J. Blige over here doing this, that, and the third. 112 was somewhere running this, that, and the third. Day 26 was doing this, that, and the third. B2K, goddamn it, we had Usher, Justin Bieber, Meek Mill. We had everybody, and they all had roles and levels of understanding where they were in this mob, and they carry out orders. Diddy was the head mob leader. Then we could see y'all like, oh, okay, they on to something. They doing something. But ain't none of that, nothing. Y'all got hairstylists, homosexual hairstylists, okay? And goddamn it, me, personal assistants.
Something unlawful, and I think that's satisfied. Obviously, the most important thing everyone is talking about is those pattern of racketeering acts. I think, look, even if you don't believe sex trafficking, even if you think this was all consensual, I think you got arson, I think you got kidnapping, I think you got intimidation, you got obstruction, you got prostitution, you got plenty
I got a
of
bunch of allegations that have been testimonied up on the stand that have not been proven. They said it happened. They came out and said, you know, a police officer testified that, yes, he investigated. He pulled prints. Unfortunately, the prints cannot be identified back to anybody because the evidence was destroyed in lockup down to the police station. So, excuse me. Kidnapping, yeah. What's her name? Capricorn Clark. She said it happened. Where's the evidence to collaborate and prove that it did happen? Anybody can say anything, that somebody did anything to me. And you know what I'm saying? So they said it. I don't make it true. Prove it. You need to prove shit, right? Especially when you're talking about the livelihoods and the likelihoods of somebody being free or spending the rest of their life in prison like they keep wanting to try to say Diddy's gonna have to do. So we gonna see, like I said.
predicate acts here, Jesse. So I think RICO has been established. And frankly, I think the RICO charge is easier to prove for the government than the sex trafficking.
Got a super chat question. I'll throw it to you, Nima. This is from Donizi TV. Thank you so much for your super chat question. Are there any state charges Diddy could face?
It's tough. You know, I'm here in Los Angeles where the 2016 hotel assault happened, and statute is run on that, unfortunately. It's hard. Some of this is dated. You know, even Cassie's allegation regarding her rape, that's probably the most likely to be charged stateside. But I think if Combs is convicted, it's going to be a moot point. He's going to do double-digit years in federal prison. If he's acquitted, I can't see the DA here, Nathan Hochman, filing additional charges after what would be a very high-profile acquittal.
Okay, so we got an update from, again, the continued testimony of Mia, alleged victim number 4. Prosecutor asks, what's this? Mia responds, a photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She is bruising under her makeup. I took this. Injuries covered up on a red carpet? Yes, at the Cannes Film Festival. What injuries did you see? A busted lip. She was injured. Where were you? In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Did you learn how she got the injuries? Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Go to you, David, on this. This is a question from Christine Dobson. Might have been posted before, but I missed it. Is the jury sequestered? No, they're not sequestered, but I'll throw this to you, Dave. Do you think they should have been?
No. Look, nowadays, very, very few juries are ever sequestered. It turns into an absolute nightmare. Jurors do not want to be locked up in a hotel room for 2 months and not seeing anyone. And with social media and the phones and this and that, it doesn't do any good anyways. I mean, it might have worked back in the day when truly they would have no TV in the hotel room and would have no information about the case. But even if you did lock them away, they'd have plenty of information if they wanted to look at it. So there's just no reason to do that. The judge always says, do not read the media, do not read accounts of the case, do not talk to anyone about the case. You know, every day they get that instruction and hopefully they follow it.
Alexis, interesting question, interesting poll. Do you think Diddy's defense genuinely believes they can win this for their client? 58% say no, 41% say yes. Your reaction to that, Alexis?
I don't think that they think they can win this. No, I think it's clear that we've got a lot of damaging testimony and evidence, and I think they have some concerns. They've got to do some fancy dancing to convince the jury.
I mean, they can have all of the concern that they want for the type of person that Diddy really truly is, but if Diddy has not been federally proven to have done the things that they federally charged him with, they should not federally convict Diddy. I don't care for Diddy. Please don't think I care for Diddy. But I'm looking at Diddy just being another person with charges. I'm listening to what they are, listening to the testimony, and I'm like, okay, well, I hear a lot of shit, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of shit going on, yeah. But does it fit into where up underneath the charges that they have charged Diddy with? And I'm like, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Diddy potentially blew up Kid Cudi's car. Do we believe he did that shit? Probably so. Have they proved it? No. Okay, he blew up Kid Cudi's car because Kid Cudi was sleeping with Cassie. That's under mob related or any type of criminal syndication of criminal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't see it. I do not see it. Now, if he'd have blew up a warehouse because, you know what I'm saying, it had another person's drugs in it, or somebody was coming to raid it and it had a bunch of drugs in it, or people that were being trafficked, that's a level of arson for a RICO charge. Yeah. Him blowing up Kid Cudi's Porsche. Like, that's what rich niggas do when you piss them off. You sleep with that girl and they don't half-ass really want to kill your punk ass, so they throw a cocktail in your car and blow it up. Like, okay. Hell, regular people, like, okay. You see what I'm saying? So, not for nothing, it's not RICO level to us. We're not hearing this shit. Okay, he aped a girl. He aped people, right? Okay, I haven't seen any ape kits. I haven't seen any ape, you know what I'm saying, collaborating witnesses that are like, yes, oh my God, I was there when it happened. I was around the corner dusting. I took a peek around the corner, and next thing I know, I saw somebody, you know, flailing and wailing, and Diddy's hand was over their mouth, and he was aping them. That's somewhat of some, you know, said credible testimony. But all we got are people saying that it happened and absolutely no evidence. Y'all talking about drugs. What drugs? The drugs that they kept in the little briefcases and stuff? Okay, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Everybody talking about them, but so what? Where's the evidence? Did the police seize it? Where the evidence at? Anybody can say any goddamn thing.
That not to convict him.
Got an update from court. Prosecutor asking Mia, how did Cassie sound on the audio recording? There's an objection from defense counsel. It was overruled. Mia said, panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Did you
Yes.
go
Oh my
to
God.
events?
Is it terrible that Diddy's a woman beater, and he threatens people to coerce them to do what he wants them to do. Get your ass over there and file that paperwork for me, boy, before I beat your ass type person. Okay. Y'all put Diddy in position to be in power to fucking do what he did. I don't care for Diddy. I ain't never bought a Diddy album or nothing. I like Faith. I like Little Kim. I like Mary J. Blige. I like Day 12. I like R26. I like 112. I love Usher. You see what I'm saying? But I believe our world would have still had those people in it if it was not for Diddy. I like Biggie Smalls. But y'all are the people that put Diddy into the position to be able to manipulate his power to control and do what he's doing to people. Y'all did that shit. Y'all were not thinking about the man behind the monster behind the man, the monster inside the man. Y'all were thinking about that shit. It was Diddy has a position of power. Diddy can be in position of power. Diddy can also put other people in a position of power. And that's just what y'all ran with. Nobody was giving a damn in the 90s when Diddy came out and started hard hitting on the scene with Biggie Smalls and Faith Evans and Little Kim and all of them, right? Who he truly was as a human being. Y'all were not giving a damn about none of that shit. It was, look at who Diddy's putting up on a stage. Let's rant and rave. Let's crave and dance. Okay, so this is what y'all created. Is it wrong? Yeah. But I think our society also plays a very big part of why Diddy is out here abusing and taking advantage of what he's taking advantage of and doing what the hell he's doing.
Of Brad Pitt's movie Killing Them Softly. What happened at the premiere? Puff was digging.
God, they've been saying that Diddy was this person. They've been saying, girl, Diddy slapped up out of me. When I was at a freak off, girl, I went to use the bathroom and it slapped me into a wall, girl. What'd you do? I went back and got mouth sores. Me and Cassie did. Like, people have been rumoring about Diddy. Been doing it. Y'all just now coming out wanting to bring it to the federal level of indictments. That's on y'all. But we're just following the evidence. And so far, we ain't heard nothing.
His nails into her arm and talking low. What would Mr. Combs ask you to do?
Oh, y'all
Take
keep
care
y'all
of her.
teacups
I
up.
bring her.
When you come in the room, get the teacup filled up with all the Diddy live updates with Tanisha Talks Teas. We're on day 10 through 12. Like and subscribe. Kickers, make sure y'all follow. Welcome Kick to the platform, streaming platform that I am on. It's called Kick.
Arnica gel. For what? Bruises. Talk to us about why that's important for sex trafficking and why that's important for racketeering, Nima.
So sex trafficking, you need that force, fraud, or coercion, right? And we've spent a lot of time in this case talking about force and coercion. Coercion being the drugs, holding the sex tapes over her, that extortion, right? She was concerned.
Okay, we are hearing that Diddy held, X tapes over people. Where are the X tapes at? And what do they have on them? Because if Cassie was so concerned about him putting out X tapes of her, she wouldn't have beat that nigga to the punch to sue him. Cassie didn't give a damn about what them X tapes had on him. She hit him with what the X tapes had on him and told him that she would blackmail his ass and write a book if he didn't pay her $20 million. Like, y'all are crazy for this shit. Yeah, Diddy might have said, oh, I got y'all on tape having sex. But who cared until now? Who cared until now? Who's suing who? Diddy, they are going after Diddy. Diddy hasn't gone after them. When have we ever until now heard Diddy out talking about, or anybody saying, girl, you should have heard what Diddy said last night. What was it? He was trying to blackmail so-and-so with X tapes. Have y'all heard that shit? Because y'all already know we hear everything. Everybody's always recording something. Diddy's always recording like what he does and what he says. Like, I think it would have got leaked that Diddy was gonna blackmail people with X tapes. But we do know that the people that are suing Diddy are like, if you don't pay me, I'm going to say what you did to me on these X tapes. Okay.
That if she left or if she said no, the sex tapes would be put on the internet or sent to her parents' place of work. And then, of course, for the racketeering, obviously, to the extent that there's violence. Now, obviously, domestic violence, assault, they're not racketeering elements. But if there is violence in connection with kidnapping, for instance, right? Kidnapping someone like Capricorn Clark or someone like Cassie Ventura, that violence, that can all come into evidence to the extent that we're dealing with racketeering predicates.
And if this is true, that he's digging
Why? Because he's somewhere beating up on people? He's somewhere slapping people, kicking people, punching people? Okay. Now, one time before they tried to say it was a racketeering charge, federal racketeering RICO charge, that Diddy kicked Cassie all in the back at the hotel and all this shit. And now he's running around beating up everybody, slapping people, throwing people off balconies, blowing up cars and shit. It wasn't nothing, but people have been talking about this shit for decades. So now it takes 30 years for somebody to get federally indicted? Since when? I heard of like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30? Takes 30 years to indict Diddy? Oh, please. I think they're sick of Diddy. I think they're sick of Diddy running around here like he King Teddy Strutter. He can sleep with anybody he wants to. He can beat up anybody he wants to. He's spending millions and billions of dollars doing it. He's paying personal assistants to freak off, file his paperwork. He really ain't doing nothing but kicking back, sleeping around with everybody. I think they're kind of tired of Diddy's lifestyle and they're ready to take him down. That's what I think. Because, girl, where's this RICO shit at? I don't see it. I ain't seen 1 kilo come across this goddamn trial. Where the RICO at? I have not seen one person say, yes, Diddy, he kidnapped me and put me in the back of a truck and made me sleep with 100 men in one night. I have not heard that. And even when they're saying that, Capricorn Clark said he kidnapped her. How? Didn't she say she willingly went? He was like, let's go to the park. And she was like, okay. And then they were like, but didn't he kidnap you? Yes, he kidnapped. Wait a minute. You just said you willingly went to the park. What is it? He kidnapped you and threatened to throw you off of a bridge. Like, who else was there? Was it anybody else that could collaborate your story? It was just you and Diddy by yourself? And he was threatening you and telling you this, that, and the third? And so what was wrong with Capricorn Clark? He's all alone, Capricorn Clark, kidnapping her, threatening her, taking her places, do stuff. He didn't want to ape Capricorn Clark, but he wanted to rape every other woman that came into his sights but her. Wasn't he alone with Capricorn Clark? I don't know. Y'all just...
His nails into her arm, talking low, that level of control, and having his assistant cover it up, again, goes to this idea of a criminal pattern that he's using his resources and his business. I want those
likes up. Hit that like button and make sure you subscribe. We spilling everything, sipping everything about Diddy, y'all.
To further this criminal activity, we have a super chat question from Ever Rios. Thank you so much. Is there no recording at all? Not even the courtroom cam? There is no recording. We do get the transcripts.
Thank you for the
what we
love
try
on
to do on
TikTok.
Law and Crime, we've been experimenting with a little bit, is we put it into this AI program. So we're creating AI recreations. We did it of the opening statements. We did it of Cassie's testimony. Federal courts, unfortunately, they haven't gotten up to the times, and I think that this is a big problem in terms of transparency, particularly in an important case like this, a case of public interest like this. But we're trying to do the best we can of, putting you in that courtroom as to what's happening with this testimony. Okay, Alexis, question from Merlene Spies. Can witness 3 not get arrested for not coming to court?
So they can subpoena her, and yes, she can be held in contempt. I think that the issue that prosecutors have with anytime you want to put a witness that doesn't want to be there on the stand, the testimony can be damaging to the prosecution. So prosecutors are very hesitant to do that, to force a witness that's supposed to be testifying on their behalf to come testify. So you got to balance, you have to balance that. Also, do you want to put someone in jail for not testifying when they've already been victimized?
All right, before we wrap things up.
And not for nothing, I mean, yes, there are allegations and conspiracy theories about Diddy involved in the murder and death of Tupac and Biggie, and God knows if that is true. And y'all can find evidence on Diddy, please lock him up underneath the prison, because Pac and Biggie were 2 of the best influential rappers we had, and now we don't. We were cut short of ever being able to continue to enjoy their entertainment. Okay, so with that being said, do what y'all need to do, but y'all need to do it because if you want to get Diddy, this would be the time while you have him. If not, you probably won't ever get another opportunity.
One last question for all 3 of you. I'm going to take it one by one. This is from Leg 7K. Quick question coming at the end of week 3, going into week 4. Who does the panel think has the advantage so far? Thank you. I'll start with you, Nima.
In my estimation, this is the former federal prosecutor in me. The prosecution has a clear edge right now. I mean, between the video evidence and victim after victim that's telling the same story. The jurors might disbelieve one of them, but there's no way they're going to disbelieve everyone. I think we're marching towards a conviction.
Let me see it.
David, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with Nima. Boy, it's been a powerful, compelling case so far put on the prosecution. And, it doesn't look like it's getting any weaker. Each witness that they put forward each new day seems to have something new and compelling to say. So it's not looking good for the defense.
And y'all, one of my kiddos goes to school all year round. Okay. Getting used to that. This is his first year going to an all year round school, but it's a great school. So I'm very thankful that I was able to get him in, and he's in, and he can go to this same school because he's autistic until he's 21 years old. And so we are blessed beyond belief for that. But my daughter is home from school, right? So she is trying to get sprinkles just to open them for no reason. Stop, put them down. Thank you. Back to Diddy, y'all. Back to Diddy.
And Alexis, before I throw to you, just an interesting poll result. Do you think Diddy should face any state charges for these alleged crimes? 85% say yes, 15% say no. So even, I guess, putting aside the statute of limitations issues that might arise. So Alexis, I'll throw back the question from Leg 7K. As we close out this week, who do you think has the advantage so far?
The prosecution, but remember, this is their case in chief right now. So if they didn't have the advantage right now, then they would be in some real trouble.
That's a good point. Alexis Rosenberg, David Ring, Nima Rahmani, thank you all for taking the time. Really, really appreciate it. All-star panel. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Jesse.
All right.
Bye, Alexis.
Now, before we wrap things up, again, we're planning to do these lunchtime shows, take your questions every day of this trial. Again, we want to kind of put you in the courtroom as much as we possibly can. That's why it's great to have Elizabeth Milner on, who's been in that courtroom and giving us kind of a bird's eye view about what's happening. But one of the other reasons that we can do this is because we get incredible support from our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. And I'll give you an idea here. This is a firm, okay, incredible track record. So they secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind
actually listen
Today
to
was the
what
day when
an ex-mobster said about Diddy.
out waterboarding. And wouldn't you know it, it came from a celebrity stylist who sashayed his way up onto the witness stand. Deontay Nash had the kind of joie de vivre and sass that literally had that courtroom hooked from the moment he showed up. Apart from being right out of central casting, Nash hammered nails into Diddy's coffin today, one after the other, by testifying about things that line up squarely with racketeering. If you think the trial so far has been all about domestic abuse and not about the charges that Diddy's actually facing, like sex trafficking and racketeering, this stylist, Deontay Nash, his tour on the witness stand might just change your mind. Look, it is no secret that Diddy was violent, abhorrent, disgusting. We all saw what he did to Cassie on video. He admitted to it himself, but he's not charged with assault. And Deontay Nash testified about things that went way beyond violence and went straight to the heart of the prosecution's case: force, fraud, coercion. He told the jury that he actually witnessed Sean Combs regularly beating and threatening his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura.
Okay, how does that go all the way up to fraud and coercion on the racketeering level? How? God knows.
And that he would threaten to release the sex tapes of her. That he would use those sex tapes to get her parents fired from their jobs. And that he, Diddy, as head of Bad Boy Records, would refuse to release her music if Cassie didn't do as he said all the time. If you're keeping score, that kind of behavior from a guy at the head of an enterprise could easily be seen as the jury extortion, coercion, forced labor, all the elements the racketeering charges Diddy's fighting. The stylist also testified that on Cassie's 29th birthday, she confided in this stylist that she did not want to participate in Diddy's planned freak-off. After all, it was her birthday, not his. Maybe there were some freak-offs that she enjoyed, and maybe there were some that she did not, but felt she had no choice. For the record, forcing your employee, using your enterprise and your power at the top to have illegal sex with prostitutes that have crossed state lines, that's called sex trafficking, friends. It's called forced labor. And that is what Diddy is charged with in this trial.
Back that up.
But this trial has so many people asking
so I
the
can
question.
Hear that again. Hold on.
For the record, forcing your employee, using your enterprise and your power at the top to have illegal sex with prostitutes that have crossed state lines, that's called sex trafficking, friends.
Okay, it is. I haven't heard him say that he did it. I have not heard them say, News Nation, that Diddy went across state lines with ex-workers illegally for freak-offs and any of that. We have not heard them testify to that. We've only heard of one ex-worker that came out, the charade guy, the Punisher, who has been doing many of paid interviews since he testified on the stand in the Diddy trial. Okay. That, yes, he was an escort for Diddy and Cassie, but it wasn't anything that he didn't want to do. He wanted to do it. He was looking forward to it. And they didn't have to transport him nowhere but across town. Not across state lines, just across town. We did not hear him say one time that he flew the Punisher nowhere so he could come and be with Diddy and Cassie. Now, if I'm wrong, please put the link in the chat, sippers, where that has been stated during the Punisher testimony in the Diddy trial, that he went across state lines whenever he was hired to entertain for Diddy and Cassie. Because I didn't hear that. News Nation is saying that it has been introduced. Okay. That's y'all's money over there at News Nation if Diddy get acquitted. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I am only ever stating the facts, listening to what the news that also always be having a slant on its ass, but are very, very liable for getting sued. Okay? About whatever is going on. We want all sides, all understandings of the evidence first and foremost, and then we want to hear the predictions of what the outcome could look like. Okay, so we're sipping this tea, y'all. Get your teacups up. Here we go. She's about to pour out her understanding of what the tea is, and then they're also going to have an ex-mobster tell him why he felt like Diddy would not last in the mob whatsoever. Okay, he says we didn't beat up women in the mob.
Called forced labor. And that is what Diddy is charged with in this trial. But this trial has so many people asking the question, what exactly is RICO? Well, technically, RICO stands for Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organization. And back in the 70s, the feds created it as a means to bring down the mob, like an umbrella charge that bunched all together a whole bunch of different crimes. And that is the same federal law that Diddy's facing now. My next two guests know this law maybe better than anyone and know how hard it is to beat a federal RICO case because they're both former mobsters jailed by the feds for RICO. Michael Francis was a captain in New York's Colombo crime family.
Exactly. He was a what? He was a captain. A captaino in the syndicated crime mob family. We have not heard one testimony from a captain in Diddy's trial yet. I'm waiting.
He served 8 years for racketeering and extortion. And Anthony Ruggiano Jr. is the son of a Gambino crime captain who was locked up
now. Junior here is the grandson of a captain in a mob syndicated crime family. We have not seen or heard one person yet testify that that was their role in Diddy's organizations.
Locked up 4 different times for robbery, gambling, and yes, RICO. Michael and Anthony, welcome to both of you. And Michael, I said Francisi, and I think it's Francis, so I will correct myself before we even get started. Thank you both so much for being here. I have so many questions for you. Let me start with this, and I'm going to open it up to the both of you, but Michael, I'm going to get you to start. For a lot of people, RICO is all about the mob. It's all about what you see on The Sopranos. It's those kinds of crimes. It's not the stuff that they see on tape where Diddy's beating his girlfriend up. But I've had a chance to kind of look into this case. You've heard what I just said in the opening of this case.
And I also want you guys to also take into account most mobs started with the Italians, okay, back in like the 20s or 30s. Italians and Black people did not get along back in those times. If you've watched Hoodlum with damn it, hold on one second. Y'all know movie I'm talking about, Hoodlum with hold on, babies, because the names are just escaping me, but I'll be fine. Hoodlum movie 1997. Lawrence Fishburne, Cicely Tyson, Tim Roth, Andy Garcia, Vanessa Williams, Clarence Williams, Loretta Devine, Queen Latifah, Chi McBride, Richard Bradford, Paul Benjamin, and Paul Eckstein. Okay, it was about having just been released from jail. Bumpy Johnson, played by Lawrence Fishburne, returns to his criminal ways as a linchpin in the African-American run numbers racket. However, Bumpy's longtime friend, Illinois Gordon, Chi McBride, and girlfriend, Francine Hughes, Vanessa Williams, are both eager to get him back on the straight and narrow. But a brewing rivalry with mafia boss Lucky Luciano, Andy, played by Andy Garcia, and his henchman, Dutch Schultz, Tim Roth, threatened to raise the stakes to dangerous new levels, okay? A lot of that shit was about racism, okay? So take this at a slant, okay, with what we hear today from the mobsters, which are Italian. I'm looking, they're Italian, okay, and what their view is of Diddy being considered a mobster. Okay, let's sip this tea.
Do you think that this is RICO, or are you scratching your heads?
Well, first of all, you can say my name either way, Francis or Francisi, so you're correct. But I will say, the RICO statute was definitely created, I think back in 1970, a fellow by the name of DeBakey created it specifically to go after the mob. No question about that. It's certainly evolved over the years because the government obviously can use a law in any way they see fit. They've gone after Wall Street people with it and a lot of other people. So they'll use it outside of the mob. What's a little bit confusing here is normally there is a criminal enterprise that's involved, a group of people. I had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state, and in each case it was the Franzese family, the Franzese group as part of an enterprise, and I had a lot of co-defendants. I didn't hear the government's opening statement on this to see how they tied this into a racketeering statute, because as far as I know, it's only Diddy on trial, and he's on trial alone. So are they claiming that he is a one-man enterprise? That's what's kind of confusing to me, because the charges against him can certainly stand alone. I don't think they need to be part of a racketeering indictment. But again, I'd have to know what the opening statement was and how they put that theory together that this could be under the RICO statute.
So you know what? I'll throw this in here, and Anthony, you can jump in. From the way I see things, what the prosecutors have tried to determine was that here's Diddy at the top of Bad Boy Records and the enterprise that he's created, the big businesses that he's created. He's got employees that he's paying security. He's got employees, Cassie, who is supposed to be releasing music. He's got employees like assistants who he tells, you go and set up the freak offs and you go and get my drugs and, you grab Cassie and bring her to this vacant building and threaten her with a lie detector test. So I think what they're trying to say is that he used his business and he used his corporate card from Bad Boy Enterprises and he used cash from the business plus assistants and employees to carry out a lot of the crimes that they're alleging one after the other, with these witnesses. So if I lay it out that way, Anthony, what do you think? Do you think this lines up with the RICO that you know?
I feel a lot like Michael. I'm struggling with it too because my RICOs also, there was co-defendants. I read his indictment. I started reading his indictment today, and his business is the enterprise, and the people that worked for him were part of the conspiracy. So maybe they're unindicted co-conspirators and they got immunity because, like Michael said, on my indictment, it said the United States of America versus, and then there was 8 names. And we all conspired to commit crimes. Diddy's alone. Who did he conspire with? Did he conspire by himself?
Oh.
Did he extort people? Yes, he did. Did he kidnap people? He held them against his will? Yes, he did. He brought people across state lines, which is a federal offense. To be a RICO just on him, it's hard for me to understand how that happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I do think that, listen, we got weeks and weeks left of just the prosecutor's case, but already we've seen one of the assistants who said he got immunity. And my feeling is that his second in command, Christina Coram, either she's going to plead the fifth or she's going to have been offered immunity or use immunity for her testimony. I do think you're right. It's kind of confusing without the conspirators, but my feeling is that right now, to get the testimony against the guy at the top, they may be offering them immunity. But like I said, we still have to find that out. I got this question for you, Michael. I opened the show by saying that I felt sad by sitting through a lot of today's testimony because this stylist, he just went over instance after instance of just vicious, vicious beating and control that Diddy had allegedly over Cassie, things he saw firsthand, things that he even tried to step in and stop by jumping on Diddy's back. Blood coming down Cassie's face during one of the beatings that Diddy allegedly turns around and says, "Look what you all made me do." And I wondered about a guy like that. Now that this is all coming out in the public, if Diddy's convicted, this is not the kind of behavior that I used to hear about with the mob. They beat up and killed guys, but they didn't beat up and kill girls all the time. Do you see a big difference here with the kind of behavior Diddy's accused of doing compared to the behavior of mobsters?
Oh, absolutely. Let me say this. I always take the position, someone's innocent until proven guilty. That's just my position all the time. However, we have seen certain things. I think everybody has seen the hotel video where he was obviously beating her up. And the testimony has been absolutely despicable. And nobody in my former life would ever approve of something like that. And I think Anthony will vouch for that. We didn't beat up women. We didn't do things like that. We were taught to respect women in a big way, especially our families. So, in our life, if you violated another made man's wife, daughter, sister, mother, you're in a lot of trouble. So we didn't stand for that in any way, shape, or form. And like I said, the acts that are being described here are disgusting, despicable. If somebody like that was in our former life, he wouldn't last, quite honestly. And again, I would love to hear, I believe that the defense is going to attack the RICO statute here. You said, possibly there are witnesses that have been given immunity. Not possibly, 100%. I mean, that's how government builds cases. They go after people, they get them to cooperate, and they give them immunity. So like Anthony said, there's probably several unindicted co-conspirators here that all decided, hey, we're not going to take the fall, we're going to cooperate. We're going to testify, and that's why they weren't indicted. So I would believe that what Anthony said, that they're going to use the theory that you said, that the whole Bad Boy Records was a criminal enterprise. He was at the top of it. He used these other people to implement schemes, and that's how they charged him with RICO. But these acts are just, the real question is, how did this go on for 20 years? 20 years this was going on. A guy as high profile as that, and I've said this before.
Did I not just say that?
It's allowed to continue for 20 years. There's no question that people knew that this was going on. There were high profile people involved. How does something like this go on for 20 years? Anthony, in our former life, this wouldn't last a year. People would be down in.
Yeah, you know what, Anthony, I'm gonna get you to dovetail on that. Because I want to know if Diddy's convicted and he ends up spending the rest of his life in a federal prison, given what we know now, the filth of his behavior, the absolute filth of his behavior when it came to how he treats women. One woman, absolutely. The others, so far, it's just an accusation. How will he fare behind bars?
Well, I have two scenarios. If the BOP buries him in like a Marion or the Supermax in Colorado, he'll do a terrible bit. But if he goes to, my opinion, if he goes to a regular federal prison, he's going to be fine because the kids there, the people there, he has a lot of money. He's still, he's in the music business. Everybody wants to be a hip hop artist. He's going to do fine in prison. He's going to do a good bit. He's got a ton of money, and he's going to do fine in prison unless the BOP buries him in a Supermax. That's the only way he's going to have issues. Other than that, I don't think he's going to have a problem with a certain group of people. Maybe mob guys might shun him. I'm sure people might throw, innuendos at him. He might have a fight or two, but overall, I think he's going to do fine in there because of who he is and all his money. Just like Madoff did fine in there and all these other criminals.
Tell me why you think he would have a tougher time at a Supermax. What would be the difference and what would that tougher time look like?
He'll be isolated. You get an hour a day. He'll be locked in a cell 23 hours a day. He'll have no rep. He'll have no contact to the outside world. He'll have nobody to talk to. He'll be just alone, isolated. And that's hard on a person to be isolated like that.
But you know what? Maybe if you got a target on your back because of the way you allegedly used women as punching bags for 20 years, maybe it would be better to be isolated than the alternative. Can't thank you both more for being so candid about your past and helping us to sort of understand what's at stake in this federal courtroom. I'd love to have you both back. Michael Franzese and Anthony Reggiano, thank you so much.
All right, that was the riveting prediction and perspective from the ex-mobsters. They're saying it. They don't even know what the hell Diddy sitting there doing under a RICO. Under a RICO. Let's get into it. Court TV chimed in and gave their understanding of insight. And Mia testified. Mia.
New York City, we are.
Remember, Mia is a Jane Doe name.
Going by the name Mia, and we have a live update from our own Scripps News reporter Alex Miller, who has been inside of that courtroom and courthouse and now outside. Alex, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Tell me what the key moments are. What is Mia saying on the stand?
Well, Mia is on the stand. She's been on the stand since late morning, and she's likely to be on the stand through Friday. Prosecutors are utilizing her in part to prop up their argument that Sean Combs essentially abused his employees. And though she was only his personal assistant for about a year, she described it as chaotic and toxic. She said the highs were really high and the lows were incredibly low, and it was an incredibly high-pressure work environment. In fact, she was rarely home. Her friends called her a ghost because she was always with Sean Combs. She worked 24 hours straight her first day on the job. She thought maybe that this was a bit of a test, but it turns out that that was a regular occurrence. One time, she worked 5 days straight without sleep. She said she had to utilize Adderall in order to be able to do so.
And I want to spill this tea. I worked for a call center where the manager he really didn't know how to run his own call center, right? So he made me a manager of the call center. And I worked for 24 hours straight, like with no sleep. I remember one day from sun up to sundown. And I couldn't file RICO charges on him. We sued him and we won. We got us a little settlement from suing our old boss at a call center because, he used to make us work without pay of overtime. He would just pay us our regular hourly amount, but not overtime pay. He did not go to federal prison or a supermax in Colorado. Okay? He went on about his life after he paid the employees that were due overtime compensation that money.
She said Combs really was of her when she stayed with him at his house. She was not allowed to lock her bedroom door, and that goes to one of her allegations. She has alleged on the stand that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her on more than one occasion. She also said he physically abused her by throwing things at her. She said he once threw her in a pool, dumped a bucket of ice on her, and that was a regular part of her day-to-day life as his employee, at least as his personal assistant. She later worked for him in a different capacity, but she's also one of Cassie Ventura's very best friends, was and still is. And she was able to testify to the amount of control that Diddy had over Cassie as well, saying that Mia was to text Diddy photos of the hair, nails, clothing that Cassie wanted to wear, and that Diddy had to approve it before she was able to do so. That he had control over their friendship, that she wasn't allowed to do anything with Cassie, leave his house without the approval. And if he didn't approve, there was a punishment, not only physical abuse, but he'd take away her car, take away certain jewelry, things of that nature as well. She said that the punishment essentially was typically unpredictable, but typically pretty terrifying. And then lastly, just before lunch, she described that scene that we heard Cassie describe and Deontay Nash when Cassie was beat up in her bedroom by Diddy in front of both Nash and Mia to the point where she was bleeding from her head. She described that situation as incredibly terrifying, saying that she tried to get Diddy to stop, but he wouldn't. She says his eyes turned black and that he was essentially looking right through her. She says those are the moments where she really knew that not only Cassie was in incredible danger, but that he was as well, that she was as well.
Alex, you are just sharing these harrowing details, and though we don't have those cameras, we can imagine what it's like inside of that courtroom with Mia on the stand. This was slated to be an 8-week trial, so it would end sometime in July. We're hearing that it may be sooner that things are wrapping up. What are you hearing there on the ground?
Yeah, we are hearing that it might wrap up sooner. They are trying to keep things incredibly on schedule or ahead of schedule, despite the fact that we didn't have court on Friday or Monday because of the Memorial Day holiday. We are now hearing that they might be able to wrap up the prosecution's case within the first 2 weeks of June. The trial was initially slated to go until just before the 4th of July holiday, but if they are to be able to wrap up within the first 2 weeks of June, we're expecting the defense to take about a week or so. So it looks like they could be a week or two ahead of schedule.
Miller, thank you for the very latest there in New York City. Let's turn our attention to our guests who are standing by and see what they think about where we are in the Diddy trial. Criminal defense attorney Jessica Lettingham and former deputy public defender for LA County, Philip Dubé. Jessica, let me start with you. We've got Mia on the stand. That's the name that she's going by. She's actually in the indictment in this case. So basically, it's Cassie Ventura and Mia who are named. Talk about whether the allegations that you're hearing, whether that equals racketeering and sex trafficking.
Yeah, she has been a witness from the beginning that I have been really wanting to see. I think yesterday was a major turning point for the prosecution. We finally saw some real trafficking evidence when the assistant, the makeup artist, one of Cassie's friends said, yeah, I saw Diddy say that he was making her do this freak off on her 29th birthday. We finally got the forcing. Now with Mia, we will also finally see some forcing of the sex. And so we're finally getting there with the sex trafficking. The racketeering, trafficking is one of the predicate offenses, one of the 2 predicate offenses. So it may get us there, but they're not there yet with the racketeering charge.
Okay, Jessica, you brought up Deontay Nash's testimony, that stylist. It really was powerful. We have a clip. It's AI generated from the details inside of that courtroom in our notes, but let's take a listen to what he described in that moment about that alleged force and potential blackmail.
What conversations, if any, do you remember having with Mr. Combs ahead of Cassie's 29th birthday?
Should he surprise her for her birthday?
Is that what he asked you?
Yes.
How did you respond?
I told him if you want to.
Now, why did you tell Mr. Combs to come if he wanted to, if you'd seen him do all of this violence to Cassie?
Girl, I was not about to tell him. He couldn't come give that girl a party.
What do you remember happening at the birthday party there?
As they were leaving, Puff was telling Cassie, you, I do all this. I'll do everything for you, and you just can't do this one thing for me.
Did you end up speaking with Cassie at the Cavatina about Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Were you 2 alone?
It was a couple people around.
What do you remember Cassie saying to you at the Cavatina?
I asked her about Puff. I was like, girl, what is he over there doing? What is he talking about? And Cassie said, girl, he's just mad because I don't want to go to the hotel and freak off with him.
Deontay Nash also testified about videos of the freak-offs and Cassie being worried that they would be leaked. Philip Dubé, are we getting there with racketeering, in your opinion?
Not even close. Honestly, I know I'm going out on a limb here, but really what we're seeing is an end run around the state statute of limitations periods for domestic violence and maybe pimping and pandering. The statute of limitations, I believe, out here is 4 years. So any assault on Cassie would have had to have been brought many years ago. The pimping and pandering, I think, is an 8-year statute. So what's the problem? The problem is they can't get him stateside. So what do? You resort to Plan B and you go federal. And they're using these creative avenues to try to get him under a traffic a RICO theory or transportation for prostitution. And I think it's falling short, but we're still in the infancy stages of the case. And I'm anxious to hear what, if anything, they have next. Because right now, what I'm not seeing is all these predicate acts occurring in the ordinary course of the Combs enterprise, as opposed to just isolated instances of violence against Cassie. And certainly it's not to trivialize what happened to the young lady. I just don't think it's properly charged under RICO, the Mann Act, and
Thank you. They jumped the gun on Diddy. They're like, oh, Diddy is who Diddy is. This got to be at the federal level. Let's take it there. They could have took this shit to state. State would have tried it, and he would have probably got life in. I've seen people get life in prison for domestic violence, depending on like the level, everything involved. Shit, okay.
For prostitution.
And Philip, ass is finna walk.
Follow up for you, since you're there in LA County and a lot of these alleged incidents happened there. We've got Mia on the stand talking about just horrible things as an employee for Combs, and she alleges violence as well, that he threw her into a pool, that he put ice on her, that he grabbed her a lot. Forced labor is what it is called in the indictment. Is this something, I don't want to say is common, but sometimes we do have people coming out about their celebrity bosses saying what a terror they were. Do you think that this should be added to the racketeering case in the way that we've heard it?
Well, if you think about it, what would they be adding? It would just be a form of aggravated assault, which I guess is one of the predicate offenses. And I guess in theory they could. I think the defense would cry foul for alleging this type of late amendment, but certainly they could foresee it because they've received all the discovery. You know, the problem that the defense has when you cut through it all, Julia, is that they don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each predicate act. In fact, the jury doesn't even have to reach unanimity as to each predicate act. The jury can just look at all the behavior in its totality and say, yeah, they've satisfied predicate act sort of in the abstract and get the guy. I just am fundamentally opposed to it, and I'm not sure it rises to that level yet. We're getting there, though, but right now we're still riding the train.
Exactly. Alex Miller told. Thank you. Let's see what else Court TV been shining in on. We are updating from Diddy Day 10 through 12, y'all. We've been live since this morning, catching up on Diddy. Days 10 through 12. Thank you guys so much. Keeping your teacup ready to get some tea on Diddy. Remember, when you do get that teacup filled up, like and subscribe. Drop some teacups down in the chat, y'all. As well as your spill on it. Spill your tea on it, okay? Let's listen to more of what's going on. Diddy ex-trafficking trial, Kid Cudi faces backlash from the testimony, y'all. Y'all want to hear some of that? Let's listen to some of that. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? What's tea on the other rappers giving Kid Cudi some backlash?
Thanks for staying with us. So this morning, we're shining our spotlight on what lies ahead for Kid Cudi after last week's explosive testimony. So where does the trial and Kid Cudi go from here? So Cudi called Combs a liar on the stand and insinuated that the former music mogul blew up his Porsche. Already, the backlash has been quick and swift from the rap industry. Controversial figure Kanye West put in his 2 cents. He said he wishes, quote, hadn't testified against Puff. West has been a staunch supporter of Combs's from the very beginning. And he's not getting any love from fellow rapper Young Thug either. Thug going so far as to call Cudi a rat for testifying. Now, for the record, Cudi had no choice but to testify. You don't ignore a federal subpoena or else you get tossed in jail. Now,
Okay. Let me know this, sippers, if y'all know. Okay, drop this in the chat. Can you plead the 5th? Can you plead the 5th in a federal case in court?
Here's Cudi's testimony. Here's a little clip of it. Remember, there's no cameras in federal court, so we have to use AI technology in the court transcript. We marry them together. So we want to give you a little taste of what it was like when Cudi was on the stand. Take a look.
Mr. Combs made it clear to you that he was also confused. True? True. Just like you, he's similarly situated. He did not, to your knowledge, know that you were dating Ms. Ventura. True? Yes, true. And he wants to understand how did this happen, and you want to understand how did this happen, basically, right? Yes. And Ms. Ventura was living 2 different lives. Is that true? Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. When you went in that room with Mr. Combs, no weapons, to your knowledge. True.
All right. 2, Young Thug's opinion about Kid Cudi testifying against Diddy. He called him a rat. Kid Cudi potentially could have pled the 5th instead of testifying. You can plead the 5th in any situation, where you are compelled to provide a statement, such as during a police interrogation, a deposition in a civil case, or while testifying in a criminal trial. If you believe your answers to a question could be used against you in a criminal case, you can invoke your 5th Amendment right. So, in a criminal case like what Diddy's in, your silence cannot be used against you. In a civil case, a judge or jury may draw an unfavorable inference from your silence, meaning they might assume you are hiding something. But in a criminal case like what Diddy's in, where Cudi testified, they cannot hold it against you if you plead the 5th.
No. He definitely didn't threaten you. True. No. In fact, he was gracious. I think your word was really calm. Yeah. And you were professional as well. True. Yes. And it was an understanding, a meeting that this was about a girl, a relationship, and both of you guys were played. That's pretty much how it ended. True? True. And the person who played you is the same person who played Sean. It's Miss Ventura. True? True. To your knowledge, we're approximately, if you don't mind, approximately 13 and a half years after January 9th, 2012, when your car was damaged. Is that approximately true? Yes. To your knowledge, no one has been charged or arrested for damage to your car. Am I right? No.
Objection.
Sustained. The judge should disregard the witness's last answer.
In the 13 and a half years that has passed in California, have you ever been notified that there's been any other action on this case in California? Action on? The car, the damage to the car. No. Do you remember back when you were with Ms. Ventura, did she have multiple phones, if you can remember? I don't think I remembered that. Do you remember telling that to law enforcement, that she had multiple phones? I don't know. I can't remember. Can I ask you to look at something in this honorable court, with this court's permission, to see if it jogs your memory? Yeah. If I said it, I guess I said it. Do you know what a burner phone is? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. With regards to the night of the trespass in your home, I think you called it a break-in. I guess more narrowed to trespass, but that's what I'm talking about, okay? Right. You received a phone call from Ms. Ventura explaining that she gave your home address to Combs. Do you remember that? The morning of not the evening. About 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning. Fair to say? Yes. I'm just trying to coordinate you. Yeah. And that information about your address, according to what you were told, came from Ms. Ventura to Mr. Combs? Yes.
All right, so let's talk about it. Will Kid Cudi regret testifying against Diddy? I want to welcome in entertainment commentator, actress, and photographer Holland Reed. Holland, good morning. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this. What do you think? Do you think Cudi is going to have some regret?
Oh, God. Good morning, Julie. First of all, no. This is not the age or the era of being silent. That has been the problem in all of these industries for decades, for years. It is literally institutional silence that has been the staple of the music industry. This is the Me Too movement of the music industry, and Cassie hopefully will be, I hate to say that she would be the face of it, but this whole entire situation with Diddy is exposing the underlying problems that have been going on forever. Silence, I said it last time, silence is loyalty, and that's what the currency is. No, I don't think he's going to regret it because he did speak up. Now, I will say that the defense and the prosecution are doing their job. Thank God. This is a very good trial to watch. Everyone's doing their job. They're trying to discredit Cudi and Cassie, the relationships, but in the same breath, you are absolutely confirming what has been going on in the music industry for decades. And so I don't think he's going to regret it. I think that if you're choosing between ponying up to rub a little bit longer with a Diddy or anybody else versus your soul and your integrity, then we're going to go on Team Cudi for this one.
Right. Oh, I love what you just said there, Holland. Yeah, and I think a lot of people, I would say probably, at least from what I've seen on social, it looks like the overwhelming majority of people are Team Cudi, on this one. And yeah, I mean, taking a stand and look, I can't emphasize this enough. He was subpoenaed to come to federal court. So it was going to get done one of two ways. Either he was going to come willingly, like we saw him, rocking his leather jacket, his jeans, his sneakers, smoking a cigarette as he was going in there. I don't think he was like jumping for joy to get in the courtroom, or they could say, okay, well, we will get a material witness warrant for you, Mr. Cudi, if you don't show up, and we will have the marshals bring you in. I mean, it could be like, look, do it the easy way, do it the hard way. It was going to get done. Holland, tell me, I want to zone in on what Young Thug said, okay? So Thug is calling him a rat. To me, look, I was a prosecutor, and informants are very helpful to the justice system. They are. They get called rats, whatever. To me, there's a big distinction as somebody who's working with the government or the state to inform, to let the state know about criminal conduct versus somebody who just gets subpoenaed because they had their car blown up through no fault of their own. Do you agree that, I don't think that the rat characterization is appropriate here? Your thoughts?
Okay, so my thoughts on this are this is a RICO trial. What they're trying to do is establish, as you know this, and I'm not, again, I pretend like I feel like I want to be a lawyer, but I'm not. But where they're trying to establish.
We say it all the time.
Listen, we'll talk about that later.
Yes, girl.
The thing is, Diddy was an enterprise. He's not just a man. He was a machine. And he used that machine, and he used the people around him, assistants. Young Thug saying that, honestly, in my opinion, confirms that this was a system. This was systemic. This was a machine. This was an organization. If you are a rat and you are a mobster, if you are, the Don Corleone, whatever, old school, type of mob mentality, you're confirming that by calling someone a rat. So when you're saying that someone is speaking out against the organization, then there's an organization. And I feel like that is where this is all going to come tumbling down, is that Diddy is not one person. Where are the other co-conspirators? Where are the other enablers? There are plea deals, and people are flipping left and right behind closed doors, whether we see it or not. But that right there, Young Thug's commentary, literally for me, confirmed that that he was ratting out an organization. The silence, you are exposing exposing the industry. You're exposing the machine. And that right there is a part of the RICO case that I think will stick.
You are so brilliant, my friend. Bravo. That analysis is outstanding. You got me thinking, as you're talking, like my wheels are turning. Because yeah, you think about Thug was in the same position.
It sounded good. It sounded excellent. Like it sounded very professional. However, young Thug, okay, can call it whatever he wants to call it. That don't make it a rose. Okay, that does not make it, you know what I mean? Whatever it is what it is. And if y'all cannot bring the level of evidence to support what y'all want it to be for Diddy, then that's just not what it's going to be. You see what I'm saying? Now, however, if they convict or acquit Diddy, that's up to the jury. I'm talking about public opinion, what we're sitting here listening to. We do not hear RICO. And just because Young Thug said it was an organization, that doesn't make it a RICO. I'm in an organization called the Autism Society for Children organization. I'm not no mobster, and I'm not doing anything that would be considered a crime for it, and to potentially be indicted in a RICO. But I'm in a dozen organizations. None of them are criminal, and none of them break laws.
He had RICO charges. He was being accused
in the same position,
right, of being the leader of the enterprise. Yes. And then
Young Thug was not in the same position as Diddy's ass. Diddy was running around with a bunch of hoes, okay, freaking off baby oil, a little pouch and briefcase full of drugs. Young Thug was actually recruiting other rappers and people, men in the community, girls in the community, to actually push the level of drugs that would take a RICO to be indicted on your ass. Okay? He was also doing it through his music, letting people know exactly what he does and how he carries out his line of organization in the criminal syndicate underworld. Okay? That is why Young Thug was indicted on a RICO. That is why he was convicted. That's why he's doing 10 years probation or whatever he got going the fuck on. Okay? Because they could prove it. They had all types of evidence that, supported it, collaborated it. And that's why it was what it was. Just like y'all said, Young Thug was finna get life. Young Thug is somewhere kicking it free right now. And we can guarantee you, in the first motherfucking month of Young Thug's trial, they had more evidence on him than they do on Diddy right now. Okay.
Like, what about all the people? There were I think 28 defendants initially, and 5 of them went to trial. Did he call all of them rats? Because they pleaded?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Apples
and that's
and
what I
oranges.
believe. That's what I believe. As a yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, gosh. Holland, love having you on this show. I can't wait to see what this week brings.
Okay, y'all, we are updating ourselves on everything. Day 10 through 12 of the Diddy case. Of the motherfucking Diddy case. We've covered a lot of ground. We're about to end our show for the day. Wrapping up day 10 through 12 with the United States versus Diddy. TMZ show that they do every Thursday. Okay, we're going to watch episode 3. They're up to episode 4. However, I didn't come. I'm busy, my own life. So now we're going to end the show, because I'm sure she's done all the testifying she's going to do. I think Mia's the only testifying person right now on the stand. Okay, his personal assistant. Let's get into our last part of wrapping up our Diddy show. with United States versus Diddy, last week's episode. TMZ presents United States versus Shark Combs inside the house. Let's get into week 3. Y'all remember when you come in and get your teacup filled out?
It was the showdown of...
You subscribe. Thank you so much. Today has been a day, right? I hope you guys kept your ibuprofen on hand because Diddy could give you a freaking headache. But it's a lot of explosive testimony has come out. Yes. Is it up to the level of Rico? We don't know so quite just yet. But there's a lot of riveting predictions going on about whatever has already been said and all of that on both ends of the sword for Diddy. Which one will he fall on? Because if Diddy also gets acquitted, it's not like he's just going to Diddy bop out of the jail. Diddy's life on the outside of the pokey right now is still pretty fucked up. They done seized Diddy's house, sis. They done raided him. They done got Diddy's kids' heads all messed up. Poor babies. They don't know which way to come, up or down, round or round. They have cut all his endorsements and sponsors and shit that he had going on. Nobody wants to touch Diddy from before the trial started up until now with a 10-foot pole doing nothing. So it's like, okay, that's one edge of the sword he can fall on if he is acquitted. And if he's not, going to prison. And then everything he had on the outside of his life, wouldn't matter ultimately anymore while he's in prison. Except his children. You see what I'm saying? His family. But the rest of it, he might as well just, let his family sort out and try to continue to work out in the best favor for their rest of their lives. Because Diddy's he's a 55-year-old man. You see what I'm saying? Whatever time they give him, gonna be something to put some more gray on his ass. So anyway, so anywho, yeah, you see what I'm saying? That's what that'll be. It's a double-edged sword for Diddy. We're gonna get into the TMZ presents United States versus Diddy.
Showdowns in week 3 of the Diddy trial. Kid Cudi, far and away the witness prosecutors are counting on to nail Diddy on racketeering charges. He took the stand Thursday, and his testimony, explosive.
Cudi says that Diddy broke into his house and lit his car on fire.
This week's testimony was lurid for sure, and confusing, especially when the Punisher testified about freak-offs with Cassie and Diddy. I was confused why prosecutors called you.
I was actually confused myself.
And there was dramatic testimony about Diddy gunning for Suge Knight.
If he'd have confronted me and he had a gun, he best believe he was going to have to use it.
Diddy took a hit when Cassie's mom testified. He straight up blackmailed her. But the defense scored big when Danity Kane singer Dawn Richard fell apart on the stand.
Diddy's defense lawyers ate Dawn Richard's lunch when she was on the witness stand, accusing her of changing her testimony often.
This is TMZ presents United States versus Sean Combs inside the Diddy trial. And welcome. It was a mixed bag in this trial this week. The defense scored some big points, I think, but I think the prosecution did too. We're going to break it all down. We're going to have a couple of guests. We're going to have one guest who testified, and it's unclear why the prosecution would want him. And there was somebody else I spoke with, and it's unclear to me why the prosecution didn't want this person, because this person could be key in proving racketeering. So we're going to get into all of that. Let's introduce our guest, Nancy Grace, who is the host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Joe Tacopina, the celebrity lawyer, most recently won the A$AP Rocky criminal case in Los Angeles. We have Ebony K. Williams, host of Equal Justice and Holding Court, and Ashley Banfield, host of Banfield on News Nation, and the host of Drop Dead Serious podcast. So I want to start with Kid Cudi. Let me kind of set the stage here. So Kid Cudi was dating Cassie after Cassie broke up with Diddy. And when Diddy found out, according to Kid Cudi, he got a phone call saying, you better come over to your house because it's just been burglarized by one Sean Diddy Combs and an associate. And apparently, Diddy had gone inside.
Blew up. There you see it. That was from a Molotov cocktail. Sean Combs said, I'm going to blow up Cuddy's car. Okay. Then amazingly, bam, 1 month later, his car is blown up with a Molotov. The significance, A, obviously, he masterminded it, unless he's clairvoyant, and I can't wait for Gergos to try to claim that in court. But we've seen this before. For instance, in the Scott Peterson case, Scott Peterson says, this is going to be my first Christmas without my wife. She died. And bam, 2 weeks later, it was his first Christmas without his wife. She died because he killed her. Or O.J. Simpson has a clairvoyant dream that he killed Nicole because he did. Same thing here. Now, regarding the Molotov, why Kid Cudi? Because it goes to prove criminal enterprise. You think Diddy ran down to the quick stop and got his Coke bottle full of accelerant gasoline? No, he had somebody else do it.
What's the enterprise? Is the enterprise?
Doesn't make it a criminal enterprise.
What's
that
the
makes
enterprise?
It a crazy, jealous boyfriend. That's what it makes it. This guy is a crazy. Look, proven in this case. Diddy's a criminal. Proven in this case, Diddy's a bad guy. Proven in this case, he's a batterer and abuser and despicable. Proven. That is not racketeering. That's not RICO. This is not a RICO act. This is a jealous, crazed boyfriend. That doesn't make it a racketeering act. If that were the predicate for racketeering, a racketeering criminal enterprise, because a criminal enterprise for racketeering purposes has to be an enterprise that's established to commit crimes. This guy became a lunatic because he was jealous of his girlfriend dating somebody else, and he did some horrific things. Let's assume I'm sure he did bomb the car, right? And I'm sure he broke into the house and did all that stuff. That's a jealous boyfriend going off the rails. That's not RICO. That is not RICO in any way, shape, or form.
You know what, though? It is RICO if you get your staff members to do it, and the DNA on the Molotov cocktail incident showed it was a woman, and yet they have not been able to prove it that it is a felony. Okay, how about this, Joe? How about this? That break-in at Kid Cudi's house, Capricorn Clark, who was his assistant, was shoved in. She testified, she's going to testify, that she shoved into a car and ordered to go there to that break-in. And she's so worried about this break-in, she's calling Kid Cudi to say, oh, God, Diddy's in your house. And there's another staff assistant who's involved with that as well.
And oh, God, Cassie Ventura, our victim, you know, our star witness for the prosecution, she gave Diddy Kid Cudi's address. Our little innocent Scarlett, she gave Diddy Kid Cudi's address to do whatever it was he was gonna do. Our innocent victim.
That is RICO. When you use your
That's not
enterprise and your
RICO.
staff
They're not even doing
order
it with
your
consent.
staff to carry
That's
out
ordering your
crimes,
staff
that's
is
RICO.
not racketeering.
You're looking
Racketeering
at
means you have
crazy,
to have another
Tacopina.
person who's joining in this criminal enterprise.
Dial it down.
Those
You know
people don't
what,
wanna be there.
Tacopina? You have officially joined the itty bitty ditty committee. I think you know what I'm talking about. This isn't just a Tootsie Roll. This is a Tootsie Roll midgie. And I'm gonna send this to you. Congratulations.
That's a low blow, Nancy. Come on.
And Joe, you know what, Harvey, let me
right
just also add this fact. What about the fact that what Sean Combs did, like you said, he probably did blow up the car with the Molotov cocktail. He probably did break into the house. And we're forgetting about the dog, by the way. He actually terrorized the poor dog, locked the dog in the bathroom, horrible. And we know that's that psychological warfare that we keep hearing about with Sean Diddy Combs in this trial, trying to show there is nowhere and nobody I can't touch to get to you if I want to show my influence, control, and domain. But here's the thing, Joe. What about the fact that I believe, and this is what the prosecution is certainly arguing, that all of this was done not only because he's crazy and jealous, that is true, but also to keep Cassie from leaving him. That is where now we're broaching the coercive, controlling nature of what the
girls cut up their men's clothes all the time. They get indicted on RICO charges. Girl, you better be careful. You might get a RICO. They might RICO your ass for that shit. Stop.
prosecution is putting under the RICO count in the original indictment.
But Ebony, but the problem with hold on. The problem with that is, according to Kid Cudi's testimony, Cassie was actually playing Diddy and Cudi by saying she was dating both. Hold on, though. I want to.
She's the one beaten to smithereens, and she's the bad guy.
Kid Cudi also made her a liar to that jury.
So I want to read to you. I want to read and show you some of the things that we're seeing.
Videos over at TMZ. We are going to keep it cute with a little bit of tea to spill. Yes, Cassie went through a hair-raising time with Diddy. Thank God she survived and he didn't beat her to death. He didn't kill her. Thank God for her life, right? She still played parts in it, it sounds like, on her own that were right along beside whatever Diddy had going on. At the tender age of 19 years old, this girl, now a woman, played parts with Diddy that were menacing, that were both sides of the fence type shit, that were ways like she wanted to, you know, participate, have things go in ways for their intimate lives together. She orchestrated times, she embarked on times, and she escapaded along. We're back up with TMZ, y'all.
Raid. And again, going to RICO, guns, I get it, guns and magazines. But we're talking drugs, okay. But what about baby oil, Astroglide, sex toys, high heels? Isn't the prosecution just throwing in the kitchen sink and in doing so diluting maybe the core of what they've got? I mean, the jurors are looking at Astroglide and high heels.
No, it's where was the Astroglide and the high heels?
Can you guys hear
It is within a few feet.
You're
it is within a few
explaining
feet of two
away every felony.
AK-47s.
This is not a
This
record.
is
He's not charged with drug
Guys,
dealing.
Hold on.
The media has gone bananas over the sexy aspects of this, but the prosecution was very specific about this. Within feet of all the things that you need for the freak offs that have been proven in a pattern everywhere else, the Astroglide, the baby oil, the high heels, and the ropes, and no one even mentioned the ropes and the handcuffs. Within feet of those products were 2 illegal AKs with the serial numbers scratched out. And the prosecution
the magazines,
said
not the guns.
Serial
the
numbers
magazines
were not scratched out.
You gotta take swim trunks.
They were scratched out in the magazines.
Out on 2 AKs found at that house, according
the
to
magazines, not on the guns.
All right, testified in that trial by the agent was that 2 AKs were
And
found in
his
that house
headphone.
and in the guest house. And they are saying that the proximity of those weapons to those sexual toys means that they easily were used in the coercive nature of the freak-offs. And I think that's a powerful argument
They
to
didn't
make.
have freak-offs in Miami. They were stored together. That doesn't make it a racketeering act. Are you, come on, really? Because they were stored next to each other, that means they were part of a RICO act together?
Well,
They
and
were
also,
used hand in hand?
but also, Ashley, my understanding is these freak-offs occurred not at his home.
Not
it
at his
occurred at
home.
hotels.
I think that they were happening everywhere because they showed that the master bathroom was stocked. They showed the master bathroom was stocked just like every other hotel room with all of those implements, the candles and the lipstick and the heels and the Astroglide.
But what is it now a crime to have sex in a hotel? Are we not allowed to have X in a hotel? Because that is the very place that a lot of people go to have X at, especially if you're a cheater or something of the sort. You go to hotels. If you want to, have an escapade, not at your house or however have you, where, you don't want the, to have the discretion of people in your home, you take them to a hotel. What are you saying, Mr. Levin? It was at a hotel too. Like, yeah, of course it was. Diddy's rich and famous. Who wants to have a bunch of strangers in it? Well, Diddy does. He did. But I'm saying, like, that's probably why he went to a hotel. Most times it's having people all in your house, strangers, escorts, all that, your kids home, walking around, like, what's really going on? But who knows why rich people do what they do? But that's what he was doing.
Of the guns and the baby oil.
Joe Tacopina, how many bottles of baby oil do you have in your bathroom? I have one and it's lasted 15 years. Honestly, actually 20 because my kid's 20 years old. So I'm telling you, if you have 20 bottles of baby oil and 20 bottles of Astroglide in your closet, it ain't being used for just regular use.
Okay.
Listen, Ashley, I love your proximity.
Even if it's not, what's regular? What is regular use? Until y'all prove that he was aping people with it. I've heard it, but I haven't saw proof of it. Unfortunately, they haven't brought proof about Diddy aping anyone. They've alleged it that it happened. Do we believe that Diddy could have potentially did some shit like that? Yeah, of course. Prove it.
But and I actually think it's very nuanced and quite brilliant. The issue is, to Harvey's point of kind of throwing so much at the jury, are they going to, and not to disrespect them in any way, the jurors, but are they, I think it's a tall order to ask the jurors to parse out and keep their eye on so many moving pieces of evidence versus having them focus on what kind of feels more like traditional RICO, the guns, the weapons, the drugs, things of this nature.
Where are the drugs at? We see these guns. They look like my grandpa used them back in war. I didn't see the YNs on the streets with nicer guns than what Diddy had. Is this all you got? You would think Diddy would have some shit. But what is this shit we looking at? That's why I put that in my thumbnail. Like, what is this? What is the drugs on the table? 2 little baggies, $25 a baggie of drugs. What the fuck is that? Ain't no RICO. Goddamn, RICO is kilotons. That is what RICOs do. They bring the people that be pushing tons over here on ships and planes and shit like that. Not somebody sitting there with 2 little 25 bags, nickel bags on the table. I'm laughing at it.
So easy to get distracted by the salacious nature.
I got pictures of the hotel room. Like, so you don't have nothing in the hotel room that we seen yet. I don't know what the jury done seen, but of him like aping people, all the shit y'all hyped us up to believe. Oh, they did it try. They try ain't shit. Not for no RICO. Now, if this was in the state, we'd have been like, uh-oh, nigga. Now, you know you ain't supposed to have that shit. But for federal charges, like, this ain't nothing. This ain't federal nothing. Federals go for the big fish. Diddy's a big fish, but y'all don't look like y'all caught nothing on Diddy this time. Okay, he got big gun. He got big bullets in a gun. Okay. I mean, okay. Now y'all know y'all done seen people with a bigger arsenal of guns than this. Like, I guarantee you, your grandpa got more guns than Diddy. This is the guns that they think that they got for Diddy to convict him of a trafficking RICO charge or whatever the hell goes on with this shit. What do you have? 4 guns? Ooh, we're scared of Diddy's. His organization, bitch. You better not go around that goddamn corner to get fucked up right now.
Unless you say pattern.
And the Astro glide.
You know, unless you tell that jury, you know what, folks, I'm sorry you've been, bombarded with a parade of these awfuls and parade of these horribles, but it is our job as prosecutors to prove a pattern. And sadly, in the case of Diddy, that's what this shows. Every single place he went, every single place he was, there were patterns of behavior.
Nancy, I've been waiting all week to be able to talk to you about one of the witnesses. His name is Sheree Hayes, and he is known as the Punisher, who was a male exotic dancer who first met Cassie and Diddy.
Look at this sissy la boy. He wasn't ex-traffic. He didn't say none of that.
International Hotel in New York. He went over there presumably for a birthday party that Diddy was having for just Cassie in the hotel room. Ended up having sex with Cassie. It lasted for 3 years, 5 or 6 times a year.
Oh, that's a sex traffic person. That's an ex-traffic person. A person voluntarily, willingly, happy to go and make some money to be an escort for somebody. That's not what a ex-trafficker is. Yeah, what? And Nancy Grace knows that all too well because she works with people, in those type of situations in life.
Invite to were the liaisons, but he didn't talk about any kind of force or coercion. I want to bring him in right now. Sheree, first of all, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I'm confused. Based
Lord,
on your
TMZ done got him up here for the interview, bitch. Let's keep it cute.
Testimony, why prosecutors called you, because you're from Brooklyn and you did everything in New York, so there's no interstate commerce. And I didn't hear anything you testified about regarding force or coercion. Do you know why they called you? Did they tell you?
They did not. I was actually confused myself. I was contacted first by investigators, even before any charges, somewhere around March to May of 2024. And when they first approached me, my thought process was, "Hey guys, I don't have anything for you." I understood they were Homeland Security. It was specifically human trafficking, and it was clear. I said, "Hey, look, everything was all in the same state. I didn't see any violence, any aggression, anything that would constitute that I believe was a crime." So, I was actually surprised when I was called to testify because I didn't see where my testimony would be significant to the case.
Did you ever ask prosecutors, or did they tell you what your purpose was? Did they coach you? I'm trying to understand this.
I mean, I didn't ask questions. It was stress that, listen, just tell the truth. Recall as much information as you can, just in an honest manner. And all of my questions and testimony and even the preparation for the trial was similar to my actual testimony on the stand. So I wasn't sure what it was going to connect to in regards to the case they were trying to prove. But I'm really unaware. I'm lost myself.
Nancy, you are such an effective prosecutor, and I'm having trouble with this one. He seems like an earnest guy. He testified. I don't see how this helped them at all.
Well, the fact that you do not understand the charges has nothing to do with him being a truthful witness on the stand. He is being charged, Sean Combs is being charged with a myriad of charges, and one includes transportation to engage in prostitution. Sir, may I ask you, were you not paid for sex acts? That's prostitution, right?
Yeah, but the interstate
yes, I was.
transportation part is missing. The interstate transportation
that's
part,
a
the
yes.
Mann Act,
So-
requires interstate transportation. He was in state. He just said that.
Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Come on, y'all. What is y'all around here doing? Real people, people out here are somewhere hop, skipping, and jumping in some Rico shit right now. They are jump roping, double dutching, because y'all in there fucking around with Diddy. They didn't probably move 1 million metric tons of shit in the country. Why? The feds is around here fucking with Diddy on some bullshit. They done probably traffic a few billion people in and out this motherfucking country because y'all got y'all eyeballs around there on Diddy's ass. And he got people sitting there talking about, yes, I was a hoe, but goddamn it, I was a good one. And I love me some Puff Daddy. I got all his albums. I can't.
Leave state. He didn't come from New Jersey.
As I was
or
trying to
Connecticut.
say before you so rudely interrupted, I know it's like throwing holy water on a possessed demon. Every time I start explaining the law, Tacopina goes crazy. And kind of crazy look in his eye, too. But the point is, the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, is part of a pattern of bringing in sex workers to be paid to perform illicit activities. He's part.
Okay, so what? Nancy Grace, no disrespect, but your husband might have had a prostitute last night. Why? Because you are all up Diddy's ass. Every single second I turn on the TV, you are up Diddy's asshole. So, should he be charged for RICO? If your husband was to sleep with a prostitute and pay her some money because you always on fucking TV trying to get Diddy convicted? Okay, girl.
Of a bigger picture. The fact that he wasn't flown in from Vegas means nothing. He's one of many proving this case. It's very
one
plain.
Of what many? We ain't seen nobody but him. You would think that they would like run an escort lineup. Like, okay, we're gonna put Sheree, we're gonna put Lisa, we're gonna put Anna, we're gonna put Mark, we're gonna put Jason. Back to back to back. We're gonna hit him with all of the ex-trafficked people that he used to transport over state lines. We're gonna, try to trickle that into the sex ex-trafficking part of it, okay? We're gonna get them to say that Diddy's ass coerced them to do it or something. Like, what the fuck is this? This is some better shit. Y'all don't even know how to entrap a nigga no more. I'm done with y'all.
That's what you do. When I beat you on one argument, you fall back. RICO. Well, I can beat you on that argument too, and so can the feds.
It's not the Mann Act.
You're
talking about the Mann Act. You're talking about transportation of sex workers, bringing in sex workers for prostitution.
I'm not talking about the Mann Act. I'm talking about the indictment. Which states?
Which count?
Transporting prostitutes.
Which count?
Third count.
There are multiple counts.
Jermaine, go get our baby out the bus. Excuse me, y'all. My son should be getting out.
Of this, and there are other sex workers that were flown in, and there's testimony of that.
The Mann Act doesn't apply here.
Yes.
Nancy, do you agree?
No, not the Mann Act. This is not a Mann Act case, as you accurately pointed out.
I've been hearing people call it the Mann Act case. I thought the Mann Act was a part of RICO's.
Indictment again, charges bringing in sex workers. He's a sex worker, and he's brought. You're talking gibberish. And another thing I don't understand about this panel is that you're all saying, yeah, he firebombed Kid Cudi's car, and you're acting like it's nothing.
It is a Mann Act case.
The indictment lays out arson as one of the predicate.
Here's the things. Sheree has had a stressful enough week. I don't want to heap that on you. So really appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
So Ashley and Ebony, I think one of the most effective things the prosecutors
did guys,
this
I live by a train.
Was call Dawn Hughes to the stand. She is a forensic psychologist who talked essentially about Stockholm syndrome and that there are reasons that women don't leave relationships that are abusive and when the power dynamic is out of whack. And she seemed very effective when it came to trying to kind of blow up this notion that because Cassie stayed for 11 years, that she consented to everything. It seemed like that had an impact.
Yeah, let me tie Sheree Hayes, who we just talked to.
I didn't tell you none of that, and I'm working, so please don't bug me.
I believe that Sheree Hayes not only proved Nancy's point of pattern, maybe not the sex trafficking because he was local, but it's a pattern of behavior. It corroborated all the descriptions that Cassie gave on the stand. And there's Dr. Hughes to come right afterwards to say, you know, the coercion doesn't always look like it does in the movies. Sometimes, you know, this kind of behavior is so much more nuanced. When you are a victim of coercive behavior, if you are an abused wife, girlfriend, husband, you go along with things and you smile to make things better. And Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, said, it didn't look like coercion to me. I was in there doing my prostitution business and everything seemed fine. And there was Dr. Hughes to explain why. I thought it was very, very effective because a lot of people on that jury may not understand domestic violence and they do need a doctor. They do need an expert to explain why somebody would keep going back to that husband who just keeps beating you. Keep going back to that boyfriend who just keeps beating you. And that was an incredibly well and articulated argument for why Cassie might go on like this for 11 years.
And Nancy Grace mentions clairvoyance, which is so perfect. It's so perfect, right, Harvey? Because what was it just last week on this very show? We discussed this. Nancy and I talked about how the Stockholm syndrome of it all could affect a victim's not feeling free to leave, not feeling that she had autonomy over whether she stays or goes, and feeling the shame and guilt around that, right? Well, on this very show just last week, we talked about how much the prosecution had to make the case. They couldn't leave the jurors to figure it out. They needed to put just exactly this type of expert witness, this type of clinical forensic psychologist who specializes in physical and sexual abuse to help the jurors, as Ashley pointed out, who are not necessarily experts on these dynamics, understand how they work at a microscopic level. And I think that this was the most brilliant thing the prosecution has done actually so far to make it plain.
Harvey, she's right. Remember last week she had on her pink outfit and she was going to go raise awareness for battered women?
Yep.
And I recall that when I was volunteering at the Battered Women's Center, that they had to train me and train me and train me not to say on the hotline, why don't you leave? Because it's not like that. It's not that simple. And to all of us, we think, well, just leave. But the women feel they can't leave. And if you don't believe them, take a look at that big gash on Cassie Ventura's forehead that she had to have plastic surgery on.
And look what happened when she did get another boyfriend. Right? Look what happened, guys.
Bruises.
Look what happened when Cassie got another boyfriend. She got a boyfriend named Kid Cudi, and everything started to happen to him, too. And then sex tapes were threatened to be released of her and Kid Cudi. That's why you don't leave.
Joe, she was a powerful witness. She was a powerful witness.
Jealous boyfriend, horrific human being. And I agree with what Ashley just said. I think this witness does help the prosecutors bridge the gap between consent and coercion. I do. But the defense has to do something very important here. The defense has to remind the jury that she never treated the accusers in this case. They have to remind the jury that they never treated the accusers, she never treated the accusers, and her testimony is generalized and theoretical. And that the challenge is to prevent the jury from mistaking clinical analysis for actual proof of what happened in this case. That's going to be the challenge for the defense.
Okay,
it's a powerful witness. Don't get me wrong. But she never spoke to anyone.
And Harvey,
here.
I've just about had it with you too. You keep saying he's just a jealous boyfriend. That's saying like
I just told you I thought this guy. I just thought
just misunderstood.
I literally just said to you I thought this was an incredibly powerful witness. As a matter of fact, our TMZ producer Brian Andrews was in the courtroom. How did the jury respond to Hughes?
Well, what do you drink when you win the Indy 500?
The milk.
We drink the milk.
So, yes, we do know. That's why I wanted to say at the start of this trial that I needed to see and hear more of the, testimony of a psychiatrist. So glad that they introduced that, okay? I'm sure she's going to tell us about the Stockholm, how Cassie may have been under a lover's spell and under the impression of her receiving some type of a better life, to secure a future. If only she did what Diddy wanted her to, and all of this and that. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate no one helped that girl. It's unfortunate that no one sat down and really, really told her the potential dangers of what could happen with one blow to the back of the head with a fucking frying pan. Like, that's unfortunate for her. I'm sorry she went through that. I'm praying that she continues to grow in a place in her life where, that won't be forgotten, but it can be very seldomly remembered, as she continues to create better memories for her life, right? So we're going to pray for that for Cassie and her family. Cassie just gave birth to her son, her third child, with Alex Fine, who Diddy hired to be her personal trainer when Diddy and Cassie were involved. Fine, I'm surprised he has not been called to testify. We don't know if he will or won't. I wonder if he will, because he should be able to give some type of a testament to what he experienced coming into now. He's being married to Cassie when he was hired by Diddy to train her, right? So we would just, have to see. We're coming back in hot with TMZ United States versus Diddy.
Booked it.
Sweet.
So sweet.
Sweet.
You've got options. Book now.
Based on what I saw, Harvey, they started to zone out towards the end of it, especially when the defense went in and they said, hey, isn't it true that you're making $6,000 for being here today and you charge $600 an hour? And then the defense went into the fact that she was actually training other people how to be an expert witness, and that basically she was in the bag for the government, that she had been consulting the government on how they were going to file certain pleadings in the Diddy case. So by the time they were done with her, the good doctor kind of left with her head held high, but a lot of people were kind of like,
So all her analysis always falls on one side of the table. That's something that you point out to a jury, and a jury understands, hey, this is a hired gun for one side. It's that simple.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, though. If the defense wants to bring any experts up there, the prosecution makes the very same argument. How much were you paid, Mr. Smith?
You're right. So there was testimony. I can't wait to show you this. There was testimony that Diddy's assistant went to a place called Mel's Diner in the Sunset Strip and went inside and saw Suge Knight there. And Suge Knight was an arch enemy of Diddy. You know, one is Bad Boy Records, one is Death Row Records, and they had real beef. It was a war. When Diddy found out, when the assistant came home, Diddy told the assistant, jump in the car. Diddy took 3 guns, put him in the car, and went to Mel's Diner to find Suge Knight. Suge had left by then, okay? So nothing happened. But about an hour ago, I talked to Suge Knight, who is in prison for something unrelated. And I asked him about it. And when you listen to this, I think he would have been a star witness for the prosecution when it comes to proving racketeering. Here's a little bit of my conversation.
The prosecution made it appear that Diddy was going to confront you in a very ominous way with 3 guns in the car when he went back to Mel's Diner. Did you guys have serious beef to the point where he might have used those guns, do you think?
If he'd have confronted me and he had a gun, you best believe he was going to have to use it, or something was going to happen. If he had 3 guns, it really was something was going to happen.
Had the disputes between the two of you escalated to the point where there could have been violence?
When you're dealing with drugs, alcohol, and even fear, some people feel if they're scared enough, they feel they got to do something. They can't do it with their hands, so they got to make sure they bring guns.
Do people bring guns to use them or to protect themselves in a situation like this?
If you got the serial number shade off, you best believe they both need to use them.
So can I ask, when you were at Mel's Diner that night, were you armed?
Harvey, you know I will always tell you, I'm in prison, I probably was armed with my Bible. In other words, you know I ain't going to answer that question, Harvey.
Fair. That's fair.
Guys, I got to tell you,
wow.
If you want to get to racketeering, and you see
Harvey
Diddy. Well, I'm sorry,
Nope.
but Diddy is going to confront this guy with 3 guns?
That's not racketeering. It has to be a predicate act in furtherance. Racketeering. Rick, listen, it has to be a predicate act in furtherance of the conspiracy. What is the conspiracy with regard to Suge Knight?
You mean like car bombing?
Sex trafficking?
Joe,
Sex trafficking? No.
There's a man named David James.
In furtherance of the conspiracy. That's
you
what
want the
RICO
predicate
is.
act? I got you, predicate act, okay?
How is
David
that in furtherance
James
of the conspiracy?
Hold on,
ready?
Joe.
David James is an assistant. He works for Bad Boy Records. He works for Diddy. Diddy ordered, he testified under oath this week. Diddy ordered him into that car and said the words, "Drive, MFer." And he had 3 guns in the car. And David James said he was so in fear for his life, he quit the job because of that night. They were headed to Suge Knight. That, my friend, is using your staff, coercing them to work in furtherance of a crime.
Ashley, you don't understand RICO. That is not that is a bad act. That's a bad act. It's not
Every
an act
time
in
anybody
furtherance of the
disagrees with you, they don't understand the
It has to be
law.
an act in furtherance of the conspiracy. What act is that
you're
in
off the
furtherance of the
rails,
racketeering conspiracy?
Nancy, I have a feeling I'm with you on this.
Assault, you've got an arson, you've got transporting
labor,
prostitutes. It's everything the state promised, and now they're delivering, and you are squirming, and you can't stand it. When Ashley was just explaining that to you, you were twisting and turning.
So, Ebony, hold on, Ebony.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they call Suge Knight? To me, this is 2 record companies where you're basically
of a pipe cleaner.
I'm sorry.
He's a murderer.
This would impact the jury.
Hold it, Joe. Hold it, Joe.
All right.
Harvey,
Sorry,
I
Ebony.
couldn't agree. Hey, listen. I could not agree with you more, and here's why. There's some major history here that is literally life and death. Let us go all back 20, 25 plus years to when Sean Combs was standing side by side essentially throughout the career of Biggie Smalls. And you know who was standing side by side of Suge Knight? The legendary Tupac Shakur. We know that both of those gentlemen ultimately lost their lives to tragic gun violence. And I think from a narrative standpoint, Harvey, of course, Sean Combs is not being charged with murder as a part of the RICO statute, the RICO count, but I think it broadens the lens to just how much scope could be at play with the level of impact, coercion, scheme, and pattern of Sean Combs. And I think that would have been very powerful for this jury to hear.
Okay. Cassie's mom testified this week. And I found this really interesting. To call Cassie's mom, which Diddy did, and essentially blackmail her. So this is the email that Cassie sent her mom. The threats that have been made toward me by Sean Puffy Combs are that he is going to release 2 explicit sex tapes of me, one on Christmas Day, maybe before or right after, and another one sometime soon thereafter that. She goes on to say, he has also said that he will be having someone hurt me and Scott Miscotti, who is Kid Cudi, physically. So she ends up then getting a call, the mother, from Sean Combs. And Sean Combs demands $20,000 from the mother because Diddy supposedly loaned her the money. And the mother has to then mortgage the house to get the $20,000. Aside from thuggery, this seems to align with the notion that they were hanging these sex tapes over Cassie's head. He was. And at one point on an airplane, he made it explicit, do a freak off or else I'm releasing them. I think this mother's testimony and the email is really damning for Diddy.
Yeah, the email's copied to the bookkeeper, by the way. The bookkeeper sends the wire instructions. So if you're looking for RICO, Joe Tacopina, when you use your bookkeeper to extort somebody for $20,000 within just a few days of sending that threat that you're going to release sex tapes. And when that mom gets on the stand and says, I was so fearful that my daughter was going to have sex tapes out, we mortgaged the house and we sent the $20,000.
But the mother was nowhere to be so in fear of the fact that Diddy kicked her teeth out of her goddamn mouth, gassed her head up and kicked her spleen out of her motherfucking back, and did all the other horrible, awful things that she did. I don't know. I'm telling you, this could very well, because I don't trust a thing This could have been orchestrated by Cassie from the jump on Diddy. Who knows? Who knows? This girl could have been somewhere, trumping the deck as far as what she could do. Say she finally realized that Diddy wasn't going to give her the life that she thought she was going to have with this 10 record deal shit. Who's to say that this girl didn't entrap Diddy? Because, okay, her mom is so in fear of her having X tapes out on her, but not all of the level of abuse that Diddy was doing to that girl, all of the nasty nature of the explicit X file freak offs they was doing, wild card nights or whatever the hell, King Wild Nuts, whatever the hell. She didn't care about that. She didn't care about the fact that Cassie was laying down with multiple ex-partners a day, all day long, for 24 hours of the goddamn day, for weeks on end. Escorts and prostitutes. She never cared about that. That was just a whole other walk in the park. But she cared about when Diddy was going to put the X tapes out about him. What? Okay, Cassie emailed her mom and told her. Did her mom give proof that she actually paid it? Did she show evidence in court that said, I paid it, here's the evidence, here's the money trail of me having to pay Diddy to not leak X tapes of Cassie? Because if not, it's just hearsay. It's just her word against Diddy's.
And there are receipts when you send a wire and you use your bookkeeper in Bad Boy Entertainment to actually ask for the money and send wire instructions. I don't see how you get past that.
Diddy didn't ask for the money. Cassie did. Cassie asked for the money. Diddy, where's the evidence that Diddy said, I'm going to put X tapes out on you if you don't do X, Y, and Z? Cassie's email to mom, Diddy is threatening me. So she said it. He didn't say shit, as far as we know. Show us he said it. All this, freak off that they recording on her phone, but when it really needs to be recorded so we can understand what's going on after the setup fallout. Okay, it's starting to come to fruition. The setup, Cassie. Okay. That you have some evidence. Because I would hate to be Cassie and Diddy gets acquitted. I'm telling you, I would. He's probably going to be very angry with her. Back to United States versus Sean Combs. TMZ presents.
You'd be right. I mean, listen, I'm not saying every argument that the prosecution is making false. That is a good argument. What Ashley just said is a good argument. I would say the reason why Mark Agnifilo did not cross-examine her, and I think that was the right move, is because he basically said, I have no questions for you because you're her mother. You're supposed to corroborate her story. You're supposed to back her up. No, and no one would think you'd say anything otherwise.
That's not why he didn't ask her any questions.
Sure.
Joe. He didn't ask her any questions. No, there's plenty of mothers
that will be the argument summation.
Sketch.
Ebony, that's why he didn't do it. I'm telling you.
She seemed credible. She seemed credible. She seemed believable.
So what? So what? People lie through their teeth, knowing damn well they don't mean good on that shit. So what? She seemed credible. Y'all seem to want to lock Diddy up on some goddamn allegations, and that's not fair. Under his motherfucking human rights as a human being in 2025. This is not 1912. Where somebody could say you kissed a white girl and you get hung for it. We do have some level of rights in this country as black people, don't we? One would hope, right? So what? She said it. She seemed credible. So what? Did she prove it? Did she say, see, Diddy even emailed me. Diddy emailed me. He called me. He texted me. When he called me and texted me, I recorded it on my phone. This is the recording of Diddy telling me, if I don't give him $20,000 by midnight, he's going to release X tapes on Cassie. Beep. Or, here's the money I wired Diddy. Here's where I went down to the bank and got a loan out on my home. Here's where I sent it to Diddy. I wired it to Diddy. I got a check for Diddy or something. I handed Diddy the cash. Here's the fucking, I had the phone on record. I recorded Diddy and me saying, here's the money, Diddy. Please don't put out X tapes about my daughter. Something. So what Cassie's mama said. Who the fuck is Cassie's mama? Oh, she's the woman that didn't even protect Cassie up until the point of he was allegedly going to put out X tapes on her. Now, how many of us as parents, right, would jump at the first idea of somebody doing to our daughter what Diddy did to Cassie? How far would Diddy get down the street with your baby? Okay. We're up on United States versus Sean Combs. TMZ presents.
There were things that he could have asked her that he probably didn't know the answer to, which could have led him down a road that would have made it worse for his client. Listen, we've seen plenty of mamas be a hot-ass mess on the stand that are gifts to the defendant. So I think that she just happened to be an extraordinary witness. I will also ask you this, Joe, to Ashley's point she just made, which you rightly conceded was brilliant.
I'm going to say this. I'm sick of Diddy ass too. I don't like Diddy. I ain't never cared for Diddy's ass. So, lock him up if you can prove it. If not, y'all finna let a monster back out on the street, which y'all have been known to do.
Here's the thing, though. How do you go through that level of proof of the argument and then say, by the way, what Cassie was doing was voluntary? How do you play that flip-flop game?
Because you then have text messages from Cassie that say it was voluntary. You have Cassie setting up these freak-offs on her own, even without his direction. So there are things you have to balance that.
You don't think the jury, Joe, is going to say, well, she probably would have said anything, knowing that he could reach the very person put on the earth to protect her, which is her mother, and he proved that even the mother can't protect her.
That's one instance,
Oh, the ones that we got out
the jury
the
could say that,
I think.
but they also could say, come on, and sometimes she was maybe coerced, sometimes she wasn't. There's too much inconsistencies here.
How many times does she have to be coerced for it to be criminal?
But even one coercion equals sex trafficking, just one coercion. But I do agree with Tacopina on this. To have the mother up there on the stand, Regina Ventura, to cross-examine her after all this jury's already heard, that would make them turn against not only the defense lawyer, but against the client, Sean Combs, as well. That's a really good tactic not to tear apart the mother. They took out a line of credit.
Or is it pimping and pandering? How many people need to be involved for it to be considered X trafficking? Or is it just a pimping and pandering case? Okay, that didn't come up. How many people need to be involved for sex trafficking for it to be a RICO charge? So to trigger a RICO charge for X trafficking, there must be a pattern, generally involving at least 2 occurrences of criminal conduct within a 10-year period. That means that more than one person likely needs to be involved in the acts of trafficking for it to be considered a RICO violation. Did you hear that, Miss Nancy Grace? More than 2 people need to be trafficked and at least more than one occurrence has happened. If not, it's just pimping and pandering charge.
On their home, they didn't have
Which is
20
state
grand
level.
because
Pimping and pandering is a state level, not federal.
Sean Combs was extorting them. Another facet of criminal enterprise. It's getting one nail in the coffin after the next. That's just another one. And I think Kid Cudi and the mother, Miss Ventura, were the two strongest witnesses for the state.
Brian, what did the jury think about Regina Ventura?
I can only tell you what their faces registered. And it was a typical New York moment. You know, these New Yorkers have seen everything. Nothing phases them. They watched her walk in, and then they watched her walk out. It was very short. And what was very interesting was the whole issue of the 20 grand wire, because the defense pulled it out in the testimony that the money, days later, went right back into their account. So
they said it. They said it. Prove it. Like, I hear Diddy's, lawyers are the best in the country. Y'all better start showing it for to have Diddy's ass tucking and rolling into a federal penitentiary.
I think they felt bad for her, honestly. They looked at her with the glance you would give a woman whose child has just been on the witness stand for.
If I would have been a lawyer for Diddy, I'd have ate her alive. I wouldn't give a fuck about how meek, mild, old, none of that. Diddy's a high-profile, fucking wealthy person, which means defending his case can break or make my goddamn career. I'm gonna work, girl. Okay, I would have ate her alive on the stand. Period. Like, I hear you, Grandma. I hear you. Congratulations on your new grandbaby coming soon. Third baby with Alex Fine, the trainer back here that he hired for her. We see all of that. But can you please show me receipts of Diddy getting this money you sent? Show us. Where is it at? Because if you got out the bank, there's a bank record. If you wired it, it's a record. If Diddy sent it back, it's a record of it.
Couple of days talking about the most intimate, most horrible parts of her life.
So
I think they appreciated hearing from Mom, but I don't know if it swayed them one way or the other.
I want to button something up because it's true that Diddy put the money back into her account a short time later. I think that makes him look worse because what it shows is that he just wants to show, here's the power I have over you. I think it makes him look awful putting the money back that way.
He extorted the money regardless of what he...
But does it put him at a high-level RICO charge criminal? Yeah, it's wrong. We've already came to the understanding that Diddy is a stinking ass person, okay? He's a mean, evil person, okay? Mr. Diddy, he the Grinch around New York City and shit. We see that, okay? We see that. Scrooge and shit. Okay? But does that make him, a person that could be charged or whatever, okay, in a RICO charge for this shit? How high of a level of crime is that he did? If y'all could prove that Cassie mama wired money. I'm telling you, I feel like, girl, please. Y'all done had a hung jury fucking with you.
He did with it. He
gotta be like, where the proof at? First, fuck all y'all. Where the proof at?
The power
Somebody
of
better
Heroes
bring
Fox
some
Wednesday.
type of proof up in here for me to see and believe it's real, for me to send a man to federal prison or Supermax in Colorado. Okay? So he could really be fucked up. And he ain't did these level of crimes. He should be down there in the state penitentiary some goddamn where. So we're back up with United States versus Sean Combs. TMZ presents
on this panel, except for Harvey, who's a billionaire. But other than that, you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We know it was the psychological warfare piece, Nancy. It was never about $5 or $20,000. It was to prove I can make you do whatever I want you to do, and you can't.
Well,
do
we
a damn
already know Diddy's that powerful. We know that. We know Diddy is that powerful. Why? He's a billionaire. If Diddy was not able to make people do what he wanted them to do, he would not be a fucking billionaire. It takes that level of power. Stop playing with that juice before you spill it. To get people to do what you want them to do. That's how kings and queens rule over kingdoms. That's how presidents rule over countries. That's how generals rule over armies. And that's how billionaires rule over their empires, by getting them to do what they want people to do. Period.
thing about it.
And to prove it to Cassie, Ebony, because you go after her mother, she'll do anything. She'll do anything rather than see her parents suffering like Regina.
How? According to Cassie and them, Cassie's mama was somewhere struggling while Cassie was living it up as a billionaire. As a billionaire's concubine or wannabe or whatever, his goddamn, what do they call him, y'all? When they use you as a person to like shield the fact that they really like boys type shit. I can't think of what it's called. But whatever. While Cassie mama was working a regular 9-to-5 job, old as she was, barely paying her fucking mortgage. Cassie couldn't even get Diddy to pay her mama mortgage, bitch. So I don't want to hear none of this shit.
Even Ventura did.
So when Johnny and Amber were fighting each other in court, TikTok owned that story. They really did. And TikTok was where people got their news, and it was all opinion-based. But what was so interesting about it is that people listened, and they formed opinions based on TikTok. It is happening again with Diddy. This is an incredibly powerful platform. Smack the Messenger is a very popular person on TikTok who is following the trial. Smack is joining us. I'm wondering, from your vantage point, and especially with all the people who look at your platform and what you do, how are people receiving it so far?
So I do polls every day when I do my lives in the afternoon to kind of go over the court case during the day. And right now, the last one we did yesterday, it was 54% said he was guilty, and it was like 40-something% said that he wasn't. The rest of the people in my live said that they don't know yet. It's still 50-50. But honestly, in the lives on TikTok and from the people talking from the outside of the courtroom, we're more so arguing about is he charged with the right things. Honestly, a lot of people don't think that that RICO is the proper charge, and also the sex trafficking. With what you guys were just talking about, I honestly think that they are putting the nails in the coffin. I think it's just little by little, and I think that because we're outside of the case, we just know everything from the past, and we're so ready to get to the point. But for the most part, though, a lot of people are arguing over, are these the right charges?
RICO in particular?
RICO in particular, and also the sex trafficking, because it's a back and forth of, was Cassie truly involved with it, or was she a victim? It just depends on who you ask.
Well, you know, it's interesting because you said it's almost 50-50 when you put polls up, right?
Yes.
So that's called a hung jury if it's a jury.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right?
Exactly.
And, you know, in some ways, guys, a hung jury is a victory for the defense because then they get to see the prosecution's case.
It's so different in the courtroom than it is out in the headlines, guys. Honest to God, when you sit through these cases in the courtroom and you listen to every bit of testimony, and by the way, these jurors have nothing else to do but listen to what's happening in front of them all day long. then you get a very different picture. I can tell you from experience,
Ashley, you're
the days that
100%
I've been
right.
in court compared to the days I've just seen the headlines, people outside don't understand some of these verdicts sometimes.
Correct.
Casey
And
Anthony,
Ashley-
and I don't want to get Nancy started on Casey Anthony, but if you don't sit through the case and hear all of the evidence, you don't understand what the actual case and the actual evidence
Ashley, you're right.
leads to.
And the difference between a federal trial that is not televised and it's only reported, as opposed to the trial I just went through with A$AP Rocky in Los Angeles that was televised, and everyone got to see every witness and every question asked, and sit like a juror. If they really watched the whole trial, they were sitting like a juror. You get to actually analyze it. In federal court, there are no cameras, so there's no way you could assess if the case is going well for one side or the other unless you're sitting in that courtroom and watching every bit of testimony, not reading a two-paragraph analyzation by somebody.
I got to stop everybody because you're doing something really wrong. How many witnesses will it take that state she had knots on her head? I saw him drag her by her hair. I saw him hit her in the head with a frying pan, a hot frying pan full of eggs. It goes on and on and on, and we're still talking about.
So, I mean, what? Just because Diddy's a billionaire, y'all want to give him a RICO charge because he domestically assaulted Cassie? Because a whole lot of us have gone through domestic violence situations and still are. And we haven't seen one federal agent kick in our goddamn door and take our goddamn abusers out of here and drag them off to fucking federal court. So what is it? Just because Diddy's a billionaire, so that takes it back to his lawyer saying that's the reason why y'all are attacking him at the fucking federal level.
You too, Smack. You too. Was she in on it? I mean, he hit her in the head with a frying pan.
So you hurled that at Smack. Smack, what's your response?
So with me, I try to stay neutral in this because I really like to let the courts do their job. These are the arguments that we have because I make it a safe space in my platform to let both sides talk. I don't even tell my opinion, but just like you're saying, Nancy, I understand that part. He was a horrible person in the relationship, and I agree with that. Everybody, I think, can agree with that.
A whole lot of us. Okay, so after y'all come and get Diddy, I got a few motherfuckers I know y'all need to round up. So get the paddy wagon ready. I got a few motherfuckers y'all need to round up that are also some despicable, disgusting ass Mr. Grinch ass motherfuckers, okay? After y'all get done with Diddy, y'all get the paddy wagons because I got some niggas I need y'all to come pick up around where we at.
But like I said, the main argument at hand for the most part is it RICO and is it sex trafficking? And I feel like
hell,
we shouldn't even be
get
talking
done
about
with
that.
Diddy, man, so you can come around where I'm at. I got a list of men I need you to grab up.
How many women is it going to take? How many more victims to say he beat me, he drugged me, I didn't go along with this, I didn't want this? What? They're all lying, and he is the only one telling the truth. That's BS.
Well, Miss Nancy, he did, or she did, Cassie did testify to her wanting it at times. Diddy being her pop, that she used to reference her dear grandfather as. She gave Diddy that loving, enduring nickname of her grandfather. Y'all carry on. Ooh, we are watching TMZ Presents United States versus Sean Combs and giving it our review. Let's get it.
Respond to that, Smack. I mean, she's making a point that she's saying you're ignoring the evidence that there is time after time when she's been beaten, and you're being really insensitive to a situation that Nancy is saying is apparent.
I don't think I'm being insensitive. I think that, like I said, I'm going with what they have in the court so far. And yes, they have presented the fact that he was doing that to Cassie. I agree with that. I agree wholeheartedly.
You didn't hear about that frying pan, man? Frying pan to the head? Insensitive, my rear end. That is hard evidence.
Why y'all didn't lock up Ike Turner when you smacked Tina Turner in the goddamn head?
I understand that, but
the
we've asked me a question. I gotta have time to answer.
Mac,
I get what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying as well. But like I
He
said,
wasn't no
the
billionaire though,
arguments
was
that
he?
I have been hearing, because I don't put my own inputs in, they have been, okay, well, we know that he was a horrible person in a relationship, but what was Cassie's role in this? And to know
Smack,
who Sean Combs
let
is
me
and
help
who
you.
Cassie
Let
is.
me help you, Smack. Let me help you, Smack. Here you go. So this is where the prosecution needs to bring in another expert of the caliber of Dr. Don Hughes to explain to Smack and his followers that, guess what? Oftentimes, Smack, victims of sex trafficking get roped into the execution of the trafficking. That is
So
extraordinarily
in my
common.
live, Dr. Hughes was a horrible witness to the people who were in my live, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because when they started asking about Cassie's feelings toward what was happening in the relationship, how did she respond to Diddy? My followers didn't like the fact that she started talking about like taking your laptop away, as if she was prepared to incorporate what happened with Diddy with how she looked at the entire situation. They feel like she was coerced by the prosecution.
Okay.
What?
So, Smack,
I
appreciate
had
you.
heard
Appreciate
that.
you.
So it's a total different view on TikTok from what's going on outside
You know what?
or on
I think I can
TMZ or a different
summarize this.
platform.
And
I think I can
I'm
summarize
glad
this,
he
Harvey,
said that because that's another thing that happened to Cassie. When she didn't do what Diddy said, he took her computer, he took her watch, he took her car, he took her phone, he kicked her out of the apartment. I mean, what more do you people need to be
Harvey,
convinced that she was coerced?
Ashley?
Okay, I think the confusing thing for a lot of people, and I think Smack makes a really good point, his
whole lot
followers
of us
are
go through
half
some
and
shit
half on
like
this
that.
because they're not
I
in
don't see
court.
y'all riding
And
in
what's
the bus.
really interesting about this case is that RICO's complicated. They see a hotel video of Cassie getting beaten up and they say, this isn't domestic violence. That's not what's charged. And that's what Smack's followers are saying. I don't get it. What's this RICO business? He's beating her up and that's not RICO. Well,
Why? Because Diddy's
Smack,
billionaire.
I think what your followers need to know, and I think you could probably do a really good post on this, is that RICO has 37 different crimes under it. And let me just list out a couple of them because they really pertain to the evidence that we've been hearing. Assault, forced labor, bribery, distribution of a controlled substance, extortion, kidnapping, witness tampering, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. And so if the followers heard...
But it has levels. There's levels to this shit. He did do all of that shit that you said. Allegedly and you know what I'm saying? Truthfully. We saw him beat Cassie up. We saw him assault her. Is that on the level of a RICO charge? Have y'all proved that? Did she say, when he beat me up on the video that y'all saw, he took me back in the hotel room and he made me, force me. Oh my God. Yeah. We could see that because that's what I thought happened. But she didn't say that on her testimony.
Heard that there was a conspiracy kidnapping's in there. If the followers hear that there is an enterprise, because RICO requires an enterprise, bad boy led by Diddy, who sends his employees out to help in all
Didn't
these
you guys
crimes,
see
and these
Sopranos,
crimes
for
are
Pete's
committed,
sake?
then you get RICO.
I'm not going to brag, but I was in Sopranos.
It's not that hard. Turn on HBO, watch Sopranos.
It is very hard.
Sopranos is the head of the snake.
And watch season 1, episode 2 as well.
Very
hard. Two more
Y'all
points.
got
Two more
evidence.
points.
Done.
Dawn Richard kind of got eviscerated on cross-examination. She is the member of Danity Kane. Brian, says Brian, come in. How did Dawn Richard do in the stand?
I was sitting there on the third row. Look, she walked in, stunning. She was ready for battle, and then she came back for her next day.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. Diddy was probably too high to be a RICO ex-trafficker, drug dealer of all of these sorts of things. Diddy couldn't even get out of bed. He was up all day and night freak-a-leaking for weeks on end. He was the head conglomerate of a Metrotonic. Goddamn. Yeah, right. Diddy probably would have got killed. He probably would have got killed. I ain't even gonna hold you. Because he was always high, slipping and sliding around on baby oil. Like, get the fuck out of here. Where do y'all see that? Because we know that's what RICO charges bring.
Nicole Westmoreland from Team Diddy got up. As I've said before, she ate Dawn's lunch. This was the first time we had heard Westmoreland open her mouth in court. She was powerful. She was mighty. She was on the attack.
No,
she was all business.
She
and
was
she
a
was
hot
going
mess.
down in very
Like she been in recent
exchanges.
interviews.
Attack issue number one was the frying pan, because Dawn Richard had testified, well, Diddy hit her
Dawn
with the
didn't
frying
come
pan.
out the goddamn
But
woodwork
on
until
October
she thought she could
31st
get some
of
money too.
24, when she was
Like
meeting with
Dave Chappelle
prosecutors,
said,
she told the prosecutors, I don't know if it was hitting. I think he attempted to hit her. And then Nicole Westmoreland went to town on that. And she said, well, I don't recall. Is it hard for you to keep your story the same? Asked Westmoreland. Well, I'm telling it to the best of my recollection, said Dawn. And then Nicole comes in. Well, you've had 4 different recollections. And this went on. And I'm watching the jury. And the ladies on one of the rows in the jury row are going like this. I mean, it was resonating. But it all kind of came to a head toward the end of the cross when Nicole was asking about the civil litigation that Cassie, right after Cassie had dropped her suit, Dawn Richard had dropped her suit. And the question was, hey, you should have gone to the cops. Why did you go to a civil attorney? And then it went on, and these are my notes. I can't wait to put these in a frame when I get back to Florida. But basically, it was, why were you suing? Well, I was hoping for justice, said Dawn. And then Nicole said, no, you were hoping for money.
Thank you.
This is really good. Dawn says, well, I wanted to be made whole. I wanted to be compensated for the work that I did.
Because you was just talking about how you wasn't doing none of that
she had filed.
On some interview I watched.
Nicole says, compensation means money,
Urban
right?
Okay, well, look.
And Dawn says yes, and
Joe,
that was no more questions, Your Honor.
Joe, this was your point about money for months.
Yep. I mean, you know, you're a victim of a crime, especially a crime as horrific as this. Go to the police. You want justice? Go to the police. Get the perpetrator off the street. Get him arrested. You don't wait years and then go to a civil lawyer, a money lawyer, and just get money. That's not seeking justice. That's seeking money. And that was the distinction that was made at the end of this cross-examination. A fair, certainly a fair line of inquiry. Happened also with, obviously, with Cassie. No one went to the police.
Sorry,
no one reported this to the police ever. But people went to get money.
We're not going to mention the fact that Cassie was barred from going to the police because of statute of limitations, and the only reason she was able to sue was because of a brand new piece of legislation called the Look Back Act here in New York City. We're just not going to talk about that.
No,
Joe?
that's a civil thing. That's a civil thing. Rape in New York there is no statute of limitations for that crime. She could have easily today, if she wants, in a precinct right down the road there, next to the courthouse.
For the
you can go get him arrested.
Because you know, as a brilliant, successful criminal defense lawyer, how very difficult it is if you don't have a rape kit, if you don't have DNA. That's a very high burden to meet. Very high, especially years after the fact, which is when she was able to speak on her trauma.
Okay, last thing. So one of the pieces of evidence that came in this week was a drug, ecstasy. And the prosecution made a point of saying that it had President Obama's face on it. Was this a cheap trick because Barack Obama is beloved in New York?
I don't even know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
A cheap trick by who? Sean Combs for having ecstasy in Obama's face shape? Or are you trying to say the state planted this? Sean Combs did that to himself. So if anybody's tricking anybody, it's him, not the prosecutors.
That's just color, but I'm going to tell you something about MDMA that matters to RICO, and this is for you, Joe, because I keep tying it all back to RICO. I'm excited by all the color in the courtroom, but I tie it all back.
He was asking about
we're going to talk about MDMA
face.
for a hot minute.
I bet she's going to talk about the assistant that had to go buy it.
Thank you very much. George Kaplan said that he was twice sent on missions. Call this number, get my dealer, go get the drugs, bring them back, bring them to me, here's the cash. And at one point, in one of those instances, he looked, hold it. He looked in the bag and he said it was ecstasy. In the other instance, he said he didn't look in the bag. But I think he closed the loop and became a drug trafficker in the enterprise of Bad Boys Diddy Records because the boss sent him as an assistant to go and drug traffic for him.
He's not trafficking drugs. There's no evidence that he sold drugs. Ashley, a drug trafficker doesn't buy drugs for themselves. They sell drugs. That's what trafficking is.
Thank you.
Drug traffickers don't purchase drugs. That's a purchaser.
Sean Combs sent his assistant to buy drugs.
But that's a mule.
How much?
Immunity
Was it a metro? Was it a kilo? Was it a few kilos? Was it a metro ton? How much did Diddy send him? Because we talk about Diddy now. Diddy's a fucking billionaire. Diddy got money. Diddy can afford to get some keys and some motherfucking tons of drugs. Was he flooding them streets with them things? What was going on?
Right. What happened in court? Check count it. The assistant, the other assistant. They're all
Wait a minute, but Nancy, hold on. I think Joe's point is trafficking means putting it out, not buying it.
Buying it.
Unless I'm totally misunderstanding.
It was a crime to buy a controlled substance.
Right.
And he had his minion go do it. It's a criminal enterprise. Don't you get
handing
it?
it out like
candy. Harvey, come on.
Okay.
Like Flintstone vitamins. Okay. What are we talking about?
We're going to end on Barack Obama then. Listen, guys, thank you.
This is 3-on-1.
That's a whole other story, which we're going to get into.
Can't take a Tacopina? You need your buddy?
First of all, call me Joe. I call you Nancy. Don't go Tacopina. I don't call you Grace.
No, that's a term of endearment, Joe. You have to understand.
Okay. All right.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We are going to be on top of next week because this is where the prosecution is going to have to start tying all of this together into a story, a singular story, because right now there are pieces. Next week is where it's either going to come together
or it's going to fall apart.
Not. And those are high stakes. So thank you guys. We will see you next week.
Y'all, that was TMZ presents the United States. We're going to go back over to the tube and see what they're wrapping up for Diddy Day 12. Okay. And then we're going to wrap up our tea talk on Diddy Day 10 through 12. Okay. So Diddy updates for the day. Let's go with law and crime. You know, they wrap up the day with their Diddy talk. Thank you guys so much for coming in, filling up your teacup, being polite, eloquently liking and subscribing. Okay, chiming off, dropping those teacups. Saw a few of you guys dropping tea cups in the chat. I really appreciate that. I think we've already wrapped up law and crime for the day, unless they have a sidebar. So why don't we go ahead and wrap it up Day 12, right? We heard a lot of testimony from hold on, let me get this. The hairstylist, Deontay Nash, right? We heard him to how he's witnessed Cassie be abused. He's witnessed Cassie, potentially telling him things of the nature of she didn't want to do freak offs on her birthday, right? We heard him testify to those sentiments. Let's see. Capricorn Clark testified to a lot, right? It doesn't make Diddy look good in any area of life, right? Like his professional life is probably ruined completely. In the entertainment sector, as far from where he was standing at. You see what I'm saying? He probably ain't gonna be get no type of deals or promotions or sponsors or anything. Who knows? He might be sponsoring God knows what by the time Diddy get acquitted and get out anytime if he gets the time. But not for nothing. Okay. Just a lot of stuff. She allegedly kidnapped her. Okay. It's all of that, yes, can go into RICO charges depending on the level of where that's at. We know people that have got kidnapping charges that are not in federal prison, right? Where are they at? State prison. Okay. Unfortunately, state didn't pick it up. Feds did, and this is where we are with Diddy. So, she talked about how she saw Cassie get beat up. She saw Cassie, very violently get offended, assaulted by Diddy. Okay. She talked about how he, threatened her very, severely, scared her, terrified her. He threatened her to the level of, she was deathly, terrifiedly afraid for her life. Okay. If she didn't do what he asked her to do. And, we believe that they were some level of crime, but it wasn't specifically said what the crimes were, so we don't know. And if they're RICO or whatever, we just don't know. So, then there's the, personal assistant Mia, right? She testified. She's coming in under a Jane Doe so that Diddy doesn't know who she is. Supposedly, Diddy, is not supposed to know who this person is. But she alleged that Diddy aped her several times over the course of her employment with Diddy. Now, Diddy aping his employees is not a good thing, right? That's not a good thing ever. Can they prove that he aped her? We don't know yet. We don't know. I don't know. She testified to getting an ape kit or whatever. We just don't know. So we're wrapping up days 10 through 12, right? Of who testified, how explosive testimonies were, for which side do we think, would benefit more for an acquittal or a convicted outcome. We just got to continue to wait and see, guys. We're almost wrapped up with the full month. Tomorrow, I think, will be 4 weeks of the Diddy trial. So that means we may have like a month and 2 weeks left. We'll see how long. This could go out to like Young Thug type, like wasn't Young Thug and like under trial for like a year or some change or something. I don't know. But not for nothing, y'all, because I don't really, do the Young Thugger. So not for nothing, y'all. We'll have to see, right? We don't know where things really quite truly are gonna land for either side. Right now, I don't think the prosecution really has a case. But what they got so far, I'm just gonna be honest. And if you go back and watch any of my previous lives that I've uploaded and done, you already know, like there was so much crazy stuff coming out about Diddy. We were like, girl, Diddy is going to fry. They are going to electrocute Diddy's ass, okay? But nothing's came out to that level. So we're gonna have to see, y'all. And just get back to it. I have to get back to my own life. I've been live all day covering Diddy stuff. So thank you guys so much for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. I'm going to see you guys later. Have a great rest of your day. Remember to stay blessed, stay out the way, keep your, what was that? Oh, I thought I was done streaming that. I was just playing. Okay, anyway. Keep your head on swivel and your loved ones close to your chest. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love you guys. Remember, subby over there on YouTube. I only need one more subscriber to subscribe to reach 1,000 subbies on YouTube, right? And then we can monetize over here. Very, very soon, we can be monetized on our YouTube platform and let this work continue to work for us. Okay, we have added Kick to the platforms. So we need 250 kickers to kick it off. Okay, and we'll be monetized over there. We are currently monetized on Facebook and Twitch. Thank you guys so much for loving on Tanisha as I love on y'all. I will always continue to give y'all the tea that I got to spill with y'all, okay? So y'all tune in, hit that notification bell to know when I'm going live. However, have you just follow me on all social media platforms, and you'll see me going live. You'll know when I'm live. Thank you guys for being here. Remember, stay sipping. Bye. Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay vigilant.